Chapter 621. How did he know? Could he say that he guessed blindly? Moreover, apart from evil gods, there didn't seem to be anything good that could happen here. Evil God really wants to attack the 12 cities? Lin Fan asked. This was indeed a serious matter, but to him, this was also an opportunity. He knew the use of evil gods. The blood pearls hidden in their bodies could help them break through to stage 8, and even stage 9. At the same time, they could allow Tao pattern laws to merge into heaven and earth once more. They would be able to reopen the path to the peak. I just received news that the evil gods have gone mad and summoned the slave army to wipe out the 12 cities. Such a thing has never happened before. Emofu's expression was solemn and he panicked. He was panicking to death. It was like the sky was collapsing. He didn't know what to do. Thus, he thought about Lin Fan right away. What is going on now? Lin Fan asked. They shouldn't have attacked yet, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Emofu definitely wouldn't be so free to talk about such things here. Emofu was worried. Based on the news I just received, the evil god slave army has gathered and is heading towards the 12 cities. There are dozens of them. This is a really terrifying force. I am afraid we can't block them. How could Emofu not be afraid of the evil gods? Just thinking about it made him feel terrified. Dozens of evil gods. Be it a first-class evil god or a second-class evil god, they weren't something the 12 holy cities could defend against. Along with those evil god slaves, it was indeed a terrifying force. Maybe I can earn another wave, Lin Fan muttered. Emofu was terrified and was about to pee his pants. But he actually wanted to use those evil gods to earn rage points. That was just too much. Sect leader Lin, what should we do now? Emofu asked. He had tried to find the evil god that lent them power, but there was no reply. Without the help of evil gods, what could they use to fight them? Even if they used their heads, they wouldn't be able to block them. What else can we do? We have to fight them. If we are afraid, they will be insatiable. Only by hurting them can we protect the existence of the city, Lin Fan said. Emofu was in a tough spot. But how are we going to fight them? It is already not easy to defend the city. Lin Fan patted Emofu's shoulder and said solemnly, sometimes if you don't try, how will you know? Find out which city is the evil gods prepared to attack first. Sect leader Lin, follow me, Emofu said. Inside the sanctum, the evil god slave army will gather here and then head south. Based on this route, the first place should be the City of Light. Emofu pointed at the route on the map and said. Lin Fan took a look and smiled. Your City of Hope is really lucky. Based on this order, aren't you the last city? Emofu was helpless. Sect leader Lin, don't say that. If the lips die, the teeth will be cold. In the end, it will still be our City of Hope's turn. Looking at Emofu's current state, he felt really bad. He even had the heart to die. Something like this happened out of the blue. It made him feel a little desperate. Sect leader Lin, please help us. Without the help of the evil gods, we won't be able to block them. Emofu's eyes were filled with emotions like he wanted to use his emotions to touch Lin Fan. Towards such a gaze, Lin Fan felt a chill down his spine. Was this old fellow going to sacrifice himself so that he could fight the evil gods? It was tough to swallow. Don't worry, leave this to me, Lin Fan said. It was rare for him to encounter such a situation. So how could he give up? He had to fight the evil gods head-on. City of Light. The people who were already forced to a corner by the evil gods were now facing the full invasion of the evil gods. This caused the death energy above their heads to become thicker and thicker. Sir D, the evil god slave army is half a day away from us. A male carried 2 crossed swords on his back. He looked really majestic. How are the arrangements for the people? Di Chio asked. The evil god army was here, and they had no hope of surviving. But no matter what, they had to live. Even if they were weak, it was better than being killed by the evil gods. I am making arrangements. They are split into 13 groups, and are hiding in the cellars. I just hope that they can survive. The male's voice was thick. Maybe because he knew that the evil gods were here, his voice was trembling. Di Chio was the strongest expert in City of Light St. Hall, and he was also the person in charge. But now he looked really tired and much older. That's good. Dichio nodded and then looked at the people in St. Hall. I know that all of you are afraid, because we are facing the evil god army. But the reason why the 12 cities were able to survive until now isn't because of strength or evil gods. It is because of our courage. We might die in this battle, but death isn't scary. One day, our descendants will recover the world we lost. What we need to do now is to prepare to fight against the evil god army. His voice was really loud. Even if they died, they didn't fear anything. Yes, we are prepared. Everyone hollered in rage. Their voices shook the sky and spread throughout St. Hall. The next day, the trembling sound reverberated outside the City of Light. The entire ground was shaking. There was a black patch outside the city. There were all sorts of evil god servants, and they all looked like monsters. Their roars reverberated and spread into the City of Light, shocking everyone. On the city walls, the warriors of the City of Light looked at the black patch outside, and their expressions became really solemn. Some were too afraid, and their legs were trembling. They didn't expect there to be so many of them. Do we have a chance of winning? Someone was stunned. Anyone who saw this knew that they had no chance of winning. They might even die a horrible death. Behind the evil god army were dozens of evil gods. They didn't attack the city for no reason. But during this period of time, they faced the most unbelievable thing in history. Someone was actually killing their evil gods. Thus, they wanted to release their rage on these small living beings. Dichio stood on the city wall and looked into the distance. He saw that in the turbid space behind the black mass of evil god servants, there were indistinct evil god apparitions. Those tall apparitions were evil gods. They received orders from evil gods. The evil god servants roared and hollered. Like locusts, they crazily charged towards the City of Light. They didn't talk at all. There was no nonsense at all. Guys, the time to protect the city has arrived. Don't be afraid. Fear will only speed up your death. Dichio hollered in rage. Shortly after, an old book with an unknown aura appeared in Dichio's hands. The book flipped open, and a mysterious power gathered. Dichio raised the staff in his hands and hollered in rage. Raging flames burn. A mysterious diagram appeared in the air. Scorching power gathered. Shortly after, flames that could burn the sky exploded, turning into several fire dragons that swept the evil god servants. Honglong. Intense flames covered the area. The range of the flames was huge. Some evil god servants cried out in pain, while others roared in rage. Dichio's expression was solemn. These could only deal with normal evil god servants. The truly strong ones were enough to deal with these flames. Suddenly, the ground shook. The dimension ripped open, and an old era overlord stepped out and hollered in rage. A bunch of small blood food that borrowed the power of evil gods. Dichio's expression changed. He didn't expect the old era overlord to appear so quickly. The flames burning on the ground seemed to have met their nemesis, extinguishing right away. It is time for us to attack. Don't let these people get close to the city. The guy carrying the huge sword raised his arms and touched the sword hilt. He held the two swords in his hands, and then hollered in rage. He jumped down from the city wall. Instantly, countless close combat warriors followed closely behind. Their bodies gave off evil god aura, and many black patterns appeared on the surface of their skin. At such a moment, they didn't dare to be careless, and could only use all their strength. The price was that the evil god aura became thicker and thicker. As time flowed, they would slowly be infected by the evil god aura, and from then on, they would become evil god servants. A huge battle instantly exploded. The warriors were nimble and strong. A few of them worked together to attack and defend, along with the staff-wielding people on the city wall who attacked from afar. They actually posed a huge problem for the evil god servants. But all of them knew that this situation would last for a short period of time. Their strength to fight against evil gods was just overestimating themselves. There was no way to compare at all. As expected, not long later, the warrior holding the sword hollered in rage. A thick evil god aura spread out from his body. Kill me, the evil god aura is infecting me, I can't take it anymore. The guy hollered towards his companions. He felt his heart beating really quickly, and there was an uncontrollable power charging about in his body. His vision became blurry like he was covered in a blood mist. In the battle just now, he used too much power that didn't belong to him. Evil God's power was strong, but the repercussions were just too terrifying. When his companions saw those scenes, they found it hard to bear. But if they didn't kill him, their companions would become the evil God's servants, and they wouldn't be the people they were familiar with anymore. Just at that moment, a dragon roar spread out from the distance. The dragon roar shook heaven and earth. Everyone raised their heads. A divine dragon swept over, and there seemed to be a person standing on the head of the divine dragon. What evil god is this? Dichio panicked. This was an evil god that he had never met before. Was today really the day that the City of Light would be destroyed? Very quickly, the god dragon appeared between the City of Light and the evil god servants. The person standing on the head of the god dragon opened his mouth. Do you know where my cousin is? I have been searching for him for a long time. Chapter 622. The people in the City of Light were stunned. They thought that an unknown evil god came, but didn't expect that he was here to find someone. Where is cousin? Zhou Mao had been walking on the path to find cousin. Since he met the dragon beneath him, he went from the familiar world to another. He was really unfamiliar with this world. From then on, he stepped on the path to find cousin. Along the way, he met many monsters, but to find cousin, he didn't want to offend too many enemies. But these monsters didn't seem friendly. This made Zhou Mao furious. I didn't offend them, so what did they want to do? He then beat them up such that the monsters couldn't fight back at all. He didn't come here to do anything. He knew that many people would gather here, and wanted to ask if they knew where cousin was. It was tough for him to find, and he really wanted to return to cousin's embrace. Sir, now that the City of Light is being invaded by evil gods, I hope that you can help us fight against them. Dichio said hurriedly. An unknown expert appeared here, and at the same time, he was a human. If he could get his help, they might have a chance of surviving. Zhou Mao asked. Then do you know where cousin is? Cousin? Dichio was stunned and asked anxiously. What is your cousin's name? Lin Fan. My cousin is called Lin Fan. Do you know him? Zhou Mao asked in anticipation. During these days, not only did he meet many monsters, but he also met many humans. But regretfully, no matter who he asked, they said that they didn't know him. He was about to despair. Ancestral Dragon said, They don't know who your cousin is. This isn't the original world but another world. The most important thing now is to find the way back. I have told you for half a year. Why don't you understand? Zhou Mao ignored Zulong. To him, if not for this dragon, he wouldn't have come to this broken place. Dichio shook his head. I don't know him. Zhou Mao sighed and was a little disappointed. I knew it. How would you know him? Let's go and find another place. Zulong said. Aren't you prepared to help them block these monsters? With their strength, they definitely won't be able to withstand it. How? There is a strong guy behind those monsters. I have to stay alive to find my cousin. Moreover, I can only sacrifice my life for my cousin. I won't sacrifice it for anyone else. Zhou Mao said. That's true. Ancestral Gragon nodded. The monsters in front of him were indeed nothing, but the vague figures behind them exuded a terrifying aura. If they really fought, the outcome was hard to say. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about this. I just want to find my cousin. I don't want to ask about anything else. I wish you good luck. Zhou Mao said. What else could Ancestral Gragon say? He turned around and flew into the distance. The evil god servants didn't stop Zhou Mao from leaving. Their goal was to destroy the City of Light, not to confront this guy who came out of nowhere. Dichio looked at the departing Zhou Mao. He wanted to say something, but many words were stuck in his throat. But immediately after, the sky was squeezed and the dimension ripped open. A terrifying power descended and smashed into the evil god servants. Rumble! An astonishing roar erupted. The ground caved in, forming a giant hole. Many evil god servants didn't even understand what was going on, and were turned to dust. It was just too tragic. Although Zhou Mao didn't stay to help. However, he still unleashed his ultimate skill in a rather wretched manner. Then he slipped away without looking back. Instantly, the evil gods were furious. They didn't expect that someone would dare to attack right under their noses. Thank you, Dichio said softly, and heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, at least Lin Fan reduced a lot of pressure on them. The warriors guarding the City of Light were all stunned. So amazing. If he was willing to stay and help, then the City of Light would definitely have hope. But unfortunately, he left. Keep your spirits up, Dichio roared, waking up the soldiers who were in a daze. That expert helped us wipe out many evil god servants. If we hold on, the other experts will arrive soon. No matter what, we have to hold on until then. Yes, everyone hollered. Confidence burned in their hearts. That's right. As long as they held on until the other experts arrived, they would have a chance. The evil god servants surged over crazily. That man wielding two huge swords died in the hands of the evil god servant. He didn't want to become a monster infected by evil god energy. His companions didn't have the heart to attack him. Thus, he charged into the group of evil god servants and died together with them. A great battle with a great disparity in strength erupted. Defend. Dichio told the close combat warriors to return. There were more and more evil god servants, and their bodies were getting bigger and bigger. If they continued to defend, then they would definitely die. A bright light exploded from the city walls and struck the evil god servants. A one-eyed giant's arms were covered in spikes, and he smashed towards the City of Light. His giant arms covered the sky, and with a loud explosion, a light barrier appeared and blocked the strike. This evil god servant was too strong. The people on the other side of the light screen felt the earth tremble. If it weren't for the light curtain, the City of Light would have been smashed into two halves by this attack. Dichio couldn't be distracted. He was restricting the old era ruler, and the book in his hand shone brightly. Damn blood food, damn it. The old era ruler was furious. He was unable to take down the City of Light, and that made him feel humiliated. Numerous evil god servants smashed the light barrier. The light barrier shook and ripples spread out. Based on the attacks, who knew how long they could last for? He just hoped that they could last until they arrived. After a long while, Dichio's face turned ashen white. At the same time, the evil god energy wrapped around his body became thicker. He borrowed too much of the evil god's power, and if this continued, he would be totally infected. If he was infected, then the City of Light would have no hope at all. Kacha! Cracks appeared on the light barrier. The sound was really crisp. Not good. Dichio was shocked, and his expression changed. Under the concentrated attacks of the evil god servants, was it really going to shatter? At that moment, everyone raised their heads in terror. They felt like there was no more hope. As long as the light barrier shattered, evil gods would surge in, and they would be ripped apart by the evil god servants. They wouldn't even have a complete corpse left. Dichio, don't panic. I am here. Just at that moment, a voice spread from the sky. Dichio was delighted. That voice belonged to Emofu. He didn't expect Emofu to rush over so quickly. He was just too quick. Moments later, Lin Fan walked out from the dimension with Emofu in his hand. Old ancestor Xiao frowned. This scene made him recall something. I made it in time, Lin Fan said. Emofu was too slow. Based on his speed, he would probably need a period of time. But one had to say that the distance was really far. All of you stop, Lin Fan hollered. His voice turned into a sound wave that swept forwards. When the evil god servants heard that, their hearts shook like they were being suppressed by something. Emofu and Lin Fan landed on the city wall. Dichio, we aren't late, right? Emofu patted Dichio's shoulder and smiled. If he came alone, he would definitely pee his pants facing such a scene. However, he had two experts by his side. But the situation was different. Dichio forced a smile. We aren't late. If we were slightly later, you would only be able to see my corpse. He then looked towards Lin Fan and old ancestor Xiao and asked curiously, these two are? Emofu smiled. Don't worry, they are the helpers I invited. With them here, City of Light will be fine. Dichio was shocked like he didn't dare to believe it. The situation they were facing wasn't so simple. How could just two helpers solve it? Even if people from the 12 cities were here, they didn't have much of a chance. Sect leader Lin, look over there. Many evil gods have come. Old ancestor Xiao pointed into the distance. although the evil gods didn't appear in their main bodies. However, there were many faintly discernible gigantic silhouettes, as if there were many mountains there. We are going to be rich. Lin Fan looked at those scenes and his eyes lit up. When had he ever seen such a scene? It was just too shocking. Don't be rash, let me go first. Lin Fan raised his hand and told Old Ancestor Shao to wait here. He would leave the rest to him. Old Ancestor Shao said, "How can I do that?" "Let's do it together." To Lin Fan, how could he let Old Ancestor Shao attack? At least before he gained a wave of rage points. He definitely wouldn't let Old Ancestor Shao join in. "Wait a moment, I'll go talk to them." Lin Fan didn't wait for Old Ancestor Shao to reply, and just walked forwards. Dichio was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan and Old Ancestor Shao. What was going on with the two of them? He understood what they were saying, but he couldn't understand what they meant. It was like they were saying, "I want to fight one-on-one." No, they had to fight together. That was roughly what they meant. Isn't this a little too arrogant? Lin Fan looked at the black patch of evil god servants and smiled. "A bunch of scum. What are all of you doing?" The evil god servants raised their heads and looked at Lin Fan. There was no reaction at all. There weren't even any rage points. "You small evil god servants, now that I am here, do you still dare to be arrogant? All of you kneel down and look up to your god." Lin Fan hollered. A terrifying aura exploded out. Pung! Pung! The aura was too terrifying. Numerous evil god servants suffered from the unbearable pressure. The ground cracked, and they knelt to the ground. To them, it was like their bodies were carrying an unimaginable weight. Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. Furious roars reverberated throughout the area. Lin Fan's smile became wider and wider. Gaining rage points was just so simple. Simple and direct. That was the most useful thing. Chapter 623. What do you want to do? Old Ancestor Shao looked at Lin Fan in shock. Evil god servants had no sense of shame. So what was the point of insulting them? If it was him, there wouldn't be so much nonsense, and he would just attack. Mofu, where did you find such an expert? Dichio was stunned. This was just too terrifying. The evil god servants who were hard to deal with actually all knelt down under his aura. What kind of terrifying power was that? Mofu's eyes opened wide. Not only was Dichio stunned, but even he himself was stunned. He quickly reacted and said calmly, "Kiki, I met them coincidentally. I told you not to worry. As long as they are here, the evil gods won't be able to do anything." Those warriors standing on the city wall opened their mouths wide. Their mouths were agape, and they were all stunned by the scene in front of them. They had never expected that someone could actually be so terrifying. Lin Fan sensed their respectful and shocked gazes, but he didn't care much about it. That was normal. How could such an outstanding person like him not be worshipped by others? As evil god servants, you only have this little bit of strength? Lin Fan continued to talk. Large amounts of rage points struck him, making him feel really good. He felt like his life was about to reach the peak. The evil god servants hollered in rage. They wanted to climb up. But under this terrifying aura, they couldn't even move a finger. Suddenly, the evil gods hiding in the distance attacked. A terrifying aura swept over from the distance. But to Lin Fan, even if it was an evil god, it depended on what kind of evil god it was. Lin Fan scoffed coldly. His aura shook, and he formed a physical fist. He punched forwards, and the chaotic illusionary land in the distance exploded. Furious roars could be heard coming from there. It was obvious that the evil gods were infuriated by Lin Fan's actions. "Sect leader Lin, we agreed to do it together. Don't take it all for yourself." Old Ancestor Shao hurried over. Last time, they took one each, and it was a huge loss. His luck was just too bad. The second-class evil gods that kept appearing made him feel really helpless. "Calm down, this is just the beginning. Do you still suspect that I will swallow all of them?" Lin Fan was helpless. It is hard to say. Old Ancestor Shao understood Lin Fan. So how could he not know what kind of person he was? If he really believed the other party's words, then he would really be seeing a ghost. At that moment, Lin Fan didn't stop Old Ancestor Shao from helping. He only needed rage points. Nothing else mattered. Lowly blood food, you're courting death. Some evil gods hollered in rage. The furious sound waves were like sharp blades that swept forwards. Some of the evil god's servants were instantly sliced into pieces in front of the sharp sound waves. Stop putting on an act. Come out and let this sect leader see just how strong you are. Lin Fan wasn't afraid at all. He didn't sense any terrifying aura, which meant that none of the evil gods were in the top 10. If evil god post line descends, he and old ancestor Shao needed to flee. Otherwise he might very well die here. Immediately after, huge figures appeared in the distance. The evil gods used their true bodies to descend. And there are a lot of them. Old ancestor Shao looked carefully and confirmed the number. There were first-class evil gods, and also second-class evil gods. It was enough for Lin Fan and him to reap a huge harvest. Sect leader Lin, don't bother about who. Whoever kills them belongs to whom. What do you think? Old ancestor Shao said. Lin Fan smiled. Aren't we going to come one by one? When old ancestor Shao heard this, his expression changed. What were they going to do? Although he didn't believe that his luck would be so bad. No matter what, he didn't want to try. If he was really that bad, then what should he do? Let's not do that. Old ancestor Shao said and then exclaimed. Sect leader Lin, you are cheating. You haven't even started. He didn't expect sect leader Lin to be so quick. He actually charged towards the evil gods. He didn't hesitate and chased right away. How is it? The helpers I invited are strong enough, right? Mo Fu said. At the same time, he was really envious. If he had such strength, maybe everything would be different. Dichio was stunned. He had never experienced such a scene. Who are they? To Dichio, these two experts definitely weren't from this world. If they didn't borrow the power of evil gods, they wouldn't be able to become so strong. That is sect leader Lin Fan. He came from another blood food world, but because there was an expert like sect leader Lin, that place wasn't occupied. Mo Fu said. If only they had such a powerhouse here in the past. The result would naturally be very different from the current situation. Lin Fan. When Dichio heard this name, he was stunned. Just now, he heard someone mention this name. Why? Mo Fu asked curiously. Dichio said. Before all of you came, a young man appeared and he was really strong. He said that he was looking for cousin, and his cousin's name was Lin Fan. I don't know if they are the same person. Mo Fu was stunned. He thought about it, and felt like they weren't the same person. Maybe after this ended, he could ask sect leader Lin. At that moment, screams spread from the distance. Lin Fan and old ancestor Shao were like wolves that entered a herd of sheep. You second-class evil god scram, I don't have time to play with you. Old ancestor Shao kicked a second-class evil god to the side. He hollered in rage and pounced at the first-class evil god in front of him. This was the first-class 38 evil god Haituda. His body was like a turtle, and he had a tough outer shell. His shell was covered in tentacles. You are asking to die. Evil god Haituda raged. He didn't expect that the small blood food would actually dare to attack him. Although old ancestor Zhao's strength was much weaker, he had no problem dealing with the first-class 38 evil gods. Lie down for this seat. Old ancestor Shao slapped and thick power pressed forwards. With a pung, evil god Haituda's body exploded. Old ancestor Shao grabbed with his fingers, and the blood pearl was in his hands. The first one. He was delighted. As long as he continued to kill, the missing Dao pattern laws would return. But when he looked towards Lin Fan, he couldn't help but exclaim, Beast! He didn't expect Lin Fan to be even more vicious and greedy than him. He grabbed an evil god and smashed towards the other evil god. Then he killed both of them. He was even faster than him. Sect leader Lin, slow down. Can you not be so quick? Old ancestor Shao hollered. Lin Fan replied, You are the one who is slow. On the city wall, Dichio was stunned as he looked at the scenes in the distance. He turned his head and was stunned. Mo Fu, are those the evil gods that forced us to such a desperate situation? Ah. Mo Fu was stunned and then said, It should be. He was a little lost. Those evil gods that occupied their world and treated them as blood food were being beaten up. Occasionally there would be screams. What they couldn't accept was that Lin Fan and old ancestor Shao beat up the evil gods while scolding one another. One couldn't tell that they cared about the evil gods at all. Suddenly, a voice spread out from the distance. "Cousin," Zhou Zhongmao hollered. His voice was filled with excitement and disbelief. When Lin Fan heard that voice, his expression changed. He stopped what he was doing. He opened his eyes wide and looked into the distance. When he saw that person, he was sure that he didn't see wrongly. That was really his cousin who disappeared for half a year. "Cousin, let me help you." Zhou Zhongmao hollered and joined the battlefield right away. Originally he had really left. But on the way, he thought of the great things his cousin had done for the people. As his cousin, how could he not save him? So after hesitating for a moment, he immediately turned back. But when he got close, he realized that the aura was really familiar. It was cousin's aura. He sped up and attacked eagerly. When he saw that familiar person, Zhou Zhongmao's tears flowed down uncontrollably. Wah! He finally found cousin. At that moment, he understood that maybe this was the arrangement of the heavens. If he didn't return, then he would have missed his cousin. "Cousin, kill these evil gods and take out the blood pearls. Once this ends, we will have a good chat." Lin Fan said. "Okay, cousin," Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan looked at Zulong and recognized him right away. Wasn't that the Zhao family dragon? Why was he with cousin? No wonder. Since that battle, the dragon had disappeared. Who knew that he was with cousin? It seemed like cousin had many fortuitous encounters during this period of time. When old ancestor Xiao saw that, he exclaimed, "Sect leader Lin, you are too despicable. I am alone." At that moment, old ancestor Xiao felt a gaze filled with killing intent striking him. Zhou Zhongmao opened his eyes wide and stared right at old ancestor Xiao. This fellow actually said that cousin was despicable. Damn. As long as cousin gave an order, he wouldn't hesitate to charge up and beat him up. "Don't look at me like that. I am familiar with your cousin," old ancestor Xiao said. Right when he stopped, old ancestor Xiao noticed that Lin Fan killed 2 more evil gods. This made him anxious. How could such a shameless thing happen? Lin Fan realized that cousin was really strong. He actually reached Dao Realm Stage 7. Actually, what he didn't know was that Zhou Zhongmao was really frightened by his own strength. Although during the period when cousin was separated, he had been working hard to cultivate. But even if he cultivated, his strength couldn't suddenly increase so much that he was a little afraid. In the first half a year, his strength increased to Dao Realm Stage 6 for no reason. This made Zhou Zhongmao lose confidence in cultivation. It was pointless. He couldn't feel the feeling of breaking through at all. He met this dragon, and in this half a year, his cultivation reached Dao Realm Stage 7 in the first half of the year. At that moment, old ancestor Xiao panicked. Shit. What a shit. How could he compare to the 2 of them working together? But luckily, this newcomer was average and couldn't insta-kill evil gods like them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to play. Chapter 624. No, there is a problem here. Old ancestor Xiao realized that things weren't as he thought. But his hands didn't stop, and he was really quick. 1 evil god was exploded by him. "What is the problem?" Lin Fan asked. Old ancestor Xiao was really cunning. He said that there was a problem, but he didn't stop. Who was he trying to con? Old ancestor Xiao kicked a second-class evil god away. "Sect leader Lin, I feel like these evil gods are asking to die. They know that they aren't our match, but not only did they not flee, they even surged over. They are asking to die." Then, Lin Fan asked. Old ancestor Xiao shook his head and said solemnly, "I don't know. I don't understand why they are doing that." "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Don't you feel good killing them now?" Lin Fan realized that people were just too much. They killed so many evil gods that they cried out in pain. They took many blood pearls. And they actually said that there was a problem with them. One couldn't be so overboard, right? "That's true." Old ancestor Xiao nodded. Sect leader Lin's words made sense. The situation did feel good. As for what the problem was, that was just his guess. Very quickly, the evil gods were all killed by them. The scenes were shocking. One could say that it made one panic. "Mo Fu, do you think I am in a dream?" Dichio asked in a daze. From the beginning to the end, he had seen the number of evil gods continuously decrease. His heart had gone from a huge wave to a calm state. No one could understand what kind of change had occurred to his mentality. This isn't a dream but reality, Emofu said. He understood why Dichio didn't dare to believe it. After all, they were evil gods. They suppressed them so badly that they couldn't fight back. But now those evil gods were like a bunch of ants. They were killed so badly that they couldn't fight back at all. Pung! Lin Fan punched and the power pierced through him. The last evil god died with reluctance. It is over. He clenched his hand into a fist and held the bead of flesh in his hand. Old ancestor Xiao wanted to continue searching for evil gods, but after looking around, he realized that there were no more to kill. It was a pity. He looked at Lin Fan with a bitter gaze. Cousin, what are these things for? Zhou Zhongmao passed the blood pearls to Lin Fan. There weren't many, just 4. To be able to kill 4 evil gods in the hands of 2 bandits was already a decent thing. It wasn't easy. I'll tell you later. Lin Fan kept the 4 beads happily. He then looked at old ancestor Xiao and smiled. Your luck is not bad. There are actually 12 of them, and 5 of them are from first-class evil gods. Old ancestor Xiao wanted to kill Lin Fan. Damn, don't go too far. There were so many first-class evil gods, and he only managed to snatch 5. It was really embarrassing. He was already trying his best, but he couldn't snatch it away. Sect leader Lin, those words don't mean much. Old ancestor Xiao sighed. Ha ha ha, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. You didn't make this trip in vain, after getting so much. Lin Fan said. The 3 of them landed on the city wall. The people of the City of Light looked at him with admiration. They still couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. It was too scary. Even if they personally witnessed it, they were still stunned. Thank you. Dichio walked forwards and thanked him sincerely. If it wasn't for the fact that people didn't kneel, he would have knelt down and kowtowed to Lin Fan. It is just a small matter. Lin Fan said calmly. His calmness made everyone worship him once more. An expert, this was a true expert. Old ancestor Xiao said. I told you that borrowing evil god power isn't reliable. If not for us coming to help, this place would have been occupied by evil gods. It's true that you have to rely on your own cultivation to gain power. Dichio sighed. You're right, but we really have no other choice. When the evil god first descended, we had no way to stop him. In our most desperate moments, the evil god lent us power, allowing us to survive. This is already our fortune. Old ancestor Xiao, don't say that without thinking. Some things can't be achieved just because you think about it. Lin Fan said. Actually, truthfully, his thoughts were the same as old ancestor Xiao. But thinking about it, if the situation didn't allow it, what else could he do? Sect leader Lin, truthfully, we are here today, but we can't be here every single time. Now that the evil gods that lent them power didn't appear, it means that they have totally given up on them. If they continue to stay here, they will just die. Old ancestor Xiao said. Based on what I see, it is best for the 12 cities to leave this place. Although Lin Fan loved to go against old ancestor Xiao, but this fellow's words made sense. That was indeed the case. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to defend the 12 cities. Haze, Dichio and Emofu both sighed heavily to express how helpless they were. If they left, where could they go? The feeling of leaving home wasn't good. It was like a stray dog hiding. If they could become stronger, how good would that be? Just at that moment, voices spread from the distance. Dichio, we are here. Hold on. The rest of the experts from the holy city came. They came in a hurry, but the journey was long. With their strength, it was impossible for them to arrive instantly. Even Lin Fan and the others had to fly for a period of time before arriving. They were prepared to die together with the evil gods. Although they panicked, they couldn't retreat from some things. Where are the evil gods? But when they arrived and were prepared to fight the evil gods, they realized that there were no evil gods. The ground in the distance was riddled with holes like an intense battle had happened. You really came at the right time. Lin Fan took a look, and then looked at Emofu and Dichio. Think about it. Tell Emofu to inform me that this place isn't a place you can stay in. Lin Fan didn't stay, and brought cousin and the others to leave. You city. Zhou Zhongmao's return made Lin Wani really happy. He didn't expect this kid to not only be alive, but also raise his cultivation to such a high level. He really didn't expect that. At the same time, what Lin Wani didn't expect was that Zhou Zhongmao was actually with the Zhao family dragon. Cousin, I was wondering why I couldn't find you. So I was in another world. Zhou Zhongmao was in a good mood. His biggest wish during this period of time was to find cousin. Other things weren't important to him at all. How did you get there? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao scratched his head. Cousin, I don't know either. Back then, when I met the old dragon, I fought with him. At that time, I couldn't beat him at all. But suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down. When I woke up, I was already there. To Lin Fan, maybe this was transmigration. Lightning split open the dimension and built a tunnel. Cousin and ancestral dragon headed there. It is okay, it is good that you are back. During this period of time when you weren't here, I had to do everything myself. Am I so tired? Lin Fan said. In the past, when cousin was by his side, he didn't need to do anything to beat people up. He just needed a gaze and cousin would understand. Zhou Zhongmao blamed himself and showed a sad expression. Cousin, I told you. Cousin, you have become thinner. You aren't as fat as before. Lin Fan was helpless and felt that cousin was a little fake. How was he thinner? He was much fatter than before. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you something. Your cousin, I am married. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked, and then he was delighted. Cousin, I have a sister-in-law? Then do I have a nephew? Not so fast, wait. Lin Fan said. Old ancestor Xiao felt like he didn't fit in with them. Sect leader Lin. Since that is the case, then I will leave first. Okay, I won't send you off. Lin Fan waved his hands casually like he was sending someone away. This made old ancestor Xiao a little angry. No matter what, he was a guest, so couldn't he be more polite? Old ancestor Xiao cursed in his heart. He didn't want to say a single word. He turned around and left. Just at that moment, Go Zi carried the freshly cooked food and walked in. Huh. Old ancestor Zhao's nose twitched, and he smelled a familiar scent. Just as he raised his leg, he slowly landed back on the spot. He turned around and said, Sect leader Lin, I have something to talk to you about, so I won't leave for now. Old ancestor Xiao, why are you so fake? If you want to stay, then just say it. It isn't like I won't let you eat. How could Lin Fan not see through his intentions? From head to toe he saw through it right away. He didn't need to think much at all. Old ancestor Xiao felt a little awkward. Sect leader Lin was too direct. Couldn't he give him some face? Cough cough. Lin Wani told Lin Fan to pay attention to his image. No matter what, old ancestor Xiao was an ancient person, and he had to give him face. To Lin Fan, cousin's return was a joyous matter, and it was worth celebrating. Deep abyss. A bunch of evil gods revived. They didn't shout and they weren't angry. They just looked at one another and left in an orderly manner. To them, the failure to attack City of Light wasn't something worth being angry about. In the depths, Vengeance Evil God Ji asked, What is all this for? When he saw Lin Fan appear, his body shuddered. Rage burned in his heart, and he really wanted to charge out to fight Lin Fan. But he knew that with his current strength, he was no match for Lin Fan. Evil God Postline wouldn't let him do that. You don't have to understand all this now. In the future, you will know why. It is easy to kill them, but there is no need. They are still useful. Postline said slowly. Shortly after, Postline looked to the side. There were still scenes there. Amongst the corpses of numerous evil gods and servants, a black shadow was swallowing them. Chapter 625. What a despicable fellow. Postline knew who that was. Evil god Masaki, an evil god who was on the same level as him. However, Masaki was too greedy. He didn't know what was good for him, and wanted to seize the deity positions of the ancient gods and the three pillar gods. He was simply overestimating himself and seeking death. He knew that Masaki was swallowing the evil god's flesh and blood to recover his strength. But it didn't matter. Masaki was still of great use to Postline, so he would let this lowly fellow live in his line of sight. Ji looked towards Postline. He was really mysterious. He knew that Lin Fan was using many people, and he should be a chess piece in his hands. But it didn't matter. As long as he could take revenge, Everything was worth it. I have already become an evil god, so what can I do now? Ji asked. It was good to become an evil god. The evil god body contained terrifying potential. At the same time, the embrace of the abyss made him feel like he was undying. Even if he was killed, he could revive like the other evil gods in the abyss. Postline said slowly, wait. You are an evil god, but you are still too weak. Cultivate in the abyss. Ji didn't say anything. The only thing he could do now was to cultivate. He would absorb the energy in the abyss to strengthen himself. Some swampland. What kind of monster are you? A three-headed evil god was stepped on and cried out in pain. He was a monster. But he called him a monster. Pucci. One of the evil god's heads was cruelly ripped off, and then the sound of chewing spread out. It tastes delicious. Monster Emperor's expression turned maniacal. His mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and a head was placed in. Monster Emperor's body changed, and he actually grew a tail. The tail was covered in black scales, and there was a hammer-like meatball at the end. Your evil god flesh and blood is of great help to me. Ultimate form. I need to grow to the ultimate form. Monster Emperor quickly used the bug controlling technique. The bugs in his body broke down the flesh and blood that he swallowed. If one stuck their head in, they would notice that his stomach was a wormhole. Numerous bugs split up and moved in an orderly manner. Damn it! The evil god roared angrily. This monster had already swallowed him 3 times, and each time, he had swallowed him in a bloody manner. That experience was the most unbearable for the evil god. Monster Emperor raised his leg and stepped on the evil god's stomach. He grabbed the evil god's leg and ripped it apart. Rip! Ah! Evil god cried out in pain. He wanted to struggle, but in front of him, he couldn't move at all. Ha ha ha! Monster Emperor laughed maniacally, and his eyes were slowly covered by red patterns. Pucci! Pucci! The sound of chewing was ear-piercing. Gradually, evil god's aura became weaker and weaker. In the end, he died completely. His corpse became smaller and smaller until there were no bones left. In the end, all that was left was a pool of blood that stained the ground. A perfect form. Only by swallowing perfect bodies can one grow to a satisfactory state. Monster Emperor muttered to himself. Who? Monster Emperor sensed a familiar aura and hollered in rage. A black shadow appeared. As expected from Sir Monster Emperor, evil god's flesh and blood actually became your nourishment. Evil god Masaki appeared. He looked calm, but he was actually panicking. He was panicking deep down. He didn't expect that one day, evil gods would actually become food for others. Monster Emperor looked at him coldly. Sir Monster Emperor, please don't look at me like that. I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to know whether or not you are the descendant of some evil god. Evil god Masaki asked. He was suspicious about that. After all, not everyone could eat the evil god's flesh and blood. Suddenly, evil god Masaki's expression changed. Monster Emperor opened his mouth and formed a black hole. A terrifying suction force exploded, and everything around was sucked in. What do you want to do? Evil god Masaki was shocked and wanted to leave, but he underestimated Monster Emperor's ability. Evil god Masaki flew towards Monster Emperor uncontrollably. Pada! Monster Emperor grabbed Masaki and stared at him with a pair of eyes that were covered in blood patterns. The aura from your body is familiar. It is the same as the flesh and blood that I ate. Monster Emperor, what do you want to do? I have no ill intentions towards you. I am here to help you. You. Damn. Kacha. Monster Emperor stuffed Masaki into his mouth and tore at him. Pooey. After biting for a period of time, Monster Emperor spat him out. The taste wasn't right. This black shadow wasn't Masaki's main body. His main body was still in the statue, and this black shadow was just a second body formed from the evil god's aura. Naturally, it was different from other evil gods. Monster Emperor took in a deep breath and searched for a familiar aura. But unfortunately, there was no familiar aura. Where is the deep abyss? He was searching for the deep abyss. This was what he found out from the evil god. The evil god that he swallowed roared in rage before he died. He would revive in the deep abyss and come back to take revenge on him. In the end, that evil god did come to take revenge on him. But unfortunately, He was still swallowed by Monster Emperor. Monster Emperor knew about the deep abyss. If he could find it, he would be able to meet more evil gods. That was what Monster Emperor wanted to happen. But what a waste. Although he knew about the deep abyss, he didn't know where it was. Evil god Masaki's hiding place. Damn, that damn thing, you actually dare to do that to me. Masaki hollered in rage. King Wudong, who was guarding at the side, sensed the rage of the evil god and shivered. You piece of trash. You are actually so useless after becoming the noble evil god's slave. I really don't know why he chose you. Maybe because he had nowhere to vent the rage in his heart. He could only use King Wudong as a bucket to vent all his rage on King Wudong. What is going on with Monster Emperor? Masaki was really confused. Monster Emperor was different from the humans he had met. Maybe he wasn't a human. Swallowing the evil god's flesh and blood was just crazy. Or rather, one could say that it was cruel. You city. This dish is delicious. Old Ancestor Shao seemed like he was obsessed with braised carp. He didn't touch the other dishes and just stared at this dish. Old Ancestor Shao, I can let you eat for free this time, but next time you will have to pay. Lin Fan said. Hey, sect leader Lin, why are you so stingy? Old Ancestor Shao was helpless. It was just too difficult to take advantage of this person. Zhou Zhongmao stared at Old Ancestor Shao in rage. This person was so annoying. He actually said that his cousin was stingy. If cousin looked at him, he would flip the table and fight him to the death. But his cousin's wife was at the side, and he had to be well behaved. He couldn't let his cousin have a bad impression of him. Fanner, what is the situation with the evil gods? Lin Wani asked. Lin Fan said, Father, it is hard to say. Evil god has a peak expert, and he is really strong. Old Ancestor Shao and I are no match for him. If he descends to our side, we can only flee. That was Evil God Postline. We fought him in the past, and he was really strong and terrifying. He was the only human form evil god out of all of them. Old Ancestor Shao recalled the past, and his heart was filled with fear. In the past, I and 4 other Dao Realm Stage 9 experts were able to fight him to a draw. To Old Ancestor Shao, he could accept that evil gods didn't die. The only thing he couldn't accept was that the peak evil god expert was just too strong. So strong? Lin Wani was shocked. He hadn't fought evil gods before, and what he knew about them came from Lin Fan and Old Ancestor Shao. Old Ancestor Shao said that peak evil gods needed several Dao Realm Stage 9 experts to be able to fight to a draw. That was a little unacceptable. Old Ancestor Shao stopped his chopsticks and said solemnly, but this isn't the strongest. The strongest belong to the ancient god, and the 3 pillar gods. Those few evil gods are the truly terrifying ones. Our Dao Realm Stage 9 experts suppressed the evil gods in terms of numbers, but we still suffered heavy casualties. It was all caused by the ancient god and the 3 pillar gods. If not for the Dao pattern laws gathering together to suppress them, this world would have become the evil god's blood food world. To Old Ancestor Shao, now that the evil gods were being killed by them without any ability to fight back, he knew that that was because he hadn't faced the truly terrifying evil gods. Lin Wani's expression was solemn. He thought that he could enjoy life after dealing with the Alliance, but who knew that it would involve those evil gods? Moreover, they were even more terrifying than the Alliance. They weren't even at Dao Realm Stage 9. If they faced those peak evil gods, how could they fight back? Old Ancestor Shao said, but don't worry too much. Those peak evil gods didn't come out, which means that they have faced some problems. During this period of time, the only thing we can do is raise our cultivation. He then looked towards Lin Fan. Sect leader Lin, I understand about the 4 alliances. If we face those sect leaders, I hope that we can place down our conflicts and unite together. After all, one person can't deal with evil gods. Lin Fan smiled. Old Ancestor Shao, you are here to persuade us. I always believed in one thing. If one person can't solve something, it isn't because the matter is too difficult, but because one is too weak. When I dealt with the 4 alliances, some people said that I was asking to die, but the outcome was obvious. I crushed the 4 alliances alone. So there is nothing a person can't solve, only one is too weak. Old ancestor Xiao looked at Lin Fan. He had many things he wanted to say, but he didn't know what to say. Forget it. Why was he thinking so much? He wanted to say something more serious, but who knew that the kid didn't care at all? Was the food not good or was he not hungry? What was the point of saying so much? Chapter 626. Delicious. Old ancestor Xiao burped. He was in a good mood. This was the taste. Gozi's braised carp was perfect. If Gozi wasn't Lin Fan's man, he wanted to trick Gozi back. He was willing to take him as a disciple and teach him everything as long as Gozi cooked for him. What a waste. He had no choice. Sect leader Lin. Although I say too much and you will think that I am annoying, there are some things that I have to say. Consider what I said. Actually, there is a need for that. Old ancestor Zhao's thoughts were really simple. He wanted to unite the sect leaders of the four alliances. After saying all this, old ancestor Xiao cupped his fists and was prepared to leave. He wanted to return to Insect Valley. After all, he had decent gains in Evil God Blood Food World. After Lin Wani heard what old ancestor Xiao said, he followed out worriedly. He wanted to have a good chat with old ancestor Xiao and talk about Evil God matters. He knew that Fan was amazing, but he couldn't be careless about some things. Otherwise there would be endless problems. Deep Abyss. Evil gods revived. To them, being killed by small blood food was an embarrassing matter. Some evil gods were targeted by Monster Emperor. The result could be said to be very tragic. It could no longer be described with words. As long as they left the abyss, it would not take long for them to be found by the other party. Then, they would be devoured by the other party in pain. A living being that can swallow evil god flesh and blood? Evil god Postline frowned, and was really confused. He had never seen someone that could swallow evil god flesh and blood. Evil god was hugged by the abyss, and had the aura of the abyss. This situation made him really interested in Monster Emperor. He wanted to know what was so special about such a living being. I can't find any familiar aura. Monster Emperor walked around the blood food world, and followed the smell of evil gods to find delicious meat. He was able to extract different things from the meat. It was something that was extremely lethal to him. But after the bug controlling techniques modifications, not only did the aura not affect him, but it even helped his body evolve. A perfect body. He felt that he was on the path of a perfect body. Suddenly, Monster Emperor's expression tensed up, and his hair stood on end. He felt like the surrounding air had become sticky. Who? Monster Emperor hollered, and his voice became a little hoarse. The heavy tail heavily smashed against the ground, causing the ground to crack and many cracks to appear. A simple attack could cause such a scene. It was truly terrifying. Instantly, the dimension in front of Monster Emperor ripped open, and a person slowly walked out. It was really blurry, and one couldn't see what it looked like, but the aura it gave off made Monster Emperor shiver. You're quite interesting. When Postline saw Monster Emperor's shape, he was shocked. It was as if he had seen something that he didn't expect. You give off Evil God aura, and also Deep Abyss aura. Are you the Monster Emperor, who swallowed evil gods recently? Your actions are truly audacious. Postline was really interested in Monster Emperor. His eyes locked onto Monster Emperor's tail. That was the place where the Abyss aura was the strongest. Was it because he swallowed too much evil god flesh and blood? Evil god Postline was a top evil god, and was really knowledgeable. But he had never faced such a situation before. He didn't even know how he did it. Monster Emperor looked at him warily and sniffed. He smelled something that captivated him. Those evil gods he faced couldn't compare to this one. He really wanted to swallow him, but it was too difficult. The light in your eyes tells me that you want to swallow me, right? Evil god Postline smiled and asked. He hadn't faced such a living being in a long time. He wanted to swallow him. What a great joke. Monster Emperor squinted his eyes. He did have such a thought, but he knew that the situation would be tough. This evil god was different from those he had faced before. Right, your flesh and blood are more delicious than those. I really want to swallow you. Monster Emperor smiled. Even if he knew that he couldn't beat him, his flesh and blood made him a little crazy. Evil god Postline laughed and then retracted his smile. I appeared here because I am really interested in you. Follow me later, and let me study you. What is going on with you? Pung. Just at that moment, Monster Emperor moved. When he appeared once more, he was in front of Post Line. His giant tail swung. Rip! It was really strong and the dimension was ripped apart. If an ordinary expert were to face such a terrifying attack, they would probably be blasted into pieces. Pada! Not bad. You are really strong and you are really quick. Evil God Post Line raised his hand and easily grabbed Monster Emperor's tail. A look of disdain appeared on his face. He didn't expect his brain to be so bad. Couldn't he see the difference in strength? I want your flesh and blood. Monster Emperor shouted greedily. The scales on his tail split open, and a mouth filled with sharp teeth appeared to rip his flesh and blood. With a poochie, a piece of flesh was ripped off. Damn thing. Evil God Post Line was furious. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would actually dare to hurt him. Rage exploded, and the dimension shook like it was about to collapse at any moment. Monster Emperor swallowed the flesh, and with a ripping sound, his giant tail broke. He didn't even turn his head, and ran into the distance. He knew that he wasn't his match, and he couldn't even take a few moves. To be able to rip off a piece of flesh was already a decent thing. If other evil gods saw such scenes, they would be so terrified that their bodies would tremble. This was Evil God Post Line, the top evil god. Such a small living being actually ripped off a piece of flesh. To evil gods, this was an unbearable insult. Run! Let's see how you run! Post Line hollered in rage. His voice turned into a shockwave that swept forwards. Kacha, the dimension collapsed. To Monster Emperor, he felt like his body was wrapped up by some mysterious power. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of bones breaking. Many cracks appeared on Monster Emperor's body, and fresh blood flowed out like a flood. Ah! Monster Emperor hollered. The power hidden in his body was completely stimulated to resist the pressure. But in front of Evil God Post Line, he was just too weak. Stop resisting. You are as small as an ant in my eyes. Evil God Post Line said coldly. His rage had reached its peak. That piece of flesh had already recovered, but to him, this was something that he couldn't accept. Monster Emperor was in a frenzy. He bit off his flesh and felt that his body was filled with power. No matter how many evil gods he ate, they couldn't compare to this piece of flesh. At that moment, Monster Emperor hollered. Numerous bugs swept out from his body and formed a bug barrier. Numerous bugs exploded under this terrifying aura, but when they dissipated, more would fly out from his body. You overestimate yourself. Evil God Post Line's voice was dark and sunken. His eyes gave off a cold glow. It was basically impossible for Monster Emperor to escape from his hands. Suddenly, something that shocked Evil God Post Line happened. He didn't expect Monster Emperor to be hiding so much. The bugs in Monster Emperor's body gathered together, and a destructive power gathered. It exploded out, and the entire area was smashed apart. Monster Emperor's body slowly broke down. Xiao xiao. The pitch-black bugs attacked in all directions. Some of them entered the void torrent, while others were directly crushed by the terrifying might. This, Evil God Post Line was shocked. He was actually unable to control Monster Emperor. It was as if Monster Emperor had disappeared into thin air. Damn thing. He didn't expect that Monster Emperor would actually escape from his hands. If he didn't leave more power in the abyss, how could he have escaped? But this also made him more and more interested in Monster Emperor. He could see that Monster Emperor was turning into an evil god, but the change wasn't complete. This was something that he had never seen before. To become an evil god, one had to be embraced by the abyss, after being washed by the abyss energy. But he didn't. He didn't understand what was going on. In the distance, in a place that no one knew, the dimension ripped open. A ball of black meat fell from the dimension and landed on the ground. The meat was moving. At the same time, there were many weird bugs crawling on it. As time went on, the meat swelled like it was growing. Slowly, breathing sounds spread out. The evil god aura in the air surged into the meat and formed a whirlpool. Kacha! Kacha! Monster Emperor's body appeared. What is going on? Monster Emperor looked at his body. He gave up on his physical body and let the bugs bring his source away. He thought that it would take a long time for him to recover, but who knew that the evil god aura in the air was like a huge supplement? It helped him recover in the shortest time. Monster Emperor's face was ashen white, and his aura was a little weak, but there were no other problems. He was in deep thought. He didn't understand the changes in his body. If not for evil god Postline suppressing him to such a stage, he might not have noticed what was happening to his body. As expected, only such an evil god can give me such a huge change. No matter what, I have to eat him. Monster Emperor's eyes shone with madness. Even if he knew that he wasn't as strong as him, he still couldn't stop that crazy thought in his heart. Hee, I have remembered the taste. After meeting evil god Postline, Monster Emperor knew what he was going to pursue. Chapter 627. After Monster Emperor came to this mysterious world, he couldn't bear to leave. These evil gods were of great help to him. They could allow his body to reach a perfect state, to snatch food from the mouth of a tiger. To rip off a piece of flesh from the enemy's arm was a really risky thing. If he didn't have some skills, he would have died long ago. But this piece of meat made Monster Emperor feel how terrifying a true evil god was. After he split it up, it helped him a lot. It was shockingly terrifying. Restricted Ocean Eye. A bunch of people who had disappeared for a long time appeared. They were the sect leaders of the 4 alliances. Since the Restricted Ocean Eye's stone gate was shattered and numerous tentacles flew out, they fled in all directions in fear. They were filled with despair. They smashed for half a year and such a thing appeared. If they knew that this was the case, they wouldn't have done such a stupid thing even if they were beaten to death. Is what that fellow said true? Monster God Mountain Old Ancestor Heaven Slaying asked. Lin Fan had his eyes on this fellow, and he wanted to take him as his subordinate. The main reason was that Old Ancestor Heaven Slaying's ability was amazing, and he could form all sorts of animals. To Lin Fan, it was like he was in a zoo. What a great ability. Who knows? It might be true. There is no need for him to lie to us. Sigh, with the current situation, what else can we decide? Su Yuanming and Gu Yuan entered this ocean long ago to find a way to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8. But the two of them are so despicable and didn't tell us. Their actions are just too despicable. Everyone discussed. Some of them were furious and wanted to fight Su Yuanming to the death. They were the ones who smashed the gate together, but they found a way to not tell them. That was just too much of a beast. Very quickly, they stepped into the ocean to search for the fortuitous encounter that they had just found out about. They still wanted to recover their sex and not fear Lin Fan's suppression. They were in a tragic state now, and when they heard Lin Fan's name, they had to retreat. If they faced Lin Fan, they wouldn't even have a place to run to. Yi City. Lin Fan's life was still so calm and blissful. Evil gods were indeed a problematic matter. But during this period of time, he accumulated a lot of rage points to raise his cultivation. Dao Realm Stage 8 was right in front of him. Although he hadn't reached it yet, he could sense that he was just a step away from it. The number of Dao patterns had increased to 300. Now he felt that the difference between him and those terrifying evil gods should be the characteristics of their realms. Dao Realm Stage 7's specialty was Dao Return to 1. When the Dao pattern was condensed, it would explode with the strongest attack, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. He learned from Old Ancestor Shao that Dao Realm Stage 8's specialty was to comprehend the laws and break away from Dao patterns. Lifting one's hands and feet would have huge strength. At this moment, a familiar aura came from afar. Sect leader Lin Fan raised his head and looked out. At the same time, he told cousin to calm down. It was Hell Mountain Yin Kuan. Yin Kuan, why aren't you in the alliance? What are you doing here? Lin Fan asked. He didn't care too much about the alliance's situation. Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island, being able to take advantage of the situation was their ability. Don't think that he had nothing to do in Yu City. Actually, he was thinking about the evil god situation. Damn, evil god Postline was just too strong. He was ridiculously strong. But it didn't matter. With his current advancement speed, he would be able to kill the evil god in a short while. In this aspect, There wasn't much difficulty. Very quickly, Yan Kuan landed from the sky. When he saw the people standing beside Lin Fan, he was stunned. He then calmed down and hurried in front of Lin Fan. Sect leader Lin, something happened over at the Alliance. A black mountain appeared out of nowhere, and numerous black monsters appeared. We can't kill them, and we can't destroy them either. Yan Kuan didn't want to trouble Lin Fan, but he had no choice. They tried many methods, but they were all useless. Of course, those cities with statues were fine. Black Mountain? Lin Fan frowned and was confused. Let's go, bring me over to take a look. Although he didn't want to bother about the Alliance's matters, since such a weird thing happened, naturally, he had to take a look. Okay. Yan Kuan replied. Actually, he came to find Lin Fan, because he wanted to get closer to him. Everyone could see that the Alliance and rich land had no chance at all. Moreover, the Alliance didn't belong to him alone. There was a high chance that there would be a war with Ocean Emperor Island. Therefore, it was necessary for him to build a good relationship with Lin Fan at this time. Alliance. Black Mountain was in the ocean of the Alliance. For a black mountain to suddenly appear in the ocean was a little weird. The black mountain was covered in a thick black mist. The black mist mixed with the ocean and slowly expanded like it was trying to cover the entire ocean region. Cousin, this aura is similar to those evil gods I faced. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan felt like the evil gods should have done this. Kong. Suddenly, a furious roar spread out from the Black Mountain. The sound reverberated and spread through the space. Is it because the Alliance looks easy to bully, so the evil gods want to attack from here? Lin Fan asked. He felt that there was a high possibility. At least, such a thing didn't happen at his place. Sect leader Lin, I don't know. Yan Kuan felt a little awkward. He muttered to himself. To you, the Alliance might be easy to bully, but to the evil gods, it wasn't so simple, right? The evil gods weren't able to descend and needed servants to open up the evil god tunnel. Maybe evil god servants ran here and opened up the evil god tunnel. Zhou Zhongmao looked at cousin's gaze and instantly understood. He stepped out. He punched towards the Black Mountain. This fist was really strong. The air exploded, and a terrifying fist power was like a mad dragon that surged forwards and smashed onto the Black Mountain. The Black Mountain shook. The thick black mist was struck and spread outwards. Shortly after, numerous furious roars shook one's ears. A giant tentacle swept out from the Black Mountain. It tore apart heaven and earth and descended from above. You are asking to die. Zhou Zhongmao hollered in rage and punched once more. The power clashed with the tentacle, and there was a loud explosion. It was really terrifying. Not simple, Lin Fan said. Now that cousin had returned, the time for him to attack was over. Truthfully, cousin was the only one who could understand the meaning in his eyes. Zhou Zhongmao was furious. The power in his body boiled, and a demon ape stood in the air. Lightning wrapped around its body, and it roared in rage. It raised its fists and hammered towards the Black Mountain. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Cousin was amazing. It was a good choice to head out. His strength had increased by a lot, and as a cousin he felt happy. If he stayed by his side, maybe it would be good. But maybe it wouldn't be as strong as it was now. Suddenly, cousin, wait. Lin Fan was shocked and shouted anxiously. When Zhou Zhongmao heard cousin's voice, he retracted his hand. The giant demon ape's fists landed above the Black Mountain. Although it stopped, the terrifying fist wind still landed, shaking the Black Mountain and splitting the ocean surface. It was really shocking. Yan Kuan was shocked, and the way he looked at Zhou Zhongmao was different. Oh my god. What kind of demon was this family? It was okay that Lin Fan was so strong at such a young age. But what was going on with this kid? Zhou Zhongmao retreated to cousin's side. Cousin, what happened? Calm down, let me do it, Lin Fan said. Just now, he saw many monsters appear on the Black Mountain. They should be evil god servants. Where did his rage points come from? Apart from evil gods, it was evil god servants. As for the Alliance, they provided slightly less. Luckily, he spoke quickly. If not, cousin's two fists would have killed all these monsters. When that happened, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Lin Fan walked forwards and said, which evil god came to the Alliance? He moved an entire mountain over. That is quite amazing. His voice spread over and wrapped around the Black Mountain. The evil god's servants roared in rage. Their roars shook the sky. Rage points plus 999. As expected, Lin Fan felt great. He really had rage points, and there were many of them. He was prepared to play with these evil god servants here. Of course, before that, he had to understand which evil god came. He specially opened the tunnel here. It was obvious that he knew about the situation in Rich Land and the other alliance cities. They weren't able to stretch their hands there and could only find a chance elsewhere. Sect leader Lin, how should we solve this? Yan Kuan asked. The black mist continues to expand, and if this continues, the entire ocean will be covered. This is a disaster that the alliance can't handle. They didn't understand much about evil gods. If not for the statues that sect leader Lin sent over, the alliance's situation would be even more terrifying. Don't rush, there is a way. Follow me, Lin Fan said, and then flew towards the Black Mountain. On the Black Mountain, when Lin Fan and the others stepped on the ground, they felt a cold air surge up from the ground. The Black Mountain didn't become like that because the mountain was black, but because it had turned into black ice. It seems like the evil god that wants to invade is a little strong, Lin Fan said. This was different from the evil gods he had seen in the past. In the past, those evil gods loved to attack in the cities and infect with evil god energy. Now they actually brought their own place. One had to say that it was quite amazing. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from the Black Mountain. Numerous tentacles charged into the sky from the Black Mountain. The dense tentacles locked down the area around. The side of the tentacles had sharp teeth, and they slowly retracted. It was obvious that they wanted to digest Lin Fan and the others from within. When Yan Kuan saw this, he was shocked. He didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Chapter 628. Lin Fan noticed that Yan Kuan was so frightened that his body shook, and he looked over in disdain. Maybe Yan Kuan sensed that sect leader Lin's gaze was a little off and he coughed. Sect leader Lin. A cold wind blew over and I shivered. Don't be nervous. With me here, all of this is expected. Lin Fan raised his head and calmed down Yan Kuan's weak heart. It was normal for him to be frightened. After all, evil gods were usually quite disgusting. Instantly, numerous sword intents appeared around Lin Fan, and with a xiao, they broke through the air. The sword light was like a rainbow, forcefully ripping apart the tentacles. A sharp cry spread out. It was obvious that the evil god was badly injured and cried out in pain. It sounded really sad. Selah. Those tentacles turned into shrapnel and fell down. Oi, which evil god are you? Come out and meet me. Maybe I will know who you are, Lin Fan said. He noticed that the evil god's servants were looking at him differently. It was like they were panicking a little, maybe because his actions just now were too overbearing. Their evil god was beaten up so badly that he cried out in pain. After all, in their hearts, evil gods were invincible. How could such a thing happen? Silence. Rage points struck him. The evil god's servants roared in rage, but none of them dared to charge up. Lin Fan wasn't interested in evil gods. Instead, he was more interested in these evil god servants as they could provide him with more rage points. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized that one of the evil god servants was looking at him with a weird gaze. He opened his fingers. That evil god servant flew towards Lin Fan uncontrollably. To the evil god servant, he hollered in his heart. Damn! What was going on? What did this person want to do? Why did he capture him? There were so many evil god servants around, and he didn't capture anyone else. Why did he want to bite him? That was just too much. Lin Fan grabbed the evil god slave. His body was a little huge, and with his fingers pressing down, the evil god slave felt a terrifying pressure. If he didn't shrink his body, he would definitely explode from Lin Fan's pressure. Under Lin Fan's strength, the evil god servant admitted defeat and shrunk his body. The way you look at me is a little weird. Why? You still want to mess with me? Lin Fan asked. Yan Kuan was helpless. Sect leader Lin, we are here to deal with evil gods, so why are you tangling with a small fry? You aren't able to grasp the main point. Of course, this was only what he thought in his heart. On the surface, he still had a look of support for Lin Fan. Small living being, don't be too happy. Lord Evil God will come out to kill you. That evil god servant didn't back down and challenged Lin Fan right away. In fact, he felt a little guilty. The living being in front of him was simply too terrifying. He was almost scared to death. But as a servant of the evil god, how could he be afraid? Moreover, there were so many other servants watching. If he was afraid, wouldn't he lose face? Rage points plus 999. Lin Fan smiled. Unfortunately, your evil god is a little cowardly and hasn't come out till now. That is just so embarrassing. Only all of you came out, but you are just too weak. It is hard for me to be interested. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you guys. If you don't like it, then come at me. He realized that these evil god servants had pride, and they could understand what he was saying, although their expressions were really calm. But the appearance of rage points was enough to show how furious they were. Kong! The evil god servants in the distance roared. If it was a normal living being, they would have charged up to rip him into pieces. Unfortunately, he was too strong. They didn't dare to. Yin Kuan looked at Lin Fan and didn't understand what he meant by that. What could he spit out when arguing with these evil god servants? All of you wait here. I will head down to take a look. I will solve this problem for the Alliance. Lin Fan said. Then, I will have to trouble sect leader Lin. Yin Kuan cupped his fists in gratitude. What he wanted to do now was to chase these evil gods away. The Alliance couldn't take such destruction. His heart hurt just looking at it. At that moment, Lin Fan was like a little fish, plunging head first into the sea that had already been infected by the black fog. This black mountain's foundations are a little deep. Looking out, the black mountain continued to extend downwards. Not long later, he saw a tunnel appear at the base of the black mountain. The person who came here to open up the evil god tunnel was a talent. Perhaps just now, that evil god had escaped along this black mountain. He raised his hand. Sword light gathered on his arm. He waved his arm, and a streak of light swept forwards, slicing the black mountain. Damn, you have no guts at all. To Lin Fan, that should have been the evil god's strike before he left. If he could kill Lin Fan naturally, he wouldn't need to run. But since he failed, naturally the evil god fled. Forget it, it is worth it. I will bring this back and farm rage points when I am free. I can also raise my strength in the shortest time. Lin Fan smiled. Without saying a word, he grabbed the base of the black mountain and lifted it up. Honglong. The ocean water flowed backwards and shook. Within the slowly breaking tunnel, there seemed to be someone peeking. When he saw that Lin Fan was about to carry the black mountain away, the evil god was furious. His aura surged out from the tunnel that was about to break. Lin Fan lowered his head and said in disdain, "What is the use of being angry? If you are unhappy, then come out. If you don't have the ability, then just stay here." Rage points plus 999. His words were so infuriating. He nearly angered the evil god to death. Was he even speaking like a human? But even then, the evil god had no choice. He was extremely fearful of Lin Fan. In the blood food world, he knew what Lin Fan did. He was really strong, and if he fought him head-on, he might have been killed. But when he saw Lin Fan move the black mountain away, his heart was dripping blood and it hurt. Honglong. What happened? Yin Kuan felt the ground beneath his feet shake. The entire black mountain was shaking. He realized that the black mountain was actually floating up like it was flying into the sky. Those evil god servants were the same. This black mountain was where they lived. They lived in the evil god territory. When the evil god left, he didn't bring the black mountain with him. That was a disaster for them. Yin Kuan, I will bring the black mountain back. Don't worry, the Alliance. Lin Fan's voice spread out from below. Zhou Zhou Mao immediately came to Cousin's side. Cousin, let me do such rough work. Lin Fan nodded. It was indeed rough work. He then came to Yin Kuan's side. I will bring this thing back. If the Alliance has more of these things in the future, no matter what, you have to inform me right away. He suddenly thought about the fastest way to improve. That was to raise evil god servants. With the existence of these evil god servants, rage points would increase endlessly. Just thinking about it made him feel like it was a good way to get rich. Moreover, he had to tame them. One day in the future, maybe he could form an evil god servant attraction area. That would be quite interesting. Don't worry, sect leader Lin. As long as such things happen, I will inform you right away. Yin Kuan said. He felt like his relationship with sect leader Lin had gotten closer. It felt good. At this moment, the evil god servants in Black Mountain were stunned. Oh my god! Where were these people bringing them to? How could Lord Evil God abandon them? Impossible. Something must have gone wrong, otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Martial Path Mountain. A pitch-black mountain floated over from the distance. The Martial Path Mountain disciples raised their heads in confusion. What was that in the distance? Water Emperor raised his head and saw Lin Fan right away. He muttered to himself. What did sect leader Lin get this time? This black mountain gave him a bad feeling, and the evil god aura was too thick. Under Lin Fan's command, Zhou Zhongmao placed the Black Mountain not far from Martial Path Mountain. Sect leader Lin, what is this? Water Emperor hurried over and asked. Lin Fan said calmly. Nothing. I just met an evil god over at the Alliance. He left this thing and ran. The evil god servants inside were interesting, so I brought them back to raise them. Water Emperor took a look. Amazing, these evil god servants look really scary. Lin Fan floated above the Black Mountain and said coldly, your only activity spot is in this Black Mountain. Whoever dares to step out will die. The moment he said this, a circle of light rose up from the side of the Black Mountain. The light was filled with killing aura, and it was really terrifying. It caused the evil god servants to be terrified. Those who wanted to flee from the Black Mountain instantly gave up on that thought. Maybe the moment they touched the light, they would die. Sect leader Lin, how is the situation with the evil gods? Water Emperor asked. The barrier to Dao Realm Stage 8 has loosened, and I can step into it at any moment. A while ago, Su Chongsun came over to ask whether or not there are any more blood pearls. No, evil gods are hard to find, and it is not easy to meet one. Tell them to wait. Lin Fan said. Breaking through to Dao Realm Stage 8 wasn't a secret anymore. They all wanted to get the blood pearls. But how would they have so many for them to consume? To Water Emperor, to be able to become a Dao Realm Stage 8 expert was something that made him excited. Saint Rufo, head to Black Mountain and beat up those who don't listen. Lin Fan looked towards Saint Rufo and said. Saint Rufo was doing well in Martial Path Mountain. Of course. Many people asked about the secret of why he was willing to stay on Martial Path Mountain. Especially during this half a year, Water Emperor would ask him about it whenever he was free. But how would Saint Rufo tell him the exact reason? He was so shameless. He could say that he was frightened by Lin Fan and nearly peed his pants. If he really said it out, his face would be totally gone. Water Emperor might even spread the news. If everyone knew about it, they would be finished. Chapter 629. Water Emperor, all of you need to cultivate. With your strength, you have no chance of winning against some evil gods. Lin Fan said slowly. He didn't mean anything else. He just felt that Water Emperor and the others were a little weak. But luckily the gap wasn't huge. They weren't far from Dao Realm Stage 8. But compared to Zhao Lishan and Zhu Shun, they were much better. Although they were at Dao Realm, when facing true evil gods, the gap was huge. The situation is really complicated. But since I consumed the blood pearl, I realized that the world lacks something that affects Dao Realm Stage 8. Water Emperor said. He was talking about Dao pattern laws. Without Dao pattern laws above Stage 8, it was tough to step into Stage 8. Who knew how long it would take? I will solve these problems. Lin Fan said. To break through to Stage 8, he had to kill evil gods and return the Dao pattern laws that old ancestor Shao and the others had merged into their bodies. Without these things, it would just be empty words. Honglong. Honglong. There was a shaking sound in the distance. 9 demons' giant body walked in the air. Its 9 heads were really terrifying, and when it saw Lin Fan, it shrunk its body and struck towards Lin Fan. You have been really wild outside recently. Lin Fan rubbed 9 demons' head and scolded. There were very few people in the world who could threaten 9 demon. Thus he allowed it to roam around. Nine Demon rubbed its head against Lin Fan's and acted cute. In the past, Nine Demon would roam outside, and then head to U City to find him. He would spend some time there, and then head to Marshall Path Mountain to take a look. Basically that was the path he took. Lin Fan didn't rush back, and instead spent some time in Marshall Path Mountain. A few days later, Lin Fan stayed in the courtyard and looked into the sky. Zhou Zhongmao asked, "Cousin, what happened?" "Nothing, I just feel like the sky has changed," Lin Fan said. There were indeed some changes. It was like there were more Tao pattern laws merging into the world. Who was killing evil gods, and returning the Tao pattern laws in the blood pearl back to the world. Old ancestor Xiao had enough blood pearls. Insect Valley didn't have many people who reached stage 7. Just what old ancestor Xiao got was enough. Maybe he did it. The Abyss. A bunch of evil gods gathered together. Lula, Gamen, Slow, Jinjulai, Hai Tuda, Nakia and many other evil gods gathered in the Abyss. This situation was rare, and it was not common. Evil gods loved to move alone, and never liked to gather together. But today for the first time they gathered together. One had to say that this was really rare. Those damned living beings are really too much. They actually forced us to this state, Lula said angrily. He had stayed in the Abyss for a period of time. That detestable fatty had always been looking for him. He tried to leave the Abyss, but as soon as he took a step forward his heart started beating fiercely. A sense of crisis struck. Therefore, when he returned to the Abyss, the sense of danger gradually disappeared. If someone had told him in the past that he wouldn't dare to leave the Abyss because of living beings, he would definitely have scoffed at it, and wouldn't have taken it to heart. What a joke! As evil gods, how can we fear living beings? But now Lula was really a little afraid. That's right, many living beings have come here, and are searching for us. Especially those 3, they deserve to die. Fat living being, you all need to be careful. He eats evil god flesh and blood, and the other 2 have killed many evil gods. How can living beings be so terrifying? That is impossible. Let's not talk about all this. I just want to know who is borrowing power to fight against us. Until now, their internal conflict hadn't been solved. They had been searching for the evil god that was borrowing power to the living beings in the city. Who is it that was doing such a thing? I don't know, it is a little mysterious. The names in the city are all fake. That damn thing. What should we do now? Why haven't the bunch of top evil gods appeared? If they appeared, there would be no problem. They were forced into a corner by the living beings, and were hoping for stronger evil gods to help. Suddenly, the Abyss shook. A terrifying aura spread out. Evil gods focused and looked into the distance. Although the aura came from the same source as them, the feeling it gave off was just too strong. Who is it? All the evil gods had such a thought in their hearts. Very quickly, a person slowly appeared. At the same time, a voice spread out. As top-class evil gods, you are actually forced to hide in the Abyss by those small living beings. How embarrassing. When they heard those words, the evil gods were furious. The evil gods were furious. Damn, he was just too arrogant. Just as they wanted to scold out loud, when they saw that person's true body, they were so frightened that their bodies shook. The words that were at their throats were swallowed back. Calamity. The evil gods recognized who it was right away. Top 10 evil god Calamity. A terrifying presence. Calamity. Some things are easy to say, but it is really hard to do. Those living beings are really terrifying, and even you might not be able to deal with them. Lula said, Kiki, you are the weakest evil god, so naturally you think that those living beings are terrifying. True evil god experts are unimaginable to you. Calamity said slowly, but his words were a little harsh. Evil god Lula was infuriated by Lin Fan, but he didn't dare to say anything. Lin Fan was indeed much stronger than him, much stronger. Evil god Jinjulai, who was burning in flames, said, Calamity, they are challenging the honor of the evil gods. As one of the 10 evil gods, with your strength, it is not a problem for you to kill them. Why don't you do it? Do I need you to say that? I am sleeping in the Abyss. All of you keep reviving and causing the Abyss to shake. It has affected my sleep. Evil god Calamity said, His words were too overbearing. He totally didn't care about any evil god at all. The evil gods gathered together didn't dare to say anything. They had no choice as the gap between evil gods was huge. Sometimes the gap was so huge that there was no end to it. Although evil god Lula was unwilling, he still transmitted Monster Emperor's aura to him. What he hated the most wasn't Lin Fan but Monster Emperor, that bastard who swallowed him. Evil god Calamity inhaled the aura into his nose and reminisced. This smell is not bad. It seems like it is a delicious living being. All of you don't have the ability to swallow it, so leave it to me. Looking at evil god Calamity's arrogant face, the evil gods felt like the flames burning in their hearts were about to burn him to ashes. Wait for the good news. Very quickly, evil god Calamity left the abyss to search for Monster Emperor. He didn't care about Monster Emperor at all. Any living being was weak in front of evil gods. As for those evil gods being forced to such a state by such a weak living being, he felt embarrassed for them. Do you think Calamity can succeed? Scoff. Although I hate that fellow, I hope that he can swallow Calamity. How could such a thing happen? Calamity is really strong, and that living being is definitely no match for him. Maybe in just a short while he will return. They didn't leave. They just waited here. As time flowed, they were shocked. Evil god Calamity had left for a long time, and still hadn't returned. That was impossible. Of course, he was thinking that maybe evil god Calamity had a habit of playing with living beings, which was why he played for a long time. He should be back soon. After a long while, just as the evil gods were getting impatient, the abyss shook and a terrifying roar resounded through the sky. Damn it, damn it. That was evil god Calamity's voice. That is impossible. The evil gods looked at one another, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They all knew how strong evil god Calamity was. How could he not be that person's match? Could it be that Calamity was really killed by that fellow? They didn't believe it. If that was the case, just how horrifying would that fella be? This was clearly something impossible. Very quickly, evil god Calamity's body walked out from the abyss. They were so far away, but they could sense the rage from his body. Calamity, why did you come out from the abyss? Did he eat you? Evil god Lula walked out and asked. Pucci. A cold light flashed, and one couldn't see it with the naked eye. Evil god Lula's eyes opened wide in disbelief. His body was sliced into pieces and pieces of flesh and blood fell to the ground. Damn thing. Calamity's expression was really ugly. Those tentacles were too furious, and slowly became violent. The surrounding evil gods retreated, and didn't dare to get close to Calamity. They wanted to know what had happened, but they didn't dare to ask. Evil god Lula just asked and he was killed. Very quickly, Lula revived from the abyss and hollered in rage. Calamity, you were killed by him. If you have the ability, then find trouble with him. Why did you kill me? Pucci. Calamity's tentacle struck like lightning and pierced Lula's head. To Calamity, he didn't care about Lula at all. Damn thing, I was too careless. He found Monster Emperor not because he couldn't beat him, but because he was too careless. Monster Emperor took the chance to swallow him. The process was painful and at the same time, he felt embarrassed. As the 10th evil god, how could such a thing happen? Calamity retracted his tentacle. With a prong, his legs left the ground, and he charged into the distance. He wanted to find that person. He wanted to prove that he wasn't someone that a small living being like him could kill. The other evil gods looked in the direction that Calamity left and said, He seems really angry. Aren't you talking nonsense? How embarrassing. Right, but Lula is such a tragedy. In the distance, Lula revived. Although the evil gods didn't know what he was thinking, it definitely wasn't good. Chapter 630. Damn, what are these fellows doing? The Tao pattern laws are much thicker. Lin Fan was confused. During this period of time, the Tao pattern laws were different from before. He estimated there weren't many experts in evil god territory, so even if they were, they couldn't be killed so quickly, right? Did something happen? Lin Fan couldn't help but suspect. Last time, that mysterious evil god obviously wanted to attack other evil gods. Moreover, He was really despicable and didn't attack himself. If he failed to talk to him, he would definitely find someone else. As for who was the best target, naturally, it was the sect leaders of the four alliances. They were willing to do anything to become strong. It was hard to say about the alliance. Yen Kuan was helpless against the evil god invasion and didn't know how to deal with it. It was obvious that he wouldn't offend the evil gods. But it was hard to say. Who didn't want to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8? For that goal, it was necessary to take some risks. No, I have to take a look at what is going on. Although his guesses might be accurate, personally taking a look wouldn't be wrong. City of Hope. Lin Fan came to the city, although the people living in the city were worried. To be able to survive in a place covered by evil gods was enough for them. St. Hall. When Air and Mok saw Lin Fan arrive, they were really respectful. Sect leader Lin. Lin Fan nodded. He thought about something and asked, "Did anything happen here recently?" "What happened?" Mok was in deep thought like he was reminiscing. He shook his head. "Nothing happened. Everything is normal. Evil gods haven't appeared yet. Even evil god's servants haven't appeared in a long time." This was the weirdest thing for Mok and the others. In the past, evil god servants would come to disturb them, or try to infect them. Lin Fan suspected that the sect leaders of the four alliances came here, so that evil gods didn't have time to fight the 12 cities. This was because they had to face those vicious sect leaders. To break through to Dao Realm Stage 8, they would definitely go all out to kill evil gods. Within St. Hall, has there been any news from the other holy cities? For example, some evil god has been killed. Lin Fan asked. Now that he came here, he had to be careful. He was afraid that he would bump into evil god post line. That person was really terrifying, and with his current strength, he couldn't fight him. Mo Fu said, "Sect leader Lin, I didn't notice anything recently, but it is weird. The 12 cities didn't suffer the invasion of evil gods. In the past, evil god servants would appear nearby, but during this period of time, there was no movement at all. Mok told me just now. I think someone from my side came here to kill evil gods, so I came to ask whether or not that was the case." Lin Fan said. When Mo Fu heard this, he was delighted. Their lives were tough, and they had no hope at all. But since Lin Fan appeared, light appeared in his eyes. He really hoped that the evil gods could be destroyed, but evil gods' undying nature was too terrifying. Therefore, he could only hope that the evil gods could be sealed in the abyss and not come out. Even if they were given 100 years to rest, it would be a good thing. In the future, they would have the ability to fight against the evil gods. At this moment, a terrifying aura shrouded over from outside, and the City of Hope shook. The light screen let out a shattering sound, and many cracks appeared. "This is..." Mo Fu was shocked. It was as if he had seen a ghost. He hurriedly ran outside. When he arrived outside, he raised his head in terror, and saw that the city was covered in black mist. In the black mist, there was a pair of red eyes shining. "Small living being, come out. I have something to ask all of you." An emotionless voice spread over. Lin Fan was stunned. He was just saying that the evil gods were busy dealing with the sect leaders of the four alliances. Who knew that not long after he finished, evil gods would come over? That was a little out of the ordinary. That was a little too much. He walked out and raised his head. He had to praise. What a thick evil god aura. It was much stronger than those evil gods he had faced, but compared to Post Line, it was much weaker. Sect leader Lin, this is not good. This is the 10th evil god calamity. Mo Fu's body trembled, and even his legs were shaking. He was really afraid. In the past, such an evil god had never appeared. Now that such an evil god appeared, it meant that they were finished. They couldn't defend the City of Hope at all. "Don't panic." Lin Fan came to Mo Fu's side and told him to calm down. "Don't pee your pants, just because an evil god appeared. They didn't even know what was going on, so there was no need to be so nervous." The people in the City of Hope huddled together in terror. Their hearts were shaking. That terrifying evil god aura covered their hearts. Evil god calamity raged. "Living being, let me ask you, have you seen a fat living being with a tail?" Mo Fu was the City of Hope St. Hall Lord, so naturally, he was the one to face him. He took in a deep breath and suppressed the terror in his heart. No, Emofu said. He didn't know what the outcome would be. If evil god Calamity attacked the City of Hope, then what should he do? Would the evil god protecting them appear to help them? Even if he knew that sect leader Lin was strong, there was a limit to how strong he could be. He was facing evil god Calamity, a truly terrifying evil god. Other evil gods couldn't compare to him. Evil god Calamity was furious and scoffed. More cracks appeared on the light barrier above the City of Hope. If this continued, naturally it would shatter. Evil god Calamity was searching for Monster Emperor. When he returned to his original spot, he didn't find Monster Emperor. Even when he searched for the scent, he only found a piece of skin. Thus, he didn't return to the abyss. Instead, he searched outside. No matter what, he had to find that person. If not, as the 10th evil god, he would be mocked by those pitiful evil gods. Suddenly, evil god Calamity locked his eyes onto Lin Fan. Your scent is similar to his. Do you know him? Lin Fan was thinking about who he was talking about. He was a little foreign. He thought about it, but he couldn't match it up. He was fat and had a tail? What a joke. How would he know such a person? Emofu, don't come out. Lin Fan rose into the air and left the City of Hope. Otherwise, if they fought, the ripples would be a little shocking. His scent is similar to mine. Who are you talking about? Lin Fan also wanted to know which talent forced the evil god to such a state. He actually personally came out to search for him. I order you to tell me where he is, otherwise you will regret it. Evil god Calamity was stunned. The black mist started to boil. It was obvious that he was extremely furious, and he was about to lose his mind. Kiki, you are interesting. You don't even know who you are looking for, and you want me to hand him over. Where am I going to hand him over? Also, why are you so arrogant? If I don't tell you, you will make me regret it. How strong are you? Or are you saying that your strength is because you are ranked 10th among the evil gods? Lin Fan smiled and asked. There was no way to have a good conversation with evil gods. Only when both sides fought would it be true. Emofu's face was filled with worry. He didn't expect sect leader Lin to actually speak to evil gods like that. It was obvious that he was prepared to fight. At the same time, he was grateful to him. If a battle occurred above the City of Hope, then the ripples would cause the entire city to collapse and turn it into pieces. But he really didn't understand what was going on. Why did the top 10 evil gods appear? Weren't they usually sleeping? The evil god that lent them strength told him before. The truly terrifying evil gods were sleeping in the deep abyss. They wouldn't attack the 12 holy cities. When facing other evil gods, with my help, all of you would be fine. But the situation was different now. The top 10 evil gods appeared, and they appeared in the City of Hope. If not for sect leader Lin, then what could the City of Hope use to block? Maybe they would be wiped out right away. Preposterous. Evil god Calamity hollered in rage. After he was killed by Monster Emperor, he was furious. He couldn't find any traces of Monster Emperor, and that made his rage even harder to extinguish. Now that this small living being provoked him, how could he take it? Lin Fan raised his feet and stepped forwards. He instantly appeared in the distance and waved towards evil god Calamity. Come here, I will wait for you here. Damn thing. Evil god Calamity was furious. After being provoked once more, how could he take it lying down? The thick black mist condensed and like a black hole appeared. It absorbed the black mist. Instantly, evil god Calamity showed his true body. He had the body of a tiger, and he had the face of a human. There were numerous tentacles waving behind his back. Kong! A furious roar exploded. Lin Fan stood in the air and felt like the space was being squeezed. Many terrifying powers swept towards him and pressed onto his body. If his cultivation was weak, he basically didn't need to attack, and he would have been crushed to death by the shockwaves. Not bad, you are really strong, but compared to evil god Postline, you are far from it. Lin Fan said calmly. His gaze turned solemn. There would be an intense battle soon. Although he didn't care much about him, one had to say that with his strength, it was impossible for him to take him down easily. If he was careless, he might even be in danger. Wang. Suddenly, Lin Fan frowned. He felt like the surrounding space was a little off. Xiao. Sela space shattered. Countless tentacles weaved together to form a huge net that enveloped him from behind. How did he do that? Lin Fan was confused. He was right in front of him, but the attacks were like a storm. He didn't even see how he attacked. But he didn't have the time to think so much. Let's just fight. Chapter 631. Honglong. Lin Fan punched back, and it clashed with the tentacles that formed a net, giving rise to a shocking explosion. Waves of air surged, sweeping out in all directions. A little amazing. No wonder you are so arrogant. Lin Fan retreated a few steps. The impact from the clash was really strong. He was Dao Realm Stage 7, and cultivated both internal and external cultivation. His strength could compare to Dao Realm Stage 9, but even then, he still suffered a small loss. One had to say that evil god Calamity was really strong. He wasn't someone that those weak evil gods could compare to. Within the City of Hope, Mo Fu looked into the distance in panic. Even if he was far away, the terrifying aura was still like a wave that swept over and covered the sky above the City of Hope. Too strong. He was just too strong. Mo Fu felt really fortunate. Fortunately, sect leader Lin was willing to help Saint City. If they fought Saint City, they would be finished. Damn. Evil god Calamity was furious. His rage had reached the extreme. He didn't believe that he had suffered at the hands of that damn fatty. And now he couldn't take this person down. What was going on with the times? Why were there such huge changes? Didn't he just sleep for a while, and he met all these things? That was just so preposterous. Even when he fought those experts in the past, such a thing had never happened before. Naturally, he was referring to the situation where he was eaten by Monster Emperor. Those scenes were just too intense. Anyone who saw it would feel heart-pained, and anyone who heard it would cry. For one of the top 10 evil gods to face such a thing was just too much. Honglong. The battle entered its climax. At that moment, Lin Fan was going through the most dangerous moment in his life. He didn't underestimate him. That special ability of his exploded. A power that Lin Fan had never comprehended before turned into a demonic hand that descended from the sky. This is the special ability of someone above Dao Realm Stage 8? Lin Fan raised his head and didn't dare to be careless. His strength wasn't stronger than his, and it was even a little weaker. But the special ability caused a gap between them. If he broke through to Dao Realm Stage 8, then all the gap would disappear, and it wouldn't exist anymore. Now wasn't the time to think about all this. He had to use some skill to fight him. At this moment, Lin Fan hollered. The aura on his body swelled up and a shocking power burst forth. With a crack, his body swelled up and 300 Dao patterns surged out from his body like giant dragons. They coiled around his right arm and gradually gathered together. How can this living being have such a terrifying number of Dao patterns? Evil god Calamity was shocked. His eyes opened wide like he had seen a ghost. He had fought with the blood food world experts, and there weren't many who could reach such a number. How did this person do it? But none of that mattered now. The gap between realms was irreplaceable. Oi, although you are strong, you aren't as strong as evil god Postline. With just these skills, you won't be able to affect me. Let's see how powerful your demon hand is. As soon as he finished speaking, as Lin Fan punched out, a resplendent beam of light shot up into the sky and clashed against that boundless demonic palm. Crack! Cracks appeared in the dimension, and then they split apart in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Shockwaves that could rip apart the sky spread out. Such a battle had exceeded everything. To Lin Fan, he felt that the space around him was a little weird. It was like some power was suppressing his body, but because he was too strong, he was fighting against it. Fortunately, the gap between the 10th evil god and Postline is huge. Otherwise, I would have been finished. Lin Fan could underestimate the other evil gods, but he couldn't underestimate the top 10. When old ancestor Xiao told him, although he was filled with disdain and didn't care much about it, he remembered it in his heart. Just the top row of evil gods forced old ancestor Xiao and the others into a corner. They used the Dao pattern laws of the entire world to suppress them. That was enough to show how strong those terrifying evil gods were. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized that evil god Calamity disappeared. Suddenly, the dimension in front of him ripped open. He just wanted to laugh at that. Did this person want to fight close combat? Right as Lin Fan was prepared to fight back, his expression changed. He realized that his body couldn't move. The space around him froze. He saw a tentacle strike him, but he could only look on. Damn. Lin Fan struggled. Terrifying power wrapped around his body. Like boiling water, he started to boil. Kacha. The frozen space shook, but it couldn't restrict his movement. Everything just became sticky. Just as Lin Fan totally controlled his body, the tentacle was already in front of him. He couldn't dodge it. The tentacle's target was his head. He wanted to kill him in one strike. He didn't want to give him a second chance. Even if he had the blood demon reversal technique, if his head was smashed, he would definitely die. Damn. At that crucial moment, Lin Fan's body swelled up. He opened his mouth, and the tentacle entered. With a crack, he gritted his teeth and bit the tentacle such that it was tough for it to enter. Poochie. He bit off the tentacle right away. His body moved freely, and he instantly teleported away from evil god Calamity's attack range. It was too dangerous just now. If he wasn't quick enough, the outcome would have been catastrophic. He didn't expect that he would nearly die. Small blood food, you actually dare to do that? Evil god Calamity hollered. Those scenes made him think back to what Monster Emperor did to him. That was his humiliation as an evil god. Who knew that there would actually be someone who dared to do that? Damn it. Rage burned in evil god Calamity's body. Right now he just wanted to tear Lin Fan to shreds. Lin Fan's mouth was covered in blood. His first thought was that it was disgusting. Damn, he actually bit the evil god's tentacle. That was just dirtying his mouth. Just as he was prepared to spit out the trash, his expression changed slightly. This taste is a little. Lin Fan frowned. Was there something wrong with him? He actually felt that the evil god's flesh was delicious. Such a situation was just a little terrifying to him. But one had to say, he couldn't help but swallow it. The darkness god domain shook. Numerous thin threads spread out from the god domain god hall and wrapped around the flesh. Suddenly, he noticed something that shocked him. There was a statue of the darkness chief god in the god hall. Although the statue gave off the aura of a chief god, in the end, it was just a cold statue. But at that moment, a small piece of flesh appeared on the statue's arm. Although it was small, it didn't escape Lin Fan's eyes. That can't be. Swallowing evil god flesh can help the darkness god domain form quickly? Lin Fan thought about it. If that was the case, apart from dual cultivation, he also had a cultivation system. At the same time, the starting point of this system was a little high. He just needed to recover, and the requirements for recovery weren't low. During this period of time, he accumulated a lot of faith, but after the darkness god domain formed, there weren't any changes at all. He could use faith to do many things, but the only thing he couldn't do was to let the darkness god domain develop once more. If not for such a coincidental thing, he probably wouldn't have realized that what he needed was evil god flesh and blood. At that moment, evil god Calamity was furious. But suddenly, he noticed that the way the blood food looked at him was a little off. What was that gaze? It made him very angry. At the same time, it was a little familiar. It was the same gaze that the fatty had when he looked at him. You. What do you mean? Evil god Calamity's voice trembled. He felt like he had become the prey and Lin Fan's gaze was that of the hunter. Hee. Lin Fan smiled. His smile was a little terrifying. Although the evil god looked disgusting, but since it could help him, there was no reason that he couldn't take it. At that moment, Lin Fan twisted his neck and said slowly, Actually, I forgot to tell you something. I have another form, but it is too ugly, and I don't want to show it to others. But just now, your situation is worth me showing it to you. Then prepare yourself. I am going to be serious. The moment he said this, Lin Fan hollered. The power of the bug controlling technique spread out in all directions. Like a radar, it swept the entire region. Not even a rice-sized hole was missed. Pung pung. It became restless. An ear-piercing sound spread out. Shortly after, a black mass swept over from all directions like a tidal wave. It was very strange, and he had no idea what it was. It is here, it is here. Merge. Lin Fan opened his arms wide, allowing the black swarm of bugs to envelop him. When the bugs covered his body, he could feel an unprecedented power descending upon him. Damn thing! Evil God Calamity roared. His tentacles tore through the sky and smashed down, but shortly after, numerous black bugs covered the sky and covered the earth. Pung! Pung! Numerous bug corpses fell, but in front of absolute numbers, they actually blocked Calamity's tentacles. Ah! A furious roar exploded out. Lin Fan's bug body appeared in front of Evil God Calamity. Kacha! Kacha! At that moment, Lin Fan's body was covered in sharp teeth. Kacha kacha! This was the first time Lin Fan had seen such a form. Although it was a little ugly, but it was also the most effective. It could rip off Evil God Calamity's flesh and blood from all directions. Evil God Calamity was furious. He sensed Monster Emperor's aura. Although Monster Emperor changed the bug controlling technique, they came from the same source, and the core aura was still the same. Damn thing, your aura is the same as his. I am going to rip you apart. Lin Fan found it weird, but now wasn't the time to think about such things. He wanted to swallow this fellow. Chapter 632. Ah! Ah! Blood-curdling screams resounded. To Evil God Calamity, he didn't expect things to turn out like this. His tentacles rained down like a storm, directly bombarding the other party's body. But how could he have known? When the tentacles landed on Lin Fan's body, those mouths opened and closed, directly biting him off. Blood dyed the sky and the scene was a little tragic. The broken tentacle was waving wildly. Evil God Calamity felt like everything he faced was like a dream. Everything was just so unreal. Great tonics, these are all great tonics. Lin Fan was really excited. He didn't expect the Evil God flesh and blood to be so useful. The darkness God domain in his body changed, and the statue became more and more real. He did not know what would happen when this statue truly became a body of flesh and blood. I hope it's not too bad. You! Evil God Calamity hollered in rage, and looked at Lin Fan in rage. His expression looked like he wanted to swallow Lin Fan up. Hee hee. Lin Fan laughed maniacally. The injuries on his body were quite severe. He wanted to swallow the Evil God's flesh and blood, so he had to face the attacks. Each time he did, it felt really bad. It was really painful, and his bones felt like they were about to shatter. Calamity, I want your flesh and blood. Don't even think of running away. I'm going to eat you up piece by piece. Lin Fan's voice was a little hoarse. When he said those words, Calamity's expression was very complicated. At the same time, Calamity didn't think that he could hold on for long. Look at the injuries on his body. He shouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. What? But right at this moment, a shocking scene occurred. The wounds on Lin Fan's body instantly healed. Evil God Calamity was filled with disbelief. How could this be? What are you spacing out for? Lin Fan appeared in front of Calamity, all the mouth parts on his body open, ready to tear him apart. Get lost! Evil God Calamity hollered. The tentacles on his back turned into lightning and swept towards Lin Fan. He was totally furious. Poochie! The tentacles pierced through Lin Fan's body. Hee hee. Evil God Calamity smiled. Small thing. Let's see what waves you can cause now. Puff. Puff. What was that sound? And where did this pain come from? When he took a closer look, Calamity couldn't help but roar. Damn it, damn it. The tentacles that had pierced through the other party's body were being torn apart by those mouth parts. It was a bloody scene. Are you a person or an evil god? Calamity hollered. He had fought with these creatures before, so he knew what they were capable of and what their limits were. But what was going on now? Ha ha ha, I'll tell you about this later. For now, you should just obediently let me devour you. Lin Fan laughed out loud. Large amounts of evil god flesh and blood surged into his body. The darkness god domain was a little busy. Numerous threads flew out from within and wrapped up the flesh and blood. The statue gave off a bright light. After being replenished, the darkness chief god statue was different from before. Wishful thinking. After being tricked by Monster Emperor, How would evil god Calamity be so careless? In an instant, Calamity decisively cut off the tentacles and flung out his arms. The sound of the air being pierced was ear-piercing as they slammed into Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan felt as if his entire body was about to explode. Even if he turned into a bug, it was tough for him to block. Numerous wounds opened up and dead bugs surged out from his body. Ha ha ha, who asked you to be arrogant? Calamity hollered. As the 10th evil god, he was actually entangled by someone who wasn't even at Dao Realm Stage 8. That was a huge insult. Now that he saw how bad Lin Fan was, he was delighted. But shortly after, something that infuriated him happened. Lin Fan wasn't sent flying because of the hammer. Instead, he grabbed the arms and bit it. It was so painful that Calamity screamed out. I said that I would swallow you, so I will. Don't think about escaping. He could only rely on the blood demon reversal technique to fight him head-on. If Calamity wasn't swallowed by Monster Emperor, he would still be careless and wouldn't care about Lin Fan at all. In the end, he might have been swallowed by Lin Fan. Damn! Evil god Calamity hollered in rage. A terrifying aura exploded from his body. Lin Fan sensed danger and retreated. Right at that moment, a black light exploded from Calamity's body. Xiao! Terrifying power. Lin Fan punched, and the fist was shattered by the black light. But it also restricted the speed of the black light. He stepped to the side. Honglong. The black light pierced through his body. Even if it didn't hit him, the shockwaves ripped at Lin Fan's body. His left arm disappeared in the ripples. Dao Realm Stage 6 Undying Body, along with the Blood Demon Reversal Technique. The arm of destruction grew back really quickly. Damn living being, just you wait. I will come back to find you. Evil god Calamity hollered. He turned into a black mist and disappeared from the world. Who? It is over. Lin Fan's expression was solemn. The chances of him killing evil god Calamity was really low. Unless he made a fatal mistake, otherwise, he had no chance at all. Dao Realm Stage 7 was far from enough. He had to at least reach Stage 8. But I didn't lose out at all. I even earned. Lin Fan muttered and felt really good. He deactivated the bug transformation. Large amounts of black bugs left his body and fell to the ground. The bug transformation was a little disgusting. He didn't dare to do that in front of his family, otherwise he would really scare them to death. It seems like I have to stay here for a period of time. Lin Fan didn't expect that one day he would have to swallow evil gods. But he had no choice. The darkness god domain needed evil god flesh and blood. He couldn't just give up just because he found it disgusting, right? Unfortunately, evil gods were hard to find. But if he could swallow a complete evil god, the changes would be even greater. If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have wasted those corpses. City of Hope. Emofu looked on. The battle had ended. As for the outcome, he had no idea. He prayed that nothing would happen to sect leader Lin. Very quickly, a person walked over slowly. When Emofu saw that person, he was delighted. A smile appeared on his face. Sect leader Lin, are you okay? What can happen to me? I didn't kill him and let him escape. Lin Fan said regretfully. When he heard those words, Emofu's eyes opened wide, and he stared at Lin Fan. He didn't kill him and let him escape. The news within was just too shocking. If one's mental state wasn't good, they would probably explode on the spot. Why was the gap between them so huge? That was the 10th evil god. Emofu was stunned. His eyes were filled with stars as he looked at Lin Fan. He might have been old, but he still admired people. The current sect leader Lin was someone that he wanted to worship. If he knew that sect leader Lin liked to eat evil gods raw, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. Kiki, so be it. There is nothing special about him. Lin Fan was really calm, like he was talking about something that didn't matter at all. But City of Hope might be in danger. He might come again. If I am not here, you won't be able to block him. Lin Fan felt that there was a high chance of that happening. If evil god Calamity was furious and came back, Emofu and the others wouldn't even be enough. Unless the evil gods behind them appeared, they wouldn't have any chance of surviving. Of course, there was a chance that nothing would happen. Who knew if there was an agreement between evil gods? For example, he was protecting these cities, and the top 10 evil gods weren't allowed to attack. Mo Fu was in deep thought. He was thinking about this matter. Should he leave the city or not? Lin Fan patted his shoulder. Think about it. I will stay in your world during this period of time. If you have anything, just contact me. I have something to do, so I will leave first. He was eager to leave. There were only so many evil gods and many of them were hidden really well. Along with people hunting evil gods, it wasn't realistic for him to eat to his heart's content. This was why he wanted to strike and search all around. Maybe he would be lucky enough to bump into one. Deep abyss. When Calamity returned to the abyss, a bunch of evil gods were looking at him. He scoffed coldly and fell into the abyss. The evil gods gloated when they saw that. They cared a lot about the rankings of the evil gods. No one wanted to be in the bottom few, so they were jealous of the top 10 evil gods. Now that they saw Calamity's haggard and furious expression, not only did they not pity him, but they were happy instead. It seemed like he took a huge loss outside. But what terrified them was what Calamity had gone through. How could they be a match for someone that even he couldn't face? Thus, they all hid in the abyss. Before the situation became clear, they definitely wouldn't leave. Who knew what was waiting for them outside? A bunch of evil gods who treated living beings as food were actually forced to stay in the abyss. One had to say that this was unheard of in history. In a certain forest, there was a loud explosion. A second-class evil god fell down covered in blood. Its giant body crushed numerous trees. Numerous people landed from the sky and landed on the ground. They were the sect leaders. They entered this place to search for evil gods and didn't find anything. It was also hard for them to meet one. But Dao Realm Stage 8 was too tempting. So how could they let it go so easily? So they formed groups and swept every corner. How do we split this? Old Monster Heaven Slaying asked. When he looked at the blood pearl, his eyes lit up. This was the legendary medium that could help one break through to Dao Realm Stage 8. But he was worried about something too. Was it really useful to eat this? After all, it was obtained from the body of such a disgusting monster. Inyang Sek Suyi said, "Who will eat this first? Let's see if it is useful, or if there will be problems." There was a problem with his words. When Suyi saw this, his eyes lit up. But there was only one. Moreover, he noticed that evil gods were too hard to find, and one was lucky to meet one. This was why he said that to make some people give up on consuming it. Chapter 633. Who knows if that mysterious person is speaking the truth or not? Right, I really don't dare to consume such a disgusting monster. If I turn into a monster after consuming it, then it will be a little problematic. A few sect leaders shook their heads. They were worried about the blood pearl. It was tough for them to survive until now. If there was really a problem with it, and something happened to their bodies after consuming it, then what would they do? It was better to wait. See who was stubborn and couldn't help but consume it. To them, the blood pearl wasn't the only one in the world. It was just slightly harder to find, so they weren't in a rush. Old Monster Heaven Slaying said slowly, "That mysterious person hasn't appeared again, but for some reason, I feel really uneasy, like someone is spying on us along the way. Maybe that mysterious person is hiding somewhere." Towards Old Monster Heaven Slaying's words, everyone didn't care much about it. Instead, they really cared about it. Old Monster Heaven Slaying was the leader of Monster God Mountain, and his cultivation technique was special. He was really sensitive to the surrounding environment. Everyone looked around, like they were searching for the person hiding in the darkness. They just searched around. They didn't notice anything wrong. Maybe it was an illusion, but they had to pay attention to it. Suyi said, "It isn't important whether or not he followed us. The key is whether or not this item is useful, or if we convince him to use it, he will become like the evil god we killed." Sect leader Su's words make sense. What is the point of caring about all this now? But who will use it? After all of you are top sect leaders, and it isn't easy to cultivate to such a stage. If anything happens, then all of you will have died for nothing. Another sect leader said. All the sect leaders sucked in a deep breath. They were all hesitant. What should they do? They were really helpless now. The mysterious person said that Su Yuanming and Gyuan had already used it, But the key was that they hadn't met the two of them. Who knew what the exact situation was? What if he was lying? If Su Yuanming and Gu Yuan appeared, then they would be able to ask. Su Yi slowly walked in front of the corpse and grabbed the blood pearl. He then looked at everyone. This can't go on. Everyone wants to use it, but no one dares to. Since that is the case, then let me go first. If it is useful, then I will accompany all of you to kill more evil gods. However, if it's useless and something goes wrong, please don't be polite and kill me immediately. Everyone looked at Su Yi in shock. All of them were sect leaders, and all of them knew what was going on. They were just shocked that Su Yi wanted to break through to Dao Realm Stage 8. He actually dared to take such a huge risk. Grandmaster Su, you've got to think this through. A Grandmaster said. Right, actually you can find someone to test it. There is no need to personally take the risk. Old Monster Heaven Slaying said slowly. He also knew that Su Yi had wanted to use it for a long time. But he didn't recommend being so impulsive. They had a noble goal, which was to work hard to raise their strength so that one day, they could fight Lin Fan to the death and restore their sect. They didn't have any other thoughts. Although some had already moved their sects away, but the hearts of the disciples were scattered. Some of them left directly, looking for a new path to live. After all, the place where they settled their sect was too desolate and uninhabited. Even the most basic supplies were a problem. Some of the more accomplished disciples might have feelings for the sect, but after spending so much time in such a desolate and boring place, their minds had long since exploded. How could they possibly endure it? Thus, during this half a year, most of the sects only existed in name, and the prosperous times in the past were gone. This was why the sect leaders just wanted to raise their cultivation and have the strength to fight Lin Fan. As for other things, it was best to put them aside. Compared to what they were thinking about, they weren't worth mentioning at all. It's always true to try it yourself. As soon as Su Ye's voice fell, he directly swallowed the bead of blood and flesh. His expression immediately became solemn. He panicked. He was afraid too, but he knew that some things were possible. Suddenly, to Su Yi, it was like lightning flashed in his mind. He broke through the fog and saw the true path. Joy appeared on his face. I saw it. I saw it. Su Yi was delighted and his blood boiled. This feeling that he had never felt before swept his heart, allowing him to see the path that he couldn't see in the past. Old Monster Heaven Slaying, and the others looked at one another. He really succeeded. Very quickly, Su Yi looked at them and said, "It is useful. I can indeed see the path ahead. This is something that has never happened before." "What is it like? Do you feel anything?" everyone asked. They were really curious. After all, they had been stuck at stage 7 for a long time. The path ahead was directly broken, and they couldn't see any traces at all. Su Ye's body turned cold. This feeling was much more comfortable than when he broke through to stage 7. Facing their questions, he didn't hide anything and said slowly, "That feeling is indescribable, but it is like when we are in despair. A bright path appears beneath our feet. As long as we follow this path, we will reach the end. Moreover, it is really clear. It is like we have instantly comprehended many things. That mysterious person didn't lie to us. This blood pearl is the key to helping us break through to stage 8. After hearing Su Yi say all this, everyone was filled with anticipation. They wanted to feel that way too. Their dying hope burned once more. It was really strong, and it lit up their hearts. Old Monster Heaven Slaying said, "It is good that it is useful. Next is to continue to search for evil gods. But I feel that it is really difficult. These evil gods are too good at hiding. If we didn't bump into them, who knows when we would have bumped into them. Opportunities always come from hard work. If we hadn't gone to so many places, we wouldn't have bumped into them." Su Yi said. Although he had obtained the blood pearl, he didn't leave. Like before, he followed them to search for evil gods. He was really confused. Why would the key to breaking through be in the bodies of these evil gods? If he didn't understand these things, he would feel really uneasy. In a certain cave. Mournful screams could be heard. After Monster Emperor swallowed evil god Calamity, his body started to change. The first change was that he shed his skin like how a python shed its skin. His aura slowly changed too, such that Calamity couldn't find Monster Emperor. Ah! Within the cave, Monster Emperor raised his head and roared. His eyes shone red and 2 tumors appeared on his back. Something was moving inside like it was about to break out of his body, but Monster Emperor's skin was too rough, and it was hard to come out. Pung! Pung! The thick tail smashed the ground, and each strike would cause a giant hole to appear. My body is about to explode. There was a strong power flowing in Monster Emperor's body. That was the power of evil god Calamity. He didn't know why, but he definitely couldn't die just like that. At that moment, Monster Emperor hollered, and the 2 tumors on his back exploded. Poochie! Poochie! Blood splattered all over the ground, and 2 bloody arms appeared. Monster Emperor's body changed once more. He actually had 4 arms, especially the 2 that just grew out. They were really thick, and were covered in black scales like his tail. Monster Emperor wasn't a human at all. If he was a human, how could he become like this? Who? Monster Emperor panted. The power in his body had dissipated, and he calmed down. He didn't feel like he was going to explode. When he noticed the changes in his body, his expression slowly changed. Ha ha ha. Perfect body, my body is evolving towards the perfect body. He didn't panic, because his body was becoming weird. He was even excited. His final goal was to improve his body to the perfect body. Evil God's existence gave him hope. What a majestic body it was. Compared to the weakness of humans, they were the ones who were truly strong. At that moment, Monster Emperor clenched his fists and felt like his body was filled with power. He was much more terrifying than before. He wouldn't stop on the path of searching for evil gods. Only by swallowing them would he be able to evolve. With a pung, Monster Emperor disappeared from the cave. The cave also exploded and turned into numerous shrapnel that scattered in the air. In a desolate desert, the sand was black. Occasionally one could see black scorpions crawling on the sand, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Damn, it is so hard to find. After Lin Fan left the City of Hope, he had been searching for evil gods. But evil gods were just too hard to find now. Maybe it was because too many things had happened. Even the evil gods were a little stunned. They were evil gods, so why were they suddenly being massacred? Haze, this place is so weird. I thought that there would be evil gods, but I didn't expect that. I was thinking too much. What a waste. Lin Fan shook his head regretfully. What else could he do? There was nothing he could do. Sometimes he just had to guess. If he guessed correctly, then he would earn. If not, then he would have to change places. Lin Fan turned his head, and after confirming that there was nothing weird, he stepped into the dimension and headed into the distance. He didn't turn back on the path of searching for evil gods. Evil god Masaki was satisfied with the current situation. More and more experts were killing evil gods here. Those corpses were left for him, and allowed him to recover well. But Monster Emperor's situation shocked him. He swallowed evil god flesh and blood. His actions were a little shocking. It was hard to imagine what kind of theory was involved. What kind of existence was Monster Emperor? He thought about how Monster Emperor was an evil god descendant, but that was impossible. Restricted ocean, I was sealed for so long. How could a descendant only appear now? But all of this wasn't important. He followed the experts from the 4 alliances, and after they killed the evil gods, he would swallow the corpses to replenish his body that lacked nutrients. Chapter 634. A few days later, Alliance, a certain countryside farm. An old man dressed in a farmer's outfit was farming under the sun. He waved his hoe, and each time it landed, he would accurately dig up the soil. It was lunchtime. The surrounding farmers packed their things and went home. When they passed the old man, they waved at him. They didn't know who this old man was, and that he came back half a year ago. He said that he grew up here, and then went to the city. When he got old, he returned to his old home, and was prepared to spend his remaining years here. They all understood this. This was what it meant to return to one's roots. The old man raised his head, and looked into the distance. He was calm and a little worried. His eyes were filled with energy like he could see through one's heart. It wasn't like the light that normal old men had. Suddenly, a wind blew. A person appeared behind the old man and just stood there quietly. The old man didn't notice that there was someone behind him. He continued to look into the distance until the person behind him spoke. Wu Sheng, silence. It was totally silent. Old Wu Sheng's pupils constricted. The light in his eyes shone like it was about to pierce through the sky. His hand that was holding the hoe trembled, and he turned around in disbelief. He knew who it was, but deep in his heart, he still didn't dare to believe it. When he looked at that face, his voice started to tremble. "Commander, where did you go?" He didn't expect that he would be able to see the commander once more. Even if half a year passed, the scenes were still fresh in his mind like it was yesterday. "I went to where I should be," Ji said slowly. Instantly, the area became silent once more. It was totally silent. Wu Sheng wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He had many things he wanted to say, and many questions he wanted to ask the commander. But when he faced the commander, his throat felt like it was being grabbed. He couldn't say a single word. Suddenly, Wu Sheng felt really uncomfortable. He realized that the aura from the commander's body made him feel really bad. It was a little evil. He lowered his head and noticed that some of the crops around were slowly withering. Wu Sheng was shocked. He raised his head and looked at Ji. "Commander, what is going on with you?" What he wanted to ask was what was going on with the commander. Why did he appear here and cause the surrounding crops to wither? This was not normal at all. The commander said, "Wu Sheng, there are some things that you don't understand. You don't understand what I went through during this half a year, and what happened. I came here to ask you, are you willing to fight for the alliance?" Wu Sheng looked at the commander and then at the ground. He said, "Commander, there is no eternal rule. Although Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island took over the alliance, the people are living in peace and have no worries. If we want to take back the power, the people will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering, causing turmoil. Commander, please reconsider." Ji frowned and his expression changed. "Is it because there is no chance of winning that made you an Alliance 9-star general retreat?" "Commander, it isn't because of that. It is just like what I said. The Alliance people are living in peace, and Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island are managed well. To the people, as long as they are from the Alliance, it doesn't matter who is in power. As long as they are living well," Wu Sheng said. He felt a murderous intent enveloping him. His words should have made the commander sad for him, but that wasn't important. He was just saying what was in his heart. After Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island took power, many of the original people were dispirited and didn't participate in the new regime. Some returned home, and some stayed in the cities. The new regime didn't send people to monitor them and didn't kill them. This was the best place for them. "Okay, let's not talk about these things. I am not interested in who controls the alliance. My only goal is to deal with Lin Fan. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to rest in peace. I came to ask you whether or not you are willing to take revenge." Ji's hatred towards Lin Fan had reached an uncontrollable level. Either he dies or I die. Even if he became an evil god, he couldn't forget how Zhu Daoshan looked like before he died. Wu Sheng looked at the commander and didn't reply right away. He didn't have the same thoughts as before. When the alliance was just wiped out, he wanted to take revenge on Lin Fan. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he didn't care. But as time went on, he slowly didn't have such thoughts anymore. "You aren't willing?" Ji's voice turned cold, and it sent chills down one's spine. Maybe he didn't expect that he wasn't even willing to help out. Wu Sheng said, "Commander, let the past be in the past. We aren't Lin Fan's match. The reason why the alliance isn't disturbed by the freaks is because of his help." Ji was furious. His gaze was so cold that it seemed like it was about to freeze one up. When the evil gods invaded, he was the one who stopped them. For some reason, Ji felt his blackened heart slowly turn cold. This wasn't the alliance that he knew. The person in front of him wasn't the 9-star general that he knew. "Good, very good." Ji pointed at Wu Sheng in rage. "I don't blame you for the alliance being taken, but Lin Fan wiped out the alliance. Numerous generals and people died to his hands. As the alliance 9-star general, don't you want to take revenge?" Are you worthy of your identity? At this moment, Ji was really overwhelmed by rage. Everything he did was for the sake of revenge. Who knew that the former Alliance 9-star general would actually say such words? Commander, I know that my actions have disappointed you, but I am really tired. I just want to protect this land and farm, and enjoy a peaceful life. Wuxia lowered his head. He knew that his actions were a little too much. As the former Alliance 9-star general, he didn't find his enemies to take revenge, and just wanted to retire. If others heard this, it wouldn't be good. Ji just looked at Wuxia. Wuxia lowered his head like he had done something wrong. Even if the person in front of him wasn't the commander, he respected him from the bottom of his heart. He knew that the commander had sacrificed a lot for the Alliance. But the times had changed, and it was different from the past. It wasn't the era that they were familiar with. Pada! Ji walked in front of Wuxia and placed his palm on his shoulder. Okay, I understand. I respect your thoughts. Maybe I had too high hopes for you. Commander. Wuxia opened his mouth in guilt. Puchi. Wuxia opened his eyes wide and grabbed the commander's shoulder. He lowered his head and saw a tentacle strike from the commander's stomach, piercing his heart. Gulyalu. Fresh blood flowed out from his mouth. Go. I respect your thoughts, but I definitely won't forgive you. If you want peace, then go and find peace. He slowly retracted the tentacle. A look of relief appeared on Wuxia's face. His body fell backwards and his voice was really weak. Commander, forget it. Ji looked at Wuxia coldly. He scoffed coldly and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared once more, he appeared in the city. He changed his looks and retracted his evil god aura. He walked in the busy city, and he felt really calm. If there was something he would remember in his heart, naturally, it was the Alliance. This was a place that they created with their own hands. They spent a lot of effort. He wouldn't allow others to destroy their crystals. Looking at the smiling commoners around, Ji felt much more happy. Suddenly, Ji, who was walking, stopped. His gentle gaze became really sharp, and the surrounding temperature dropped. The people who passed all tightened their clothes. They felt really cold, like they were in an ice house. How can you do that? In Ji's field of vision, a statue stood in the center of the city. If it was a normal statue, then forget it. But when he saw the face of the statue, his brain felt like it was about to explode. It was too familiar, and he would never forget it. Even if he died, he wouldn't. Damn. He didn't expect Lin Fan's statue to appear here. Did the people of the Alliance forget who brought disaster to the Alliance? If Lin Fan heard Ji say that, he would definitely spit on Ji's face. How did you have the cheek to say that? You actually tried to frame me like that. Your Alliance was the one who found trouble with us. When we fought your Alliance, we didn't kill all of you. All of you just had to use star-level energy to blow me up. Especially when Zhu Daoshan brought the star-level energy above the Alliance headquarters to kill him. I wasn't the one who detonated it, so what did it have to do with me? Of course. To Ji, he wouldn't care about all this. He would push all the responsibility to Lin Fan. Maybe that was the only way to make him feel better. Ji wasn't in a good state. Not only was he disappointed in the former Alliance 9-star generals, but he was also disappointed in the people. He actually forgot about what happened in the past and placed his statue in the city. This was an insult to the Alliance. It was also an insult to those 9-star generals who sacrificed their lives for the Alliance. Ji raised his head. He noticed that the statue released a power that wasn't friendly towards evil gods. It could stop evil gods from invading, but the power that the statues gave off didn't affect Ji much. Although he was hugged by the deep abyss and became an evil god, in the end, he was still a human. He was a half-human, half-evil god. Kiki, are you afraid of evil gods? You should be afraid of evil gods. You should forget about the past hatred and place your enemy's statue in the Alliance. I will make all of you pay the price. Ji's mentality changed. If he still cared about the Alliance before, it was totally gone now. The heart of hatred entangled Ji. All of you deserve to die. Deep Abyss. The top evil god postline, sensed Ji's change and smiled. This was the first time he turned a human into an evil god. He realized that although Ji had become an evil god, he still kept his human characteristics. especially his emotions. He still cared about the alliance. But now, he noticed that Ji's heart was changing. This was a good thing. Hatred and rage filled his heart, and he became the purest evil god. Chapter 635. After Su Yi obtained the blood pearl, he cultivated at every moment, but his speed was really slow. He was stuck at the crucial point between stage 7 and 8. What is going on? Why are there so few Dao pattern laws in the world? Su Yi frowned and didn't understand what was going on. Logically speaking, with the key to breaking through to stage 8, he should have been able to break through easily. After all, he had been at stage 7 for a long time, and his foundations were full. But when he comprehended the Dao pattern laws, he realized that there were very few, and it wasn't enough for him at all. Sect leader Su, you look so depressed. Is something the matter? Someone asked curiously. Su Yi shook his head. Nothing, I just faced some problems. Dao Realm Stage 8 is indeed tough, and it isn't something that can be broken through in a short time. Actually, just thinking about it makes sense. How is it so simple to break through to Stage 8? I think we need to work hard for a period of time. Another sect leader said. Su Yi nodded. He was filled with hope towards reaching Stage 8. At least it wasn't as hopeless as before. He continued. Guys, we have searched many places, but we haven't found any traces of evil gods. One has to say that it is a little hard to find. Who knows when we will meet them? Su Yi didn't expect it to be so difficult. At the same time, he felt fortunate. If he didn't make up his mind to consume the blood pearl, then it would be much more difficult to get one. By now, there were already many sect leaders who were regretting their decision. Why did they have to be afraid? If they weren't afraid, then it wouldn't have been so difficult. But luckily, Su Yi didn't leave after getting the blood pearl and just searched with them. Suddenly, the area in the distance exploded and the dimension collapsed. Numerous shrapnel turned into sharp blades and struck forwards. The shrapnel was really sharp, and when it landed on the ground, it tore open a deep hole. Shortly after, a thunderous roar exploded between heaven and earth. Stop right there, don't fucking run. When he heard that voice, Old Monster Heaven Slang's expression changed, and his face turned ashen white. He was familiar with that voice, like he had heard it before. Maybe he had seen someone before, but it definitely wasn't good news. Honglong, a gigantic figure, was hammered out from the dimension. Its body fell down, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was terrifying to the extreme. With a loud rumble, its body smashed into the ground, causing cracks to appear and extend into the distance. Evil God! Su Yi cried out in alarm, but before he could react, another figure chased after him. It seemed like this figure suppressed the evil god. Looking at the evil god's expression, he was terrified, like he had met a ghost. Lin Fan frowned. He sensed a few familiar auras. They weren't evil gods, but he had seen them before. He glanced at it. Everyone looked at each other. It's him, it really is him. Old Monster Heaven Slaying opened his mouth. He saw the person he was most afraid of, the person who once said that he wanted to capture him. Su Yi also recognized who this person was. Sect Leader Lin. This was the person who forced the sect leaders of the 4 alliances away. He was so strong that they had no way to fight back at all. Long time no see. To think that I would meet you guys here. However, don't even think about leaving. All of you stay here. Whoever dares to move shall bear the consequences. Lin Fan chuckled. At this moment, the evil god that was hammered to the ground roared in rage. He fought back and attacked Lin Fan. Lie down. Lin Fan pressed down with a palm. To the evil god, it was like his body was being crushed by a terrifying power. He had no way to fight back at all. He was hammered to the ground once more and laid in the deep hole. Xiao! Xiao! Dao patterns spun and circled in the air. They intersected into a net that landed downwards, suppressing the evil god in the deep hole. Lin Fan had wanted to swallow this evil god, but he didn't expect to bump into them here. If he swallowed the evil god in front of them in such a domineering manner, it would have a bad effect. It would scare them, and at the same time, it would make them remember that he wasn't a good person. Lin Fan's methods shocked all the sect leaders. They could sense that the evil god that was being suppressed was strong, much stronger than the ones they faced. But Lin Fan actually suppressed him to the point that he couldn't fight back at all. One had to say that this was a little terrifying. Lin Fan landed on the ground and didn't attack right away. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he did hear what old ancestor Shao said to him. He told the sect leaders of the 4 alliances to kill the evil god. That was indeed a method. Evil god's location was tough to locate, and it depended on one's luck. It was tough for him to find all of them alone. If the people of the 4 alliances were all searching for evil gods, then the area they could move in would be much smaller. If I remember correctly, you should be Su Yi, and you are. At Old Monster Heaven Slaying, I didn't expect you to be here. I told you to wait for me at Monster God Mountain. So why didn't you wait and ran instead? Lin Fan's eyes stopped on Old Monster Heaven Slaying. He was really interested in Old Monster Heaven Slaying's ability. Martial Path Mountain lacked such talents. Unfortunately, he didn't cherish it. Look at Saint Ruefo, he knew his place. He was so comfortable in Martial Path Mountain, and could even use blood pearls to raise his cultivation. Look at Old Monster Heaven Slaying's situation. One look and one knew that he didn't use the blood pearls. To find evil gods, they really had to rely on luck. Lin Fan's appearance made them feel really uneasy. They hid from Lin Fan for so long, and didn't expect to meet him here. To them it was like a dog. They felt really helpless and sad. They even wanted to die. Old Monster Heaven Slaying's gaze was dodging. As the leader of Monster God Mountain, naturally, he wasn't afraid of anyone. But when he faced Lin Fan, he really panicked. He had seen Lin Fan's strength. He really couldn't be reasoned with at all. Especially now that they hadn't met for half a year. How much did his strength increase? It was hard to say at all. Although without the blood pearls, his strength could only reach Dao Realm Stage 7. Did this person look like he had Dao Realm Stage 7 strength? He was just sick in the head. Why aren't you speaking? Are you shy when you see me? Lin Fan smiled and asked. If he met these people a while ago, he was definitely going to humiliate them, and then without a second word, he would directly suppress all of them. But now that he was willing to interact with these sect leaders, he was giving them face. The other sect leaders looked at one another and didn't act rashly. Sect leader Lin, now that the 4 alliances have disbanded and we are hiding, why don't you let us off? Su Yi said. He wasn't rash and just spoke nicely to Lin Fan. Kiki, when did I not let all of you off? Now that I have met all of you, it is because I am chasing evil gods. Why are you all so nervous? Lin Fan said. His gaze still landed on Old Monster Heaven Slaying. What do you say? Do you want to follow me back, or do you want to stay here? I think with my strength, even if all the people around you attack, I will be able to bring you away. At the same time, it won't be hard to kill the sect leaders who are helping you. Shock. The other sect leaders were terrified by Lin Fan's words. Some of them were more practical. They snuck further away from Old Monster Heaven, Slaying in case they misunderstood that they wanted to help. Sect leader Lin, I have my own life and thoughts. Please let me go. Old Monster Heaven Slaying said. He was a coward and didn't dare to fight Lin Fan. He had no choice. What could he do? He couldn't beat him. As for hoping for the sect leaders around him to help, that was just wishful thinking. It was best if they didn't think about it. All of them probably wanted to cut ties with him. Thus he could only lower his stance. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, no one here had any face left. Haha. Lin Fan smiled. Forget it. I, the sect leader, will never force people to do things against their will. Since you say so, what else can I say? It's just a pity that you missed this opportunity. I don't think you'll have another chance like this in the future. Oh right. You all came here to kill evil gods and search for blood pearls. I think you were tempted by that mysterious black shadow, right? Su Yi asked. Sect leader Lin knows about that mysterious black shadow. Of course, isn't he the evil god? Lin Fan replied. Until now, he didn't understand what that evil god meant. What did he need to guide these people here to kill evil gods? Was it? Lin Fan looked towards the evil god that was being suppressed. He might need the corpse. Apart from that, there was no other reason. Evil god. Su Yi and the others were shocked. It was obvious that they didn't expect that mysterious person to be an evil god. After all, they killed evil gods, and as an evil god, why would he do that? This was a terrifying thing for them. Lin Fan didn't tell them that this was just a guess. Anyway, it didn't matter. They just had to confirm that he was an evil god. Everything else wasn't important. Sect leader Lin. Then why did he do that? Sui could tell that sect leader Lin didn't want to do anything to them. If he really wanted to kill them, he would have done so long ago. Why did he wait until now? Thus he relaxed. He asked some questions. You are asking me, but who should I ask? You have to use your brain. Lin Fan said. If other people replied to Sui like that, their heads would have exploded. But regretfully, the one who replied was Lin Fan. Even if he was unhappy, it was useless. No matter what, he just had to accept it. Sui took in a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. He warned himself not to be rash. He couldn't be rash. Lin Fan wanted to laugh. He looked at the sect leaders who wanted to rage, but didn't dare to. He felt that it was good to be strong. He was just so overbearing. Moreover, he could do whatever he wanted. If not for the rage points that were provided over. He really didn't know what these people were thinking. But it didn't matter. Hatred was okay too. At least it proved that they were of some use. Chapter 636. Just as Lin Fan was teasing the sect leaders, the evil god covered by the Tao pattern net hollered in rage. Small living being, let me go. He felt a little confused and didn't know what had happened. This evil god was ranked 13th and was called the Great Master of Sleep. Ever since that battle, he had been in a deep sleep, entering the dreams of every living being in his dreams. When he entered interesting living beings' dreams, he would play with them. He would make those living beings who had a bright future fall into endless nightmares and slowly make them collapse and despair. His originally bright heart was now completely gloomy, and it was precisely because of this that the evil god, who had so much fun, woke up from his slumber. The moment he went outside to breathe in fresh air, everything changed. A stranger, no, or rather, a small living being appeared above his head. The moment he squeezed through the ground and crawled out of the deep pit under extreme flame, this lowly creature streaked past his head. He was furious. Such a small living being actually flew past the noble evil god's head. Did he even respect the evil god? Right as the master of sleep was about to attack, something even more shocking happened. He didn't expect that the small living being would attack him, like he had discovered a new continent. With a single punch, he fell to the ground stunned. After a long while, he came back to his senses. When he came back to his senses, he obviously couldn't take it anymore. He hollered in rage, and his evil god power exploded. He wanted to rip this small thing apart. But slowly, the situation became wrong. It developed to the point where he was being beaten up, and now he was being suppressed here. You had to ask him whether or not he was weak as an evil god. Truthfully, he was really weak. He was so weak that he was about to sweat. Thus, the moment he was locked up, he hollered in rage to vent the rage and unwillingness in his heart. Lin Fan frowned and stared. The Tao pattern net above contracted and pressed down on the evil god's body. Kachi, the Tao pattern net was really dense, causing Master of Sleep's skin to split open, and his flesh to split into pieces. Ah! The Master of Sleep cried out, and large amounts of blood spurted out. He didn't expect this weak living being to be so cruel. His methods were so overbearing, it was a form of torture. The hearts of Su Yi and the others shuddered as they exclaimed in horror. Once again, they had underestimated Lin Fan. If such a vicious method were to be used on them, the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. They probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Lin Fan didn't want to eat an incomplete evil god body, so he just wanted to punish him a little. If you dare spout any more nonsense, I'll make you taste pain. To the evil gods, death wasn't scary. After all, they could revive in the abyss after they died, so they weren't afraid at all. He ignored the Master of Sleep and continued to talk to Su Yi and the others. It is indeed a wise decision for you to come here to slay the evil god. Sect leader Su has already consumed the blood pearl and can see the path ahead. However, I have to say that this is just the beginning. There are still many difficulties waiting for you. But there's one more thing I haven't told you. Evil gods are also divided into different levels. The truly terrifying evil gods can deal with you with just a thought. With your strength, you won't be able to block it all. Lin Fan didn't hide anything. Since he decided not to kill them, naturally, he didn't want them to die to the hands of the evil gods. That was indeed not worth it. Sect leader Lin, why are you telling us all this? Suyi asked. Why? Lin Fan thought for a while and said slowly, maybe I'm too kind. Some sect leaders muttered. If this was considered kind, then what was? Forget it, he was strong, so whatever he said was right. What else could they say? In front of absolute strength, no matter what they said, it was right. When Suyi heard this, he was stunned for a moment and then smiled. Thank you, sect leader Lin, for telling us. If not, we would have faced those strong evil gods and would have died for nothing. He knew that Lin Fan didn't want to kill them. To be able to tell them all this meant that nothing would happen to them. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's face, and he slowly walked towards Old Monster Heaven Slaying. When he arrived in front of him, he patted Old Monster Heaven Slaying's shoulder and said, What a waste. You don't know how to cherish such a good talent. Forget it. I don't like to force people to do things they don't want to do. Good luck. The way he spoke was like someone from the older generation, saying something regretful to the younger generation. Lin Fan was young, and along with his tone and attitude, no matter how one looked at it, it was a little weird. Old Monster Heaven Slaying wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Damn, how did such a thing happen? He was the leader of Monster God Mountain, and he actually faced such a situation. If he told others, no one would believe him. But the situation made him speechless. He could only nod his head. Whatever Lin Fan said was right. Who asked him to be weaker than him? Let's go. I hope that I can meet all of you in the future. Lin Fan waved his hands. He was going to swallow the evil gods, and the scene might be a little overbearing. It wasn't good for normal people to see it, so it was best if they left. Naturally, Suyi and the others didn't want to stay for a moment longer. Goodbye, sect leader Lin. They had to show their respect. Very quickly, everyone fled into the distance, disappearing without a trace. Damn, isn't that kid a little too much? Old Monster Heaven Slaying couldn't take it and raged. In front of Lin Fan, he didn't dare to say anything. Now that Lin Fan wasn't in front of him, what did he have to be afraid of? Everyone agreed with Old Monster Heaven Slaying's grumbles. But unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. The gap in strength was too huge, and going against him was just asking to die. Okay, now we can confirm that sect leader Lin won't attack us. In the future, we don't need to hide. But the key point is that he didn't say whether or not we can rebuild the sect. Suyi said, Sect leader Su, once we break through, can we still let him decide? A sect leader said. His thoughts were really simple. He would raise his strength. At that time, even if Lin Fan didn't agree, it would depend on whether or not his fist was as strong as it was now. Everyone be careful. Sect leader Lin is really strong. Maybe even if we break through to Dao Realm Stage 8, we won't be his match. Suyi said. If it wasn't that he didn't want to be too certain. He didn't even mention the word maybe. To think that they could suppress sect leader Lin after breaking through to Dao Realm Stage 8 was just a dream. It was simply impossible. Our priority now is to continue to search for evil gods. I saw that the evil god that sect leader Lin suppressed was really strong. The stronger the evil god, the stronger the blood pearl. Suyi didn't know the exact situation. Everything was just his guess. But thinking about it, it was possible. Everyone nodded and agreed with Suyi's suggestion. Lin Fan walked in front of Master of Sleep. He looked at his giant body and smiled. Master of Sleep struggled. Right as he wanted to holler in rage for Lin Fan to release him, his pupils constricted like he had seen a ghost. Lin Fan's body slowly swelled up. A terrifying body was growing in the sky. When it reached its peak, this body was even bigger than Master of Sleep. With a ripping sound, Lin Fan ripped open the Dao pattern net. He opened his fingers and grabbed Master of Sleep. He slowly opened his mouth, and a whirlpool appeared. It was like a black hole that wanted to suck everything in. Master of Sleep was so terrified that he couldn't say a single word. Like he sensed death approaching him, he hollered in rage. What do you want to do? I want to eat you. Lin Fan replied and then stuffed Master of Sleep into his mouth. Ah! The Master of Sleep shouted, but very quickly his voice disappeared. Disgusting thing, I don't even want to chew. Lin Fan scolded. He had already eaten him, and still insulted the evil god. That was a little too much, but he had no choice. Who asked evil gods to be disgusting? Instantly, Lin Fan felt the darkness god domain in his body shake. A complete evil god entered. Numerous threads wrapped around the evil god and started to absorb him. Along with the absorption, the statue in the god hall gave off the light of a chief god. At the same time, flesh appeared on the arm of the statue. It floated and moved like it was trembling. He is absorbing evil god flesh and blood to make up for what he lacks. What is the darkness god domain to actually need evil god flesh and blood? Is the darkness chief god some evil god? No, evil gods can't die, so how can this darkness chief god die? Lin Fan was a little confused and didn't understand what the darkness god domain was. But it didn't matter. As long as the darkness god domain had needs, then he would satisfy them. Not long later, after the absorption, Master of Sleep's corpse totally disappeared. Lin Fan looked at the situation of the statue and noticed that only its fingers were covered in flesh and blood. Damn, a complete evil god, and one that is ranked 13 actually only covered a finger. How is that possible? If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't dare to believe it. Based on this progress, how many evil god corpses would he have to absorb for the statue to be covered in flesh and blood? 100? 1,000? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Haze, I still have a long way to go. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. At the same time, he was thinking about something. Since that was the case, then he had to treat this world as a battlefield. The place where evil gods were active was called Evil God World. He wanted the people from the 12 cities to move to his world and empty out this place. To find evil gods, he had to do a huge earth-shaking search. To flip this land, even if he hid in the deep abyss, he had to force them out. After thinking about it, he headed towards the City of Hope. No matter whether or not Mofu was willing to leave, he had to move the people from the 12 cities away, in case the commotion affected them. Chapter 637. Deep Abyss. Ha ha ha, isn't this the Master of Sleep who has always loved to sleep? It seems like you weren't sleeping in the abyss, so why did you come out? Were you killed by those small living beings? A bunch of evil gods gathered there to discuss a plan. Suddenly, the abyss shook, and they didn't expect Master of Sleep to walk out. He didn't even need to think. He was sure that this person was killed by living beings. What are you laughing at? Master of Sleep scoffed coldly. He was one of the 13 evil gods, and his status was higher than all of them. But very quickly, he noticed the problem. What are you all doing here? As an evil god, you are hiding in the abyss. Did something happen? Which evil god was willing to stay in the abyss? They definitely faced trouble. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. As expected, Master of Sleep noticed that their expressions weren't right, and their movements were a little sluggish. It was obvious that he guessed correctly. Thinking back to what happened just now, he was filled with anger. As an evil god, he was actually swallowed by living beings. He had lost all his face. We like to stay in the abyss. What does that have to do with you? Some evil gods raged. They were all in the abyss. So what was there to be afraid of? Anyway, they could revive even if they died. Master of Sleep was too lazy to say anything to them. He felt more solemn. The development of the matter was a little confusing to him. Who was that person? What happened during this period of time? He had to find out, otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. City of Hope. Sect Leader Lin, are we really moving away? Mofu asked. He was reluctant. This was his home, and now he had to leave. Just thinking about it made his tears flow down. What do you think? Lin Fan asked. If not for his help, City of Hope would have been wiped out by the evil gods. As for whether or not the evil god behind them would appear to save them, that was hard to say. At least until now, he didn't know who the evil god behind them was. All of you staying here will affect my performance. Don't worry, as long as I don't die, I will chase away the evil gods in your world. When the time comes, I will return you a beautiful world. He was prepared to fight to the death with the evil gods. It was a waste of time to search slowly. If he made some commotion, he might be able to attract the evil god. The key was that he had to be careful of the top 10 evil gods. Those fellows were indeed strong. Especially evil god Postline, who was terrifyingly strong. With his current strength, he naturally wasn't his match. But it didn't matter. He had the small support system. And after a period of time, would he still be able to beat him? Emofu thought about it for a long time. He was reluctant to part with her. But he knew that if there wasn't a need, sect leader Lin definitely wouldn't tell him all this. Okay, since that is the case, then I will listen to sect leader Lin's arrangements. Emofu nodded and then said sincerely, Sect leader Lin, I will leave this place to you. Lin Fan patted Emofu's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. However, for some unknown reason, Emofu panicked and felt like something bad was about to happen. However, he quickly shook off this thought. How could this be? He must be thinking too much. How could such a thing happen? Then are the other cities going to be moved away too? Emofu asked. Lin Fan nodded. I will move all of you away, and then you will follow me to the other cities. You will talk to those people. They won't be of any use if they stay here. They will just be toys for the evil gods to play with when they are bored. Why don't we find a good place to stay? Oh right, don't bring away anything related to evil gods. He didn't want the evil gods to find a medium and descend there. I understand. Although he felt that sect leader Lin was too direct, he was speaking the truth. They wouldn't be of any help if they stayed here. They were really toys that the evil gods played with when they were bored. Then let's start. Dragging this out is just a waste of time. Although Lin Fan was someone who would fight, he definitely wouldn't hesitate. Evil gods were so cowardly. Sometimes just thinking about it was infuriating. They were already evil gods, so why couldn't they just come out to fight? Maybe they would treat them seriously. Alliance. During the day, the Alliance city was really busy. Friends, couples, fathers, and sons enjoyed the peace. They strolled the streets leisurely and enjoyed the beautiful day. City M statue area. A guy wearing a hat and carrying a backpack slowly stood in front of the statue. He looked no different from a normal person, but he felt a little weird. But the people around didn't care about him at all. After all, there were so many people. Who would care about who he was, or whether or not he was weird? The guy lowered his head and sat below the statue. People walked to and fro. Even if some people noticed this guy, they didn't think too much. They just felt that this guy was a little weird. Why was he wearing a hat on such a hot day? Who knew how long passed? The guy raised his head. His eyes that were covered by the hat were revealed. His eyes were wrapped in black mist, and his expression was really vicious. It was obvious that he was infected by the evil gods. The guy took out a button from his pocket. He opened his arms and laughed out loud. He pressed down with his thumb. Hung long. An astonishing roar erupted. The power of the bomb destroyed everything around. Even the statue there was instantly broken into pieces and turned to dust. The strength of the explosion wasn't small. Dust flew up, and the surrounding buildings were struck. The walls cracked and the glass shattered. It instantly caused huge panic. Not only in City M, but the other cities were also attacked. This caused the Alliance, which had already calmed down, to be in chaos once more. At the monitoring center of the Alliance headquarters, the alarm rang out. All the workers were shocked, and they quickly got to work. They were a little stunned. What happened? Why were there so many alarms going off at the same time? Could it be that the rich lands had invaded them? Yen Kuan, Island Head Lan Song, and the others hurried over. What happened? Yen Kuan asked nervously. He was so far away, and could hear the alarm from the monitoring center. His heart turned cold, and then he panicked. Was it sect leader Lin who called him? But that was impossible. Sect leader Lin had no reason to attack the Alliance. Very quickly, Yen Kuan came to the monitoring center and said hurriedly, "Quick, let me see what happened." Yes. The workers started to investigate. Not long later, the scenes of what happened appeared on the screen. This is what happened in City M at that time. The worker said. Yen Kuan's eyes locked onto the screen. The scenes were normal, but a guy sitting next to the statue attracted his attention. He wore a hat, and it was pressed really low. One look and one knew that there was a problem. As expected, the man on the screen took out a remote control and pressed it hard. The scenes shook and then turned black. Yen Kuan, someone is purposely destroying it. Island head Lansong said solemnly. He didn't think about anything else. Not good. Yen Kuan thought about it, and then exclaimed. That person detonated the statue that sect leader Lin gave him. He is destroying it. Island head Lansong was shocked and his expression changed. How is that possible? Why is he doing that? Yen Kuan said. Maybe someone in the alliance is hoping for such a thing to happen. The statues here were sent over by sect leader Lin to block those mysterious things. When the statues were here, those mysterious things didn't appear anymore. Now that these people were purposely destroying the statues, it was obvious that it was because of that. Lansong, I think that something huge is about to happen. Quick, let the cities that haven't been destroyed protect the statues, and don't allow anyone to get close. Those cities that have been destroyed, tell the people to prepare enough food and hide in their homes. No matter what happens, don't come out. I will head to rich land to find sect leader Lin. Yen Kuan sensed that something huge was about to happen, and didn't dare to hesitate. If this continued and something huge happened, then there would be no turning back. Island head Lansong and the others looked at one another and gave orders. Instantly, the various platforms broadcasted the latest news from the Alliance headquarters. In just a short hour, everyone panicked. All the cities were panicking. Many people surged into the supermarkets and markets to buy large amounts of food. There were even people who took the chance to commit crimes. Even the Alliance headquarters didn't expect such a thing to happen. But no matter what, they had to maintain law and order. If they allowed these people to continue causing trouble, maybe before those monsters even arrived, the Alliance would be in chaos. Yu City. Yen Kuan hurried into the city and came to the entrance of Lin Manor. Guys, I am Alliance Yen Kuan, and I need to meet sect leader Lin. Please inform him. The guard said. My young master has been out for a period of time, and I don't know when he will be back. Yen Kuan was stunned and his heart was burning. At such a crucial moment, why wasn't sect leader Lin in the manor? Yen Kuan didn't know what to do. At that moment, Lin Wani returned from outside, and when he saw Yen Kuan he frowned. Why are you here? Towards the Alliance, no matter what, Lin Wani wouldn't forgive them. But to Lin Wani, the current situation was the best. Without war there would be no death. Those people at the border cities didn't die for nothing. Old Master Lin, I came to find young Master Lin. Something huge happened at the Alliance, and the statues he gave us were destroyed. Those monsters will probably appear in a short while. When that happens, numerous innocent people will lose their lives. So, I hope that young Master Lin can help, otherwise we won't be able to block it all. Yen Kuan had no choice and could only place his hopes on Lin Fan. Chapter 638. Lin Fan looked at Yen Kuan. If Yen Kuan was Commander Ji, he would have scolded him. Only the Alliance people were people, but the people of rich land weren't? But Yen Kuan was Yen Kuan and Ji was Ji. Although Hell Mountain joined in the invasion of rich land, they weren't the main members. They only helped out in terms of experts. Fanner isn't in the manor. If you want to find him, you will need some time. Even if you let me find him, I won't be able to. Lin Wani said. He didn't make things difficult for him. Some things had to be prioritized. What should I do? Yen Kuan was really anxious. He rubbed his hands and frowned. He walked left and right like he was thinking about something. Suddenly, a ripple came from the distance, and in the distant dimension, a massive object appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was a city. When Yen Kuan sensed that aura, he was delighted. I am back. He didn't expect the heavens to be on his side. He was thinking about where sect leader Lin was. Not long later he appeared. One had to say that he was really lucky. In the distance, Mo Fu, you can place your city of hope here. You can let the people head to Yu City Lin Manor to find my father for help. Don't go to the mountain over there. There are evil god servants that I am raising there. Lin Fan said. Although they couldn't enter, he had to tell them in case they were frightened. Mofu was shocked. It was obvious that he didn't expect sect leader Lin to raise evil god servants. Normal people wouldn't be able to get used to it. Okay, follow me to find the other 11 cities and tell them to move away. It is too dangerous there, and there is no point in staying there. Lin Fan wasn't prepared to let them stay in evil god world. There was really no need. What could they use to fight the evil gods? Even if they used their lives to play, they would just be food for the evil gods. They wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Sect leader Lin. Yin Kuan's voice spread out from the distance. Lin Fan looked over and was confused. Why didn't he stay in the alliance and come here? At the same time, he noticed that Yin Kuan was panicking. What happened? Lin Fan asked. Yin Kuan quickly walked in front of Lin Fan. Sect leader Lin. No matter what, you have to help the alliance. The statues you gave were destroyed. Those monsters probably targeted the alliance and wanted to attack them. Destroyed? Lin Fan was stunned. After he asked someone to send the statues over, he didn't bother too much about it. He then tried to sense it, and indeed, he couldn't contact those statues. It seemed like it had really been destroyed by someone. But who could it be? It was hard to understand. Yeah, they are all purposeful destruction and all at the same time, Yin Kuan said. What he was most afraid of was purposeful destruction. This meant that the other party was prepared. After destroying the statue, the next step was naturally to attack. How did this happen? Which evil god remembered your alliance? Lin Fan thought about it. He really didn't expect it. Was it the evil god that controlled Black Mountain? But thinking about it, it was impossible. If he had the ability, he wouldn't have chosen a remote place to descend the Black Mountain. Sect leader Lin, the situation is a little urgent. Please follow me to the alliance to take a look. During the time I left, maybe something happened there. Yin Kuan said. Lin Fan nodded. Mofu, follow me. The three of them headed towards the alliance. In the alliance, there was chaos in the city where the statue was destroyed. Not long after Yin Kuan sent out the notice, it began. Some infected people walked onto the streets and exploded in the middle, forming an evil god tunnel. Black mist surged out from the tunnel and spread in all directions. Such a situation couldn't be stopped, and one could only look on as it happened. When Island Head Lan Song learned of this, his heart was dripping blood. Damn, what was going on? They had just controlled the alliance for half a year, and so many things actually happened. This was just too much of a scam. On the streets, the people who didn't escape in time were covered by the black mist. It surged into their mouths and noses. To normal people, naturally, they couldn't block it, and were instantly possessed by the black mist. A loving couple hugged each other, but not long after, their bodies began to tremble. Then, their eyes turned bloodshot, and their expressions became ferocious. They picked up the cleaver beside them, and started to slash one another. The strong alliance people frowned. They sensed a terrifying power from the black mist. It was a terrifying power that could affect their bodies. Each city's black mist had its own negative effects. The people hiding in their houses weren't affected at all. Speaking of which, it was weird. The black mist could seep in from the cracks of the door, but the black mist didn't. It just floated to the side. In the end, we were still a step too late. When Yin Kuan brought Lin Fan and the others back to the alliance, even if they didn't reach the sky above those cities, they could sense the thick evil god aura. That is a little too quick. Lin Fan frowned. Based on what Yin Kuan said, only a few hours had passed, and it actually became like this. It seemed like they were really prepared. As long as the statue was destroyed, they would start to invade. But the key was, how did the evil gods do it? City. There is something wrong with the black mist, Lin Fan said. If it was evil god aura, logically speaking it would spread outwards. But this black mist wrapped around the entire city, and didn't seep out or dissipate. This is the evil god domain. Mofu took a look and then said, Evil god domain is different from evil god aura. Evil god aura changes the entire environment, while the domain changes an area into his territory. Numerous evil god servants will appear, and they will become really strong under the domain. Moreover, It will be hard to chase them away. Maybe we can only head in and find the domain core to destroy it to recover. Mofu knew what it was, but he wasn't sure whether or not that was the only way to solve the problem. Lin Fan touched his chin and thought about it. If that is the case, then we can only head in and take a look. Sect Leader Lin, thank you so much. Yin Kuan was grateful. He didn't know what to say. He was so touched that he was about to cry. The Alliance faced so many problems and Sect Leader Lin helped them without any requests. That was something that he didn't expect. Calm down. Lin Fan raised his hand and didn't care about this at all. He didn't even feel like he was helping. Instead, Yin Kuan's weakness made him feel really good. Go. Instantly, 3 people entered M City, and the scenes in front of them changed. The buildings didn't change at all, and the only change was that the surroundings were a little dark. At the same time, the visibility in front of them was really low. Pada! Lin Fan stepped on a corpse. He lowered his head and saw that it was dead. It looked really terrifying, like it had suffered a huge blow. These evil gods are so cruel. I never attack normal people, but these people don't care. He was really uncomfortable with the evil gods' cruel actions. Sect Leader Lin, I can sense that there are many normal people hiding in their homes. They are temporarily safe. As long as we have a way to chase away the black mist, then everything will be fine. Yin Kuan said. Last time, you said that the Alliance faced such a situation, and they retreated on their own? Lin Fan asked. Yin Kuan nodded. Yes, after the black mist covered, it was the same as now. When we had no choice, it retreated on its own. Till now we still don't know what happened. Lin Fan's thoughts were really simple. Even in this current situation, would it retreat on its own? Just as Lin Fan was thinking about all this, there was movement around. Dong dong dong. The sound got closer and closer, and it was really dense. They were probably moving really quickly. Suddenly, a black shadow pounced out from the black mist. It was really quick, and a sharp claw slashed through the black mist. The black claw shone with a black light, and the dimension shook. What is that? Lin Fan frowned and grabbed towards that thing. He didn't expect it to be a 2-headed leopard servant. Its body wasn't big, and it was the size of a tiger. But he couldn't underestimate it. It actually had Dao Realm Stage 2 strength. Evil god servants really couldn't be underestimated. When normal Dao Realm experts faced these things, and their senses were affected, it was easy for them to succeed in sneak attacks. So what if they were a realm higher? If they were careless, they would end up in a tragic state. Yin Kuan, these things are dangerous. If experts below Dao Realm come here, they will become food for these evil god servants. Lin Fan said. Sect Leader Lin, when we first faced the black mist, many Alliance experts died inside. Yin Kuan said. Lin Fan looked at the struggling evil god servant. Such trash didn't even have the right to enter his mouth. With a pung, power surged and the 2-headed evil god servant exploded. Mofu was terrified. The places that were covered by evil gods were just too terrifying. If their city of hope faced such a thing, who knew how many people would die? Their strength came from evil gods. Although they could raise their strength to a high realm in a short time, it was all fake. Without the help of evil gods, they were nothing. Moreover, if they used too much strength, they would be infected by evil god energy. To them, if they continued on this path, the outcome wouldn't be good. Along the way, they met many evil god servants. They appeared in front of them from all directions. Luckily, Lin Fan and Yin Kuan were strong enough. Facing these things, they were able to suppress them. But what Lin Fan didn't expect was that there was actually an old-era ruler hidden in this place. This was something he didn't expect. Normal old-era rulers were around Dao Realm Stage 6 or Stage 7. Yin Kuan's face became darker and darker. The stronger the monsters they faced, the more he felt that the Alliance was in trouble. Chapter 639. Sect Leader Lin, why do you think these people are targeting the Alliance? The Alliance isn't the Alliance of the past. Yin Kuan felt really bad. There were so many problems, so what could he do? Under their management, the Alliance didn't fight with the world. They didn't offend others, and didn't have any intentions of invading. They were as peaceful as little kids. But even then, people were still targeting them. How annoying, how annoying, how annoying. The reason is simple. They are weak and easy to offend. Lin Fan said. Yin Kuan was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan. He didn't react at all. He was so direct and didn't know what he meant. It stabbed his heart. But he knew that sect leader Lin was speaking the truth. If this was the alliance in the past, naturally they were strong. They had many experts and 9-star generals. But after the star-level energy exploded, many died and many were crippled. Yin Kuan knew his place, and didn't continue to ask in case he suffered an even bigger blow. He wouldn't be able to handle that. At that moment, Lin Fan sensed that the black mist in the distance was really thick. Normal people couldn't sense it, but the darkness god domain in his body was really sensitive to it. Head there, the aura there is a little thick. He pointed forwards. Mo Fu and Yin Kuan raised their heads and looked forwards helplessly. They couldn't see what was in the distance. The visibility of the black mist was just too low. Even if their cultivations were decent, it was the same. The black mist seemed to be able to block their vision. Yin Kuan looked around and noticed that there were traces of living people in many shops. He couldn't help but shout, "All of you hide and don't come out. The Alliance headquarters is dealing with this matter. Anyone who tries to cause trouble will be severely punished after this matter ends. The guy in the shop, you better stop. Otherwise, once this matter is solved, you will be the first one I will find." In a shop not far away, a man was violently assaulting a woman. He took off his pants halfway and was terrified by Yin Kuan's words. He hurriedly wore his pants without any awkwardness. He then squatted to the side and didn't dare to do anything. At such a time when one was covered in despair, it was easy to draw out the darkness in one's heart. But as long as one had a bit of hope, one could suppress that darkness and keep one's rationality. Gradually, as Lin Fan got closer and closer, there were more and more evil god servants. At the start, he would only meet one after a period of time. But now, he would meet several with each step he took. Luckily, the evil god servants didn't charge in. Otherwise, the people in the city would become their food. Lin Fan said. Yin Kuan said, "This is a blessing in misfortune." There seemed to be a pair of eyes watching them from within the black fog. Lin Fan and the others could feel that enraged gaze locked onto them. It was as though there was some deep hatred between them. Not long after, they stopped and saw a figure standing motionlessly in front of them. The figure's back was facing them, so they couldn't see what he looked like. "You should be the one who caused this," Lin Fan said slowly. At the same time, he found it weird. Was this an evil god? In his memory, there was only one evil god that looked like a human, but that was only the outline. However, the one in front of him looked like a real human. The figure did not move. He was like a statue. Yin Kuan couldn't help but holler in rage. "Damn, the Alliance didn't offend you, so why did you do that? You even dragged so many innocent people in. If you have the ability, then come at us." Suddenly, a dark and sinister laugh spread out. "Kakik, you don't recognize me anymore?" The person opened his mouth, and then turned around to face Lin Fan and the others. "It's you." When Yin Kuan saw that face, his expression changed rapidly. He recognized who the person in front of him was, but he didn't expect it to be him. "Pa pa pa. Amazing, you really are amazing." Lin Fan clapped calmly. "To live, you acted like a fool. It has only been half a year, and not only did you not improve, you even joined the evil gods. You really are capable." "Commander Ji, shut up." Ji hollered in rage. His voice was sharp and it turned into sound waves that spread in all directions. "You forced me to do this. If not for you, I wouldn't be in such a situation. But I have to say that I really have to thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have had my current achievements. Embrace the abyss and become an evil god. Revenge, evil god. I am taking revenge on you." Ji's gaze towards Lin Fan was filled with hatred and rage. That was a hatred that would never be resolved. Embrace the abyss? You didn't want to be a good person, but chose to be a monster. You really are skilled. If you really have balls, you shouldn't have killed Zhu Daoshan, and should have fought me to the death. But you didn't. Looking at how you acted dumb, I really want to know what would happen to you. But looking at you now, I am really disappointed. Is this the answer you gave me? Lin Fan was filled with regret. He was really disappointed in Ji. He thought that he would work hard to raise his cultivation. Who knew that he would join the evil gods? What a pitiful existence. Damn, do you know how big a price I have to pay for this? Ji hollered. The evil god aura around his body became really unstable, like he was on the verge of going berserk. Lin Fan smiled. Don't be so pessimistic. It is like I am bullying you. When the Alliance attacked us, you didn't think about the consequences, right? Look at Yin Kuan, he is such a peaceful person. He developed the Alliance peacefully, and is much better than you. Yin Kuan was humble, and felt a little embarrassed by Lin Fan's praise. He thought about something and stared at Ji in rage. Ji, I treated you as a hero in the past, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious to drag innocent people into danger. No matter what, you were once the commander of the Alliance. Are you really so vicious? You shut up too. Ji raged. All of you traitors of the Alliance deserve to die. He brought endless disasters to the Alliance, but all of you accepted his protection and forgot about the hatred in the past. Those who died can't rest in peace. Yin Kuan retorted. You were the one who caused everything that happened in the Alliance. There were those who wanted peace and wanted to build ties with rich land to develop together. But all of you rejected them and even treated them as outsiders. If you did what I did, you would still be the commander, and the relationship between the Alliance and rich land would be friendly. Both sides would work together and coexist peacefully. Lin Fan nodded. Yin Kuan is right. No one likes war. Your Alliance's choice from the start was wrong. If we really got along peacefully, naturally, the outcome would be different. The two of them echoed each other, and it made Ji furious. On the other hand, Mo Fu's expression was solemn. He had dealt with evil gods for a long time, and naturally noticed that their situation wasn't so simple. A human turning into an evil god? He felt that the possibility was low. That shouldn't be possible, right? But since Lin Fan said that he had become a vengeance evil god, then naturally, it wouldn't be fake. Gee, let's not talk about anything else. What do you want now? Even if you become an evil god, with your strength you can't do much. Especially now that you are in front of me. It seems like you can't escape. Lin Fan said. Escape? Why do I have to escape? I am already an evil god and I fear nothing. I just wanted to kill you, but the Alliance has disappointed me. You see peace in this city, but the other cities covered by evil gods aren't so safe. So what if I hide in my room? The battle between evil gods and all of you officially begins now. Ji's tone was dark and sunken. He then smiled. His smile was so terrifying that it sent a chill down one's spine. Yin Kuan's expression became really ugly. Hearing what he said, the other cities were probably going to be wiped out. Sect leader Lin, you really have to help us. Yin Kuan was about to cry. He was really frightened by what Ji said. If that was the case, the Alliance would suffer heavy losses. He pitied Yin Kuan's situation, but he wasn't omnipotent. He could save the city, but what about the other cities? There is no point in talking too much. Deal with this and head to the next city. Lin Fan didn't want to say more. If he continued, he would just be delaying time. Ji mixed with evil gods, that was his choice. He would just kill them. Pung. Instantly, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Ji. So what if you become an evil god? With your current strength, you are just a small existence. Ji's expression was calm and he didn't panic at all. Lin Fan, I didn't appear to fight you and I know that I am not your match. But remember, if other evil gods don't find you, I will fight you to the death. Ha ha ha. Ji, who was slowly going mad, didn't fear anything. His body broke down and he self-destructed. He disappeared in front of Lin Fan. Shortly after, the black mist that covered the city retreated like it was being sucked in. It is gone. Yin Kuan was delighted. The black mist disappeared, which meant that there was nothing left. But when he thought about the situation in the other cities, his expression turned bitter. This fellow, Lin Fan, was helpless. He was always so happy. Who knew where he learned that from? He finally met someone he knew, and thought that it would be fun. But who knew that he didn't even have the courage to fight? It was gone just like that. Fight me to the death. How much courage did one have to say such words? He had to praise him. As expected from the commander, he had the courage to act like a fool, and also the courage to fight to the death. He was indeed a talent. Let's go to the next city, Lin Fan said. Yan Kuan couldn't wait any longer. He really wanted to cry at what he was going through. Damn. Who did the alliance offend? He was so innocent, okay? Chapter 640. The alliance cities were invaded by evil gods and normal civilians were hurt. He felt pained about that, but that was it. After all, this was the alliance's own matter. All he could do was help a little. As for what happened, that would depend on their luck. We are finished. When Yan Kuan arrived in another city, he sensed a thick blood stench spreading out. His face turned pale on the spot. It was so white that it was a little scary. Lin Fan patted Yan Kuan's shoulder and consoled. Be mentally prepared. The outcome might be tragic. Yan Kuan nodded his head with much difficulty. His heart turned cold, and he cursed in his heart. That damn G. Did he have to be so vicious? The aura there is a little thick, it should be there. Lin Fan's eyes locked onto a corner of the city. It was really because of the darkness god domain that he could see through the black mist. He then brought Yan Kuan to charge in. Not long later, a scream reverberated throughout the area. Under Yan Kuan and Mo Fu's stunned gazes, he swallowed the evil god in one mouth. The scenes were so cruel and overbearing that one didn't dare to look at him directly. Don't look at me like that. This is just a very normal thing. I don't think you guys will tell anyone about it, right? Lin Fan touched the corner of his mouth, as though he was reminiscing about it. His face carried a faint smile, but that smile made Yan Kuan shudder. He felt like he had seen something he shouldn't have. He was terrified. It was a little terrifying. No, definitely not. I didn't see anything. Yan Kuan shook his head and denied. Along with the evil god's death, the black mist that covered the city slowly disappeared. A tragic scene appeared. Many buildings were turned to ruins and tall buildings collapsed. One could see that blood dyed the ruins, but there were no corpses. It was obvious that the evil god's servants swallowed them. Many people were infected by the evil god and lost their sense of self. They became the evil god's servants that only knew madness. Lin Fan said slowly, Yan Kuan, it is better to be decisive. I won't do anything, you do it yourself. This jerk. Yan Kuan looked at the scenes in the city, and his heart was dripping blood. He didn't expect so many people to die. This was a huge blow to the alliance, and he couldn't take it. Sect leader Lin, is there any hope of saving these infected people? Yan Kuan asked. Lin Fan looked towards Mo Fu. Mo Fu shook his head. That's impossible. Their minds have been taken away by the evil gods, and they have become their toys. There is no way to save them. The only way is to kill them all. If they leave, it will affect the outside world even more. Yan Kuan thought for a long time and let out a long sigh. He really didn't dare to imagine what would happen to those cities. He could only endure the pain and take action. A destructive force shrouded the area. Bang! Bang! The infected wandering in the city were crushed by the power and instantly exploded. Help! Suddenly, cries for help came from within the city. When Yan Kuan heard this voice, he was delighted. There were still people alive. He covered the entire city with his perception and found that many people were still alive. To him, this was hope. As long as someone was alive, there was hope. Lin Fan accompanied Yan Kuan to clear out the cities. Some evil gods might have received news and left when they arrived. To the evil gods, it was easy for them to kill more than half of the living beings in a city. But some cities were slightly better. Many retired alliance experts lived there. They killed some evil god servants and protected a large number of survivors. Sect leader Lin, looking at these things makes me think about how evil gods invaded our era. But we weren't as lucky as them. Mo Fu exclaimed. When their world was invaded by evil gods, they really couldn't fight back at all. They really had no way to resist. Unarmed and defenseless, they could only howl in pain under the terrifying might of the evil god. Yan Kuan, before the evil gods are dealt with, it is best if you send experts to defend the statues I gave you. If they continue to be destroyed, then the alliance will be torn apart because of the evil gods. Lin Fan said. What else could he say to such a situation? He had nothing to say. Unlike rich land, each city had disciples defending it. It was impossible to destroy the statues. Moreover, he paid attention to those statues. As long as there was movement, he would sense it right away. Yen Kuan nodded. Sect leader Lin, no matter what, I am really thankful. If not for your help, no one in these cities would be able to survive. I didn't expect Ji to actually do such a thing. Not to mention Yen Kuan, even Lin Fan didn't expect it. Ji was a little mad. He could understand if he attacked rich land, but he actually attacked the Alliance civilians. That was a little confusing. Didn't they say that they could sacrifice everything for the Alliance? Why did they start to destroy the Alliance now? He didn't understand. It is okay, I still have things to do, so I won't say much. If you need anything, you can find me in Yu City. Lin Fan still had to bring Mo Fu to move the 12 cities away and empty out Evil God World. Sect leader Lin, have a safe trip. Yen Kuan cupped his fists. The higher-ups of the Alliance headquarters changed their attitude towards sect leader Lin due to his mediation. Maybe there would be many people who hated Lin Fan, but he believed that as long as he could suppress it, nothing would happen. But now, he had to tell the others about this. Ji's appearance made him feel bad. He had to be prepared. Deep Abyss. Kakik. After Ji revived in the Deep Abyss, he laughed arrogantly. He didn't regret what he did, and he didn't feel any regret at all. After doing all that, he actually felt a sense of joy in his heart. Lin Fan, I will play with you slowly. Ji's eyes shone coldly. When he first became an evil god, he might have regretted it. But after this matter, he realized that evil gods were really noble. They could revive in the Deep Abyss. Who else could do that? Ji didn't expect Lin Fan's strength to become so terrifying. Just as Lin Fan attacked him, he sensed that terrifying aura surging towards him. Scoff, I have already become an evil god. I have seen the path that I couldn't take in the past. Once I raise my strength, you will pay a heavy price. Ji's hatred towards Lin Fan had reached an indescribable level. Along with that, he hated the Alliance too. He felt like the Alliance betrayed him. They betrayed their efforts. Evil God Postline witnessed all of this and found it more and more interesting. But the evil gods were dying too slowly, and it didn't reach his expectations. He should have sped up their deaths. He then turned his gaze to the side. The bunch of evil gods were hiding in the Deep Abyss, and none of them headed out. That wasn't a good situation. His heart moved. The Deep Abyss shook. The expressions of those evil gods in the Deep Abyss changed. They sensed the fluctuations of the Deep Abyss. The Deep Abyss was roaring in rage, and this wasn't a good situation for them. Then, those evil gods reluctantly left the Deep Abyss. But for some evil gods, they were terrified, especially evil god Lula. He was so terrified that he didn't know what to do. If he headed out, that person would definitely find him. Then, he would cruelly eat him. Lin Fan and Mo Fu started to move. Mo Fu told the other lords about the current situation. At the same time, he told them to move the city to a world that wasn't invaded by evil gods. The process was quite smooth. Although some were reluctant, they knew that it was useless for them to fight against the evil gods. If a true evil god descended, based on their situation, it was basically a complete collapse. Sect leader Lin, I will leave this place to you. Mo Fu looked at the world that was destroyed by the evil gods, and was reluctant. What they brought away was Fallen City, the last city out of the 12. The people in the city were excited, and were filled with hope for the future. Although they were in a foreign world, as long as they could avoid the evil god's suppression, they could go anywhere. Don't worry, in just a short while, I will return you a beautiful world. Lin Fan was confident. Evil god's existence was only temporary. Once he raised his strength, everything would end. If he revived in the abyss, then he would wipe out the abyss too. Let's see how they would survive then. Mo Fu believed Lin Fan. Maybe when one trusted someone, one would think that the other party was omnipotent. Lin Fan noticed that Mo Fu was looking at him with a worshipful gaze. He smiled happily. He liked having such a person beside him. Let's go, I will send all of you back. Lin Fan carried Fallen City and left. He returned to Yu City and placed them nearby. Lin Manor. Fanner, what have you been running around for recently? Lin Wani asked. He had nothing to say about his kid. When he was free, he could see him all day, but when he was busy, he couldn't even see him. Father, I am moving the 12 cities nearby. They are fighting the evil gods there, and it is like hitting a rock with an egg. Moreover, it will affect my performance, so I sent them here. Oh right, the alliance was invaded by evil gods, and they suffered heavy casualties. Ji has become an evil god, but he is still so weak. I don't know how he spent the past half a year. He didn't improve at all. Lin Fan's words were a little hurtful. Ji didn't slack off. He worked hard for half a year, and not only did he connect with the evil gods, he even became one of them. This was an improvement. Lin Wani was shocked and then exclaimed, Hayes, no matter what, Ji is a person. I didn't expect that he would fall and become one with the evil gods. Although they were enemies, but after fighting for so many years, both sides were recognized. If they weren't enemies, they might have been able to sit down and drink. Father, I will go take a look at Yongla. Lin Fan would be heading to Evil God World for a period of time. In the past, he didn't have a family and would leave without hesitation. But now, he had to at least say hello. Moreover, he had to pay her a visit. This was something that every guy had to do before heading out. Chapter 641. Within the room. How long are we heading out for? Yongla asked. Lin Fan hugged her and smiled. Not long, 10 days to half a month. I am just finding some people. There isn't much danger. Yongla didn't ask and just hoped that he was safe. To Yongla, her only regret was that she didn't give birth to a child for the Lin family. This was something that she thought about day and night. Sometimes, she really thought that it was her own problem. Husband, I heard that the Su family daughter knows you and old ancestor Su also hopes. Lin Fan frowned and stopped her from continuing. That Su family fellow came to find you? Did he say something too much to you? If he really dared to say it, I would definitely smash his head. What Lin Fan hated the most was people telling Yongla about her infertility. No. Yongla shook her head. Fortunately they didn't, otherwise I would teach them a lesson. Okay, time is of the essence. As they say, the night is short. Just as Lin Fan was prepared to explore the mysteries of life, old ancestor Zhao's voice spread in from outside. Sect leader Lin, I heard that you moved the 12 cities here. Are you going to do something huge? I will travel with you. When old ancestor Xiao was in Insect Valley, his eyelids jumped, and he felt like something was going to happen. He came to U City right away, and before he entered he saw the cities outside. He was shocked. Great, he knew that he was going to do something huge. If he wasn't going to do something huge, would he have caused such a scene? Motherfucker. Why did this old man come at such a time? Don't worry about him, let's continue. Lin Fan wanted to smash old ancestor Zhao's head. Why didn't he look at the time? It was broad daylight, so couldn't he come at night? Infuriating. Husband, old ancestor Xiao definitely has something to do now. We can't do this, let's head out. Yongla said. Lin Fan was helpless, and could only wear his clothes. He smiled. Wife, wait for me to return. This time it will be really quick, 10 days to half a month. If we are lucky, maybe it won't take that long. Yongla's smile was like a flower. She was just so kind and cute. In any case, Lin Fan had already fallen in love with her. This wife was so good. She didn't cause trouble, and was even considerate. If he met someone who caused trouble, he might not be able to resist the urge to flash and ignite a QWER to kill her. Outside in the hall, old ancestor Xiao saw Lin Fan come out and smiled. Sect leader Lin, do you have something important to do? Humph. Lin Fan was annoyed. Of all times, why did he have to come now? Even if he came a minute later, it would have been fine. Old ancestor Xiao was stunned. What was going on? He didn't offend him, so why was his attitude like that? Suddenly, old ancestor Xiao smiled like he understood. So that is the case. I didn't think it through. Sect leader Lin's essence energy leaked, because you did something with Madam. But it is already over, so why are you still unhappy? Is it the second time? Sect leader Lin, I have to tell you that young people's bodies are good, but they need to control themselves. The path of cultivation requires. Alright. Don't talk to me about all this nonsense. You sure are well informed. You even know that I've moved the 12 holy cities over. Lin Fan said. Sect leader Lin, I swear to the heavens that I really didn't know about this. I was just shocked and had a premonition, so I came to take a look. Who knew that it was really true? Old Ancestor Xiao smiled. Lin Wani passed by and nodded his head. It seemed like he couldn't blame his son. He was already working so hard, so what else could he say? When would his grandson come? He could only leave it to fate. Lin Fan was helpless. Old Ancestor Xiao's words made him not know how to reply. To hell with telepathy. Old Ancestor Xiao walked beside Lin Fan. Sect leader Lin, we have been through thick and thin together. Tell me the truth, what are we going to do next? Should we go there to search for evil gods and flip that world upside down? With their strength, naturally they could do that. It was just that they would cause a huge commotion. Since you guessed it, then why are you asking? Lin Fan was stunned. So amazing. He didn't even say anything and he guessed it. He had some skill. Really? Old Ancestor Xiao asked in shock. He was just saying it, but he didn't expect sect leader Lin to really admit it. That was a little fierce. If the people of the 12 holy cities knew what Lin Fan was doing, they would definitely beat him to death. After all, he was really causing trouble in someone else's territory. And it wasn't just any ordinary kind of trouble. To put it simply, he wanted to turn the world upside down. Don't worry about whether it is true or not. Let's go now. Are you going or not? Lin Fan said. Of course he's gone. That goes without saying. Old Ancestor Xiao replied. What a joke. How could he miss out on such a huge matter? Moreover, he urgently needed the blood pearls. Dao pattern laws had already appeared in the world, but they were scarce. He wanted them to become thicker. When that happened, experts stuck at stage 7 would be able to head to stage 8, and they would have the basic ability to fight against evil gods. If not, it would just be empty words. Let's go. Lin Fan stepped into the dimension and flew towards the ocean eye. Insect Valley. In a secret room, Valley Head stood there and looked solemnly at the piles of flesh and blood. Some of them had formed a human shape, but they were badly damaged. Some of them had mutated and their bodies were swollen. But the piece of meat in the middle was developing smoothly. It was slowly forming a human shape. There were Dao patterns wrapped around it. Not long later, a Dao pattern would be swallowed by the human-shaped meat. Monster Emperor's body is slowly becoming perfect. One drop of blood has such effects. I really shouldn't have let him grow. Valley Head muttered to himself. He did regret it. Since Monster Emperor came to Insect Valley, he knew that some things had exceeded his expectations. But he felt that Monster Emperor's development was a little bad. He was as fat as a meatball. It had nothing to do with martial path. Who knows what is going on with Monster Emperor now? Valley had wanted to know what was going on, but unfortunately, Monster Emperor seemed to have totally disappeared. Maybe he was in that so-called evil god world. Old Ancestor's return gave Valley Head a crazy thought, but he quickly suppressed it. He felt that it was too crazy. That was the Old Ancestor, the creator of Insect Valley, the creator of bug-controlling technique. His strength had reached Dao Realm Stage 9, and only the Dao pattern laws caused his cultivation to drop so much. But he wasn't someone he could deal with. A few days later, Evil God World. Sect Leader Lin. I feel like it won't be so easy for evil gods to appear. Old Ancestor Xiao said. Lin Fan frowned. He and Old Ancestor Xiao had been here for several days, and they had trampled on this world. The ground flipped, and they pierced through the abyss. The ripples spread tens of thousands of miles, and the ground cracked apart. Magma covered a large area. But that was what he did. He still didn't draw out the evil gods. Even if it isn't easy, we have to make them come out. Lin Fan said. Since he came here, he wouldn't return empty-handed. Not to mention that he was close to stage 8. Even the darkness god domain had evil god flesh and blood. Let's go to another place. Lin Fan said. Instantly, the two of them turned into streaks of light and disappeared. Lin Fan and Old Ancestor Xiao didn't gain anything but for Monster Emperor. He was about to go mad. Ha ha ha. Monster Emperor laughed and slowly swallowed an evil god. Who are you, jerk? Let me go, I told you to let me go. Evil God Lula hollered. Rage burned, but he had no ability to fight back against Monster Emperor. After he was grabbed, he was ripped apart, and then sent into his mouth. Pain swept him, and it pierced his heart. Jerk, you are too much. Evil God Lula scolded. He didn't know where he went. This fellow said that as long as he left the abyss, he would be eaten. During these few days, he had been eaten 3 times. He was about to go mad from the torture. Very quickly, Evil God Lula's aura disappeared. The smell is different from before. Monster Emperor muttered. The changes in his body weren't as intense as before. It was as if this evil god couldn't help him anymore. The appearance of those familiar scents made Monster Emperor even more excited. But he knew who they belonged to. They were evil gods that he couldn't offend. But he believed that as long as he had some time, he would be able to swallow those evil gods that he couldn't offend one by one. Deep Abyss. Evil God Lula revived. He stood in the deep abyss and was in a daze. It was as if his heart that had been swallowed had changed, and he didn't come back to his senses. I don't want to go out. Evil God Lula muttered. The abyss was shaking like it was rushing him to leave. Lula looked at the abyss. I really can't go out, I will die. I will die a horrible death. That living being isn't human at all. Wung. The deep abyss shook even more. Damn. Evil God Lula was furious. He left the abyss unwillingly. He felt like the abyss was sending them to their deaths. When he left the abyss, he didn't head to a fixed place. He let the abyss teleport him anywhere. No matter where he went, the outcome would be the same. So why did he need to head to a fixed place? Wung. Evil God Lula's body slowly disappeared from the abyss. He didn't care where he went. He was even too lazy to find a place to hide. It was useless as he knew where he was. There was nowhere to hide. Suddenly, a voice spread into Evil God Lula's ears. Sect leader Lin, there is an evil god here. That really frightened me. He just appeared out of nowhere. Old ancestor Xiao was really frightened by Lula. He had an octopus head and wings on his back. A living monster appeared in the world just like that. If one said that he wasn't scared, that would be a lie. Damn living being, who is it? Evil God Lula was furious in despair. After learning that it wasn't that damn fatty, he was furious. Did he really think that anyone could offend an evil god? But when he raised his head and looked at the living being, that furious expression slowly disappeared. What replaced it was helplessness. Damn. Chapter 642. It's you. Evil God Lula raged like he had seen a ghost. He would never forget the small blood food in front of him. His loyal servant Tiz was killed by the other party. This hatred was etched in his heart, and it was hard for him to forget it. Kiki, I didn't expect it to be you. Evil God Lula is ranked 32nd. That is a little low, but it is okay. It is rare for me to meet an evil god. It really isn't easy. You don't know this, but we were crossing mountains and ridges, turning the world upside down. Only you took the initiative to appear in front of us. Lin Fan exclaimed. It really wasn't easy and he was really tired. Evil God Lula didn't panic. If he met Monster Emperor, then he would have panicked. Death wasn't scary. What was scary was witnessing death and being bitten. The crisp sound spread in his mind. That was true torture. Old ancestor Xiao said. Sect leader Lin, how do you calculate this? It belongs to me. Lin Fan said. He needed evil god flesh and blood, and so did the blood pearl. He needed both. Rage points plus 999. Evil God Lula was furious. As a noble evil god, when had he been underestimated, especially by these small living beings? Even in the war in the past, he wasn't afraid at all. He never showed mercy to those pitiful living beings. You are still angry. I hope that you can continue to be angry, Lin Fan said, and instantly attacked. He stepped forwards, and the space beneath his feet shattered into pieces. Terrifying power spread out, and formed a terrifying aura. Evil God Lula flapped his wings, and a terrifying storm appeared. It turned into sharp blades that swept the area. Selah. Space was ripped open by the sharp blades. At the same time, numerous tentacles broke through the air. Evil God Lula just wanted to kill Lin Fan. These damn living beings provoked him many times, and even made him revive in the abyss. They had already made him lose all his face. Letting them live was an insult to the evil gods. Just at that moment, a shocking scene happened. Lin Fan's body swelled up. His body, which was originally much smaller than evil god Lula, became huge. If he had an axe, he could split open heaven and earth. What? Evil god Lula was stunned. The living being in front of him opened his mouth and swallowed the tentacle that he had attacked. Kacha! The tentacle broke. Ruth screamed. You! Evil god opened his eyes wide and was astonished. Damn! What was going on with this fellow? The taste is average. Still all right. Lin Fan said. The darkness god domain in his body started to break down his flesh and blood to obtain energy from within. This is a little fierce. Old Ancestor Xiao was tongue-tied as he looked at Lin Fan. He didn't expect sect leader Lin to swallow the evil god flesh and blood. How did he do that? Evil god flesh and blood had a strong evil nature, and to them, it was poison. There was once an expert who accidentally ate evil god's flesh and blood. In the end, his body rotted, and the power he cultivated was impacted. In the end, his body exploded and he died. He wanted to remind sect leader Lin not to be so arrogant. But looking at the current situation, it was clear that there was no need. To evil god Lula, anyone who could swallow him was someone he feared the most. Run! He didn't think about continuing to fight with Lin Fan. He turned around and ran. He wanted to leave this place, and he definitely couldn't stay here. He was totally afraid that Monster Emperor would happen once more. You want to run? When Lin Fan saw Lula flee into the distance, he smiled in disdain. If he could still run, then he really didn't need to live anymore. Lula ripped open the dimension and moved quickly, but suddenly, he looked up and was frightened out of his wits. He saw a giant hand grabbing at him out of thin air in the dimensional space. 5 fingers ripped open the dimension. His position was right below the giant hand. Damn, why are these living beings so fierce? They are not giving me a chance to live. If someone told him that he would be devoured by these living beings before he fought them, he would definitely scoff at them. Was he dreaming or something? He actually started to speak nonsense. But now what he was experiencing was so unbelievable. He was now forced into a corner. Pada! In an instant, evil god Lula was grabbed by the giant hand and controlled. Ah! Let me go. Lin Fan sent Lula to his mouth. He opened his mouth and a spinning black hole appeared. No! Evil god Lula opened his eyes wide. Even as an evil god, at this moment he was really terrified. Damn it! What was going on with these living beings? Why did they even dare to swallow evil gods? Who was whose food? With a kacha, Lin Fan closed his mouth and swallowed evil god Lula into his stomach. The statue in the darkness god domain gave out many threads that covered Lula's body. It quickly broke him down. The statue slowly changed. His flesh and blood moved and was growing at a quick speed. It seems like I need more evil god flesh and blood, Lin Fan muttered. He needed to continue working hard. This was not enough, it was far from enough. When Lin Fan looked at old ancestor Xiao, he noticed that his expression was a little off. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I become handsome? Lin Fan asked. Old ancestor Xiao was shocked. Why did you swallow evil gods? Don't you feel uncomfortable? If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he definitely wouldn't have believed everything that had happened. I don't feel uncomfortable. There are many things that you don't know, so there is no need to be surprised. Let's go and continue to search for evil gods. I think they know that someone is here to find them. Let's see whether or not evil gods have the balls to fight, Lin Fan said. He was looking forward to the evil gods running out and shouting that they weren't happy. Then a shocking battle would occur. When that happened, he would swallow as much as he wanted. Just thinking about it made him excited. Old ancestor Xiao frowned and was in deep thought. What was going on? There was definitely a problem. Using their bodies to swallow evil gods was just asking to die. Did sect leader Lin have a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to swallow evil gods? That was a high possibility. Deep abyss. Evil god Lula was stunned in the abyss. He could bear with it when Monster Emperor swallowed him. But who knew that other living beings would swallow him? He didn't understand what was going on. Why did this happen? Were all living creatures so fierce now? Deep abyss, what is going on? Why can these living beings swallow evil gods? Evil god Lula's voice spread out in the abyss. But the abyss was still the same, and there was no reply. Damn. Lula was furious. But there was nothing he could do. Facing these terrifying fellows, he had no way to fight back at all. At that moment, the abyss shook. A bunch of evil gods appeared, and they were talking to each other. Ha ha ha. These stupid living beings actually dared to provoke the honor of evil gods. I swallowed one of them, and they were so terrified that they fled. Unfortunately, we didn't keep all of them here. These evil gods were pumped up, and they were in a good mood. Some small living beings actually came here to find trouble with them, and they were suppressed and swallowed. It made them understand how terrifying evil gods were. Their actions were just asking to die. When Lula heard those words, he felt really annoyed. Damn. Why were the other evil gods so carefree? But when he went out, he would face these people. Instantly, Lula had an idea. Why not mix with these evil gods? The abyss didn't allow them to stay for long, and he would definitely face problems if he went out. He would mix with the other evil gods. He really didn't believe that those small living beings could swallow him among a bunch of evil gods. Lula took the initiative to talk to them. Although evil gods were proud beings, after going through all these things, Lula became much more low profile. He could take a step back, and he couldn't be arrogant anymore. After all, he had been educated so many times. How could he take it? Lin Fan and old ancestor Shao searched the world. When they faced places that they thought might hide evil gods, they would flip the land and break through the abyss to search for traces of evil gods. Destroying the foundations of a world was just too cruel. But in Lin Fan's words, without destruction, there can be no construction. He was already covered by evil god energy, so what was there to be reluctant about? Sect leader Lin, did you notice that the frequency of evil gods appearing has increased? Old ancestor Shao said. During this period of time, they had already met 2 evil gods. Although they were only second-class evil gods, it was a rare chance in the past. Apart from a bunch of evil gods invading the cities, it was rare for them to meet one in such a short time. There are indeed more. Do you think it is because I moved the 12 cities away that the evil gods are searching for them? Lin Fan thought about it, and felt that there was a possibility. In the past, when the 12 cities were still there, when the evil gods were free, they could find trouble with the 12 cities and have some fun. But now that he moved them away, the evil gods had no more fun. So to the evil gods, they had to find the location of the cities. Old ancestor Shao didn't want to speak. He felt that it was difficult to talk to Lin Fan. Sect leader Lin, let's continue to search. The sect leaders of the 4 alliances are all searching for evil gods. Who knows, they might have met evil gods elsewhere. Old ancestor Shao said. He changed the topic. He just didn't want to continue. Lin Fan was helpless. Haze, these people are snatching evil gods. In the past it didn't matter. But he lacked evil god flesh and blood. Along with people from the 4 alliances sneaking in, and there were so few evil gods, there weren't enough to split. Luckily evil gods could revive. If not, killing one would mean one less. In the end, it would be terrifyingly difficult to find evil gods. Let's go continue to search. I told my wife that it would take 10 days to half a month. Time is almost up. Lin Fan said. Evil god world was a little huge. To find evil gods, one had to rely on luck. Lin Fan felt that his luck had always been good, and his chances of meeting evil gods should be higher. Chapter 643. A certain damp cave. Evil god Masaki's statue changed. With a kacha, many cracks appeared on the surface of the statue. The cracks became bigger and bigger, and pieces started to fall off. King Wudong shivered and shrunk to the side. His eyes were filled with terror. A terrifying aura spread out from the statue and covered the entire cave. King Wudong, who was within, felt a chill down his spine. Ha ha ha. I am coming out. Enough evil god flesh and blood to help me regenerate. A bunch of damn things, I won't let all of you off. The voice spread out from within the statue. He was really excited. Instantly, more and more pieces fell. The true appearance of the statue was revealed. It was a ball of purple flesh and blood. This ball of flesh and blood was alive. It jumped and breathed. Shortly after, it swelled up at a visible rate, like it was about to turn into a terrifying existence. Kacha! An arm tore through the flesh and grew out from within. Kacha! Another piece of flesh grew out from within. This was far from the end, and the changes continued. Postline, you conned me in the past. Today, I have returned and I will con you back. Masaki was more arrogant now. Because he could form a body, he wasn't as careful as before. Instead, he was really arrogant. At that time, he was just a statue, and when he faced some true experts, he had no way to fight back. But it was different now. He had the ability to face danger. As Masaki got bigger and bigger, the current cave couldn't contain him anymore. Pung! The cave shattered. A ball of flesh with numerous arms appeared in the sky. If someone saw this, their face would have turned ashen white. It was just too terrifying. Shortly after, the meatball shrunk and condensed. In the end, it returned to its normal size. It was only the size of a cow. Masaki knew that it was hard to hide such a huge body, and people would easily notice it. With the current situation, it wasn't the time to be noticed. King Wudong hid in a corner and shivered. He didn't dare to do anything. The feeling of regaining freedom is just too great. Masaki said slowly. He was in a good mood. If not for his mentality being good enough, he didn't know what he was relying on to last until now. He then looked towards King Wudong. Trash, you don't even have the right to be an evil god's servant. He didn't need King Wudong anymore, but he lacked lackeys and some things were hard to do. Now he needed evil god flesh and blood. Those people from the four alliances fought with evil gods to obtain the blood pearls. They didn't have any thoughts about the corpses. He knew what kind of changes would occur when these guys obtained enough flesh pearls. Tao Realm Stage 8, and above Tao Pattern Laws, all turned into a power to suppress the evil god. In particular, the three-pillar primordial gods and the ancient gods had been suppressed and had yet to appear in the world. As for first-class evil gods like them, they were also suppressed. Postline shot the Tao Pattern Laws into the abyss. Each time evil gods were killed and revived in the abyss, they would bring a portion of the Tao Pattern Laws away. Until all the Tao Pattern nomological laws dissipated, then the suppression on the evil gods would completely disappear. Postline would definitely come out to stir up trouble, and the three-pillar gods and the ancient gods would very likely reappear. A few days later, Lin Fan and old ancestor Xiao had decent gains. They met many evil gods, and the frequency of them appearing was getting higher and higher. In the end, as long as they focused, they would be able to find them. Lin Fan wanted to swallow the blood pearl along with the evil god's flesh and blood. But looking at old ancestor Zhao's tragic state, he couldn't bear to do that, and could only give in. Sect leader Lin, the Tao Pattern Laws in the blood pearl are quite important. Returning it to heaven and earth is beneficial to everyone. Old ancestor Xiao said. Your words do make sense. Lin Fan agreed with what old ancestor Xiao said. Thinking about it, if the Tao Pattern Laws were thick enough, they could create more experts. Father and the others wanted to break through to Tao Realm Stage 8, and what they lacked were Tao Pattern Laws. With their strength, as long as they had Tao Pattern Laws, then Tao Realm Stage 8 wasn't difficult. Even if they reached Tao Realm Stage 9, they would just need to spend some time. Suddenly, just as they were talking, there was a loud explosion in the distance. Shortly after, the dimension shook, and one could sense it even from so far away. To be able to cause such a battle, it has to be an evil god. Old ancestor Xiao was delighted. To him, apart from meeting the top 10 evil gods, the other evil gods were in their hands, and they could easily kill them. Now that there was such a commotion, how could old ancestor Xiao not be excited? He felt like the heavens were on their side. Let's go and see which sect leader is fighting with the evil god. If we directly intercept them, that would be a little overbearing. Lin Fan felt that it was interesting. If he really snatched the evil god from the sect leader's hands, that person would go crazy. In the distance, evil god, let's mind our own business. Can we just let it go? I know that I was wrong, and I shouldn't have disturbed your sleep. Now that you sliced off my arm, It can be considered an apology. Why are you still chasing me? Old Demon Wu ran really quickly, and his expression was one of panic. He was killing evil gods here, and his luck was good. He killed one and found the blood pearl. He thought about it for a long while, and then swallowed it. As expected, the path ahead really appeared for him. This made him really excited. He felt that this place was a treasure land, and he searched for evil gods. But evil gods were too hard to find. Apart from that time when he was lucky, he didn't meet any more. Although this made Old Demon Wu a little disappointed, but it was still within an acceptable range. Now that he was facing an evil god, he even wanted to die. Due to some reason, this evil god was alerted. At the start, he was really excited, and finally he met another evil god. But as both sides clashed, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. This evil god was much more terrifying than he imagined. He wasn't his match at all. After paying the price of an arm, he successfully broke free from the evil god's range. But the evil god chased closely behind, and it was too difficult for him to escape. There was even a chance that he would be caught once more. You bunch of small living beings came here and challenged the honor of the evil gods. You are asking to die. Evil god Master of Sleep hollered. He was furious. When he saw these living beings, he was filled with rage. Old Demon Wu felt that this was problematic. If this evil god continued to chase, and he couldn't think of a way to shake him off, the outcome would be catastrophic. That wasn't a joke, he might really be swallowed by him. Just at that moment, Old Demon Wu heard a voice ahead. Which sect leader is being chased so badly by the evil god? Oh, so it is Old Demon Wu. When Old Demon Wu heard that voice, he wasn't angry. Instead, he was delighted. He met someone he knew. Although he was teasing him, that wasn't important. With one more person, he had more hope of survival. Brother. Old Demon Wu opened his mouth. But when he looked towards the source of the voice, his throat felt like it was blocked. He couldn't say a single word. His eyes opened wide like they were about to pop out. Oh my god. Old Demon Wu was stunned. He didn't expect the person to be Lin Fan. Damn it. This old man's luck is really too bad. Behind him was the evil god, and in front was Lin Fan. He felt that if he fought the evil god, he might have a chance to live. But if he fought Lin Fan, he would definitely die. Just as Old Demon Wu was in a daze, Master of Sleep's giant body was already here. Old Demon Wu reacted right away and dashed to the side, hoping to escape this place. Sect Leader Lin, you are really famous. My first reaction when I see you is to run, Old Ancestor Xiao said. At the same time he exclaimed, if not for the evil god, maybe the people from the four alliances wouldn't be able to appear in the open. They would hide in the dark, and when they heard Lin Fan's name, they would be terrified. What can we do? Who asked them to do so many guilty things? Lin Fan said and then shouted towards the distance. Old Demon Wu, stop running. I won't kill you. Let the past be the past. If you run like this, you might not be able to escape from the evil god. And also Master of Sleep, you are so useless. Last time you were so fierce, so why did you chase him for so long? Master of Sleep chased Old Demon Wu and didn't care about the people around. But when he heard that Lin Fan knew who he was, he really noticed Lin Fan. Instantly, Master of Sleep was furious. He had met an enemy. To Old Demon Wu, he noticed that Master of Sleep didn't continue to chase him. He was delighted. As for Lin Fan's words, he didn't believe them at all. If he really did, he wouldn't even know how he died. Thus, Old Demon Wu ran and definitely wouldn't stay here. Sect Leader Lin, this is the 13th Master of Sleep. This is a little problematic. Old Ancestor Xiao said. Lin Fan said calmly. It is okay. Although it is a little problematic, but if we work together, it won't be much of a problem. Now that the evil gods we are facing are getting higher and higher, if we don't raise our cultivation, there will be problems in the future. Old Ancestor Zhao's expression was solemn. He slowly guessed some things. Last time, he was able to escape from the top evil god. Maybe he didn't rely on luck or his own strength. Maybe there was something wrong with Postline. After all, based on his cultivation at that time, when he faced such evil gods, he had no way to run at all. That was the difference in strength. It wasn't something that could be wiped out so easily. Let's deal with Master of Sleep first. We need some time, old ancestor Xiao said. At the same time, he was a little excited. Based on this speed, it wouldn't take long for him to fight the truly strong evil gods. Chapter 644. Master of Sleep didn't flee right away. Evil god's pride didn't allow him to flee in fear. Last time, Lin Fan took the chance to swallow his flesh, and it affected him greatly. This caused the Master of Sleep to panic. How could he be swallowed? That was impossible. But thinking about it, this living being's strength was just SOSO. The main thing was that he was too careless. Now that he was prepared, how could anything go wrong? Sect leader Lin, Master of Sleep's cultivation is not bad. With our current strength, it is tough to deal with him. Old ancestor Xiao understood Master of Sleep's strength and knew what his ability was. If it was Tao pattern laws returning naturally, he wouldn't care about Master of Sleep. He could even suppress him with one move. It is you, I remember you. When the war happened, you were there. Your friends were swallowed by us, but I didn't expect you to still be alive. Master of Sleep smiled. Old ancestor Zhao's face turned cold. I will make you cry. He didn't want to recall what happened in the past. Many of his comrades were suppressed by the top 10 evil gods and lost their ability to move. As for these dogs, they were waiting below to eat up their comrades who had no way to fight back. They died tragically. His companions, which one of them wasn't someone who shocked the world, but they all died in the hands of the evil god. Ha ha ha, you small things. You don't even have Tao Realm Stage 8 Tao pattern laws, and you want to deal with me. Even if the two of you work together, it is the same. Master of Sleep laughed out loud and didn't care about the two of them at all. But he was really wary, especially towards Lin Fan. He felt like he wasn't easy to deal with. When this fellow became big and opened his mouth, a whirlpool appeared and sucked him in. He couldn't fight back at all. All of you go and die. Feel my terrifying aura. The Master of Sleep hollered. The space around him shook, and the entire area became sticky. Lin Fan had a smile on his face. So evil gods were forgetful. Did Master of Sleep forget how he died? Sect leader Lin, be careful. Old ancestor Xiao said solemnly. But at that moment, Master of Sleep crawled and rolled towards the dimension and then hollered in rage. Despicable fellow, just you wait, I will be back. What is going on? Old ancestor Zhao's eyes opened wide as he looked at those scenes. Damn it. What was the Master of Sleep doing? Why was he running for no reason? Was this still the Master of Sleep he knew? Haze, why is there such a need to act cool? Old ancestor Xiao, just watch. He is just Master of Sleep. He isn't a strong evil god. Lin Fan said calmly. He was pretending too. He was just acting like Master of Sleep was strong. And then when he attacked, he easily suppressed him. At that time, old ancestor Zhao's mouth was agape. Unfortunately, the Master of Sleep had some skills. After saying that, he wanted to flee. How could Lin Fan let him flee? If not, he would have missed out on an evil god. Sect leader Lin Yu. Old ancestor Xiao wanted to say something, but before he finished, something shocking happened. Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and struck towards Master of Sleep. He had fought Master of Sleep before. Although he wasn't a top evil god, with the current situation where they didn't have Tao pattern laws, naturally, he wasn't easy to deal with. Master of Sleep turned his head and his heart trembled. Lin Fan, do you really want to do that? If you kill me, the evil gods will be enemies with you. Now that evil gods are weak, when those truly terrifying evil gods descend, let's see what ability you have. Damn, how hateful. As the Master of Sleep, when had he faced such a situation? Now that he was forced to desperation, he really didn't know what to do. Even if he fought back, it was useless. He admitted that he wasn't Lin Fan's match. Master of Sleep, why do you need to say all this? Even if you say all this, what is the point? They are strong, but you are so weak. Naturally, you will die. The strong eat the weak. Isn't that what you evil gods believe in? Lin Fan opened his fingers and controlled heaven and earth. A shocking power exploded out. To Master of Sleep, he felt like the dimension around him was being controlled. Deep abyss door. Master of Sleep realized something even more terrifying. He was actually unable to enter the abyss. It was like the abyss was blocking them outside. The Master of Sleep, who noticed the problem, was terrified. This was something that had never happened before. At that moment, Lin Fan's power pierced down from the sky and smashed onto Master of Sleep's body. Pung! To Master of Sleep, he felt like his body was about to explode. A strong power was destroying his life force. There was a loud explosion. The giant body fell and smashed a deep hole in the ground. Damn it, you despicable creature! Master of Sleep's body was covered in blood, and he shouted in rage. The blood stained the ground and gave out a sizzling sound. The ground was being corroded. Shortly after, a giant hand covered over and grabbed Master of Sleep. The power in the 5 fingers suppressed Master of Sleep's evil god power, and then sent him towards his mouth. Let me go! Master of Sleep hollered in rage. He was unwilling. Was he going to be swallowed once more? He had always found it hard to understand why evil gods would be swallowed by others. This was something that was impossible in the food chain. But very quickly, Master of Sleep who entered Lin Fan's stomach quickly lost consciousness. The power of the flesh and blood seems to have become weaker. Lin Fan closed his eyes and sensed the changes in the darkness god domain. The statue did change once more. Last time when he swallowed Master of Sleep, flesh and blood grew on 1 finger. But after swallowing the Master of Sleep, the situation changed. It didn't grow, but the flesh and blood on the original finger became purer. Is it going to swallow different evil gods? He felt that the darkness god domain in his body was one with the evil gods. But the darkness god domain was a terrifying thing and needed different evil god flesh and blood to recover different parts. Was it one of the 3 pillar gods or one of the ancient gods? Or died due to some special reason? But that was impossible. He had sensed the undying nature of evil gods, and it was really strong. No matter how he was killed, he could revive in the abyss. Old Ancestor Xiao walked beside Lin Fan and said in shock, Sect Leader Lin, what realm are you at now? He really didn't understand. He actually swallowed Master of Sleep. How was that possible? I am above Dao Realm Stage 7. I am a little away from Dao Realm Stage 8. In terms of pure strength, Dao Realm Stage 9 might not be able to fight me. Lin Fan smiled. Impossible. Even so, you can't make Master of Sleep unable to fight back at all. You definitely have something else. Old Ancestor Xiao glanced like he was saying that he treated him like a fool. He wouldn't believe anything that he said. Old Ancestor Xiao, you are so annoying sometimes. I told you the truth, but you don't believe me. I told you lies, but you don't believe me. Then I have no choice. No matter whether or not you believe me, this is the truth. Lin Fan was helpless. So difficult. It was understandable that no one would believe him if he lied. But no one would believe him if he said the truth. That was a huge headache. Old Ancestor Xiao shook his head. Forget it. We are on the same boat now. I will believe whatever you say. I am just shocked. I didn't expect Master of Sleep to not be your match. With your current strength, probably only the top 10 evil gods can restrict you. When they fought, if there was someone like Sect Leader Lin, the outcome wouldn't have been so tragic. Maybe they would have won with a perfect outcome. Top 10? You should say top 9. I have already fought the 10th evil god Calamity. He is really strong and can control space, but he didn't gain any advantage. Lin Fan said. Old Ancestor Xiao looked at Lin Fan. All of a sudden he was speechless. But the way he looked at Lin Fan was different. Like he was saying, right, you are right. You are the strongest. Lin Fan smiled and patted Old Ancestor Xiao's shoulder. Don't look at me like that. There are some things that you haven't personally witnessed. If you do, you will understand. Old Ancestor Xiao didn't want to say much to Lin Fan. He knew from the past. This kid's words were a little infuriating. The people he met in the past all spoke nicely. Even if they were enemies. At most, they would say some vicious words and scold one another. But since he met Lin Fan, everything had quietly changed. Now that the frequency of evil god activity has increased, let's move and look around. Stop wasting time here. Lin Fan rushed and then looked towards where old demon Wu Wei fled to. Forget it. He didn't continue to chase. What he didn't expect was that old demon Wu Wei would actually do it alone. That was unexpected. Su Yi and the others knew to team up to deal with evil gods. With old demon Wu Wei's strength, if he faced some strong evil gods, he could only run. Deep Abyss. Ah, the Master of Sleep roared in rage. Deep Abyss, come out. Why did you seal the path? Do you know what I faced outside? Who is controlling you? The Deep Abyss is where evil gods belong. Are you independent, or are you controlled by others? Why are you pushing us evil gods out? Master of Sleep wasn't a fool. On the contrary, he was a little smart. While being chased by Lin Fan, he tried his best to contact the Deep Abyss and enter it to hide. But the Deep Abyss stopped him. What was the reason for that? As the 13th evil god, he had a high status in the Deep Abyss. Why would he be treated like that? That didn't make sense at all. It was something that one couldn't understand. Wang. The Deep Abyss shook. Go out. Go out. A weird voice spread out from the Deep Abyss. When it entered Master of Sleep's ears naturally, it became words that he could understand. Damn! Master of Sleep was furious. He felt like evil gods were chess pieces. Chapter 645. Not only did Master of Sleep notice such a situation, but so did the other evil gods. When they faced danger and wanted to hide in the abyss blocked them outside. After all, such a thing had never happened before. Everything was weird. But even if they were evil gods and embraced the abyss, they didn't have a deep understanding of it. If the abyss didn't show it, how would they have noticed that something was wrong? Master of Sleep left the abyss to search for other evil gods. This matter was related to them. Forget about those living beings. If even the abyss was harming them, then that would be the most terrifying thing for them. Within the abyss, many rows of thrones surrounded one another. Those who could appear here were the top 10 evil gods. Even Calamity, who had lost to Lin Fan, was here. His expression was calm, and one couldn't tell that there was anything wrong with him. Amongst the many thrones, the seat beside Evil God Postline was empty. Guys, the world that we wanted to occupy in the past has started to fight back. Those small living beings have entered this place. Their cultivation is only at Dao Realm Stage 7. They killed evil gods and obtained Dao pattern laws. Of course, their actions have brought us many problems. But we can't die. If they die, they won't have a chance anymore. Evil God Postline slowly opened his mouth, like he was talking about something that didn't matter at all. The damage they suffered was higher. Logically speaking, how could they be so calm? But to Postline, they didn't die enough. They should have died more. The surrounding evil gods looked at Postline. Their expressions were calm, and their thoughts were all different. They had to have their own thoughts when facing Postline. If they followed him, they might not even know how they died. Uncontrollably, the evil gods looked towards the throne that no evil god was sitting on. Although a long time had passed, it was only a split second for the undying evil god. We can't ignore those small living beings, Evil God Calamity said slowly. He was extremely furious towards those living beings. He wanted to kill all of those creatures. Calamity, you don't have to worry about those living beings. I know that everyone here is connected to the people in the 12 cities, and lend them strength to fight against the evil gods. No matter if it is for fun or whatever, I won't care. But remember, if you have your own thoughts and want to cause trouble among the evil gods, I won't sit still and do nothing. Evil God Postline looked at them. He could suppress these evil gods, but he couldn't kill them. When he said these words, the evil gods all pretended to be dumb. No one knew who was lending power to those lowly living beings. And it was because they borrowed power. That was why those creatures were able to hold on until now. I heard that an evil god encountered living beings outside, and wanted to return to the abyss, because he was no match for them. However, he found that the path to the abyss was sealed, and he could not return. What is going on? An evil god asked. At the same time, his heart trembled. If this was done by an evil god, then he would be controlling the abyss. To any evil god, this wasn't a good thing. At this moment, the evil gods looked at Postline. He was the top evil god, and if one had to say who controlled the abyss, It was definitely him. After all, to turn a living being into an evil god, even they didn't have such an ability. During this period of time, what did he notice in the abyss? This was what all the evil gods wanted to know, but they knew that it was useless to ask. How would he tell them? Is that so? Postline was shocked and then said, I didn't notice such a problem. It seems like the abyss has its own consciousness. Damn. All the evil gods cursed in their hearts. Would they die if they spoke the truth? They were all evil gods, and they were all embracing the abyss, so what was there to hide? Forget it. Since they were all acting, then they would just act together. They made it seem like they were afraid of each other. But they believed that one day they would be exposed. Secrets couldn't be hidden. They could hide it for a while, but they couldn't hide it forever. Now that the living beings were causing trouble, they were attacking the evil gods. Originally, as long as one of them went out, they would be able to deal with the living beings. But Postline wasn't anxious at all. This made them feel like Postline was planning something. Did he want those living beings to obtain the Tao pattern laws? Wouldn't that allow living beings to walk on the path of Tao Realm Stage 8 to become stronger? That wasn't a good thing for evil gods. Logically speaking, the earlier they dealt with it, the better. Then, they would see what Postline was doing. After which, the evil god meeting ended on a bad note. They didn't get what they wanted to know, but from the meeting, they knew that Postline allowed the living beings to do whatever they wanted. If he was controlling the abyss and preventing those evil gods from returning, it meant that he was sending them to their deaths. He purposely let them be killed by the living beings, so that they could obtain the blood pearls, which were Tao pattern laws. A few days later, Lin Fan and old ancestor Xiao returned to rich land. Sect leader Lin, look at this land. The Tao pattern laws have become thicker. Not only are we killing evil gods, but the people from the 4 alliances are too. Old ancestor Xiao was delighted. The current situation was what he wanted to see the most. Lin Fan frowned. The people from the 4 alliances are killing the evil gods. Will they shatter the blood pearls and allow the Tao pattern laws to return to the world? I don't believe that. It wasn't that he had problems with the sect leaders of the 4 alliances, but with their selfish personalities. Would they be so nice to return the Tao pattern laws to the world? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Unless he had seen a ghost. Old ancestor Xiao smiled. Sect leader Lin, you probably don't know about this. Actually, even if we eat the blood pearls, we won't be able to absorb all the Tao pattern laws. We will return to the world. With the current thickness, I think someone has broken through to Tao Realm Stage 8. Lin Fan thought about it and said, speaking of which, my father is already a Tao Realm Stage 8 expert. If one had to say who was the fastest to reach Tao Realm Stage 8, the first person he thought about was his father. Of course, your father is really talented. Even in our era, he would be a top existence. The Tao pattern laws in the world are really thick and have reached the basic requirements to break through. Lin Fan looked at the sky. No, he had to head back to Black Mountain to have a good talk with those evil god servants. He had to break through to Tao Realm Stage 8 first. Anyway, he was just a step away from Tao Realm Stage 8. What do you think? Lin Fan asked. Although old ancestor Xiao was Insect Valley's old ancestor, and Insect Valley was really terrifying, that wasn't important. After this period of interaction, old ancestor Xiao knew that Insect Valley was terrifying. He realized that old ancestor Xiao was a decent person. I won't return to Insect Valley for now. Looking at the situation, I will have to fight the evil gods in a short while. Going back is just a waste of time. Old ancestor Xiao said. The main reason was that he felt that there were many benefits to working with Lin Fan. During this period of time, he met many evil gods and sect leader Lin's strength exceeded his expectations. If he had to describe it, it was comfortable. Yu City. Lin Wani was in secluded meditation. A whirlpool appeared in the sky above Lin Manor. Tao pattern laws turned into all living beings and shone on the land. Although the Tao pattern laws weren't as strong as before, it was enough. But it was enough for Tao Entry Stage 8. This is the power of the Tao pattern laws. Lin Wani was shocked and delighted. He sensed the majestic power of the Tao pattern laws. What was more shocking was that he knew that the Tao pattern laws hadn't recovered to their peak. But even now the thickness was so shocking. So how terrifying would it be at its peak? At this moment, Lin Wanni's body was like a furnace. He crazily absorbed the Tao pattern laws that surged over from all around. There was a huge commotion. The pinnacle experts of the rich land all felt the Tao pattern laws in the air sweeping towards one direction. I didn't expect Lin Wanni to break through so quickly. Su Changsun was really envious. Water Emperor was the same. He might have slacked off, but he was actually really looking forward to reaching stage 8. The Tao pattern laws were gathering towards Yu City. The aura that seeped out was Lin Wanni's aura. The true Tao realm stage 8 was finally formed. Outside Yu City. As expected, it is amazing. Lin Fan exclaimed. He wasn't shocked about anything else but the Tao pattern laws. He had indeed underestimated them. The difference between stage 8 and stage 7 was like the difference between heaven and earth. He was able to kill the stage 8 evil gods because he had too many layers stacked on him. Internal and external cultivation, the darkness god domain, etc. Only by combining them together could he have strength that exceeded stage 7. This is a good start. Today the Tao pattern laws have reached the most basic requirement. Once the Tao pattern laws get thicker and thicker, my strength will become even stronger. Old Ancestor Xiao said. At this moment his strength was slowly recovering. After having the Tao pattern laws, he could use the characteristics of stage 8. If not, a stage 8 with no characteristics would be too weak. Let's go. Lin Fan returned to Yu City and didn't disturb his father's breakthrough. He had held it in for so long and was finally able to reach stage 8. To his father he would probably jump up in joy. He didn't return home and instead headed towards Black Mountain. The evil god servants in Black Mountain were in pain. After they were captured, they wanted to leave and return to the evil god's embrace. But this Black Mountain was locked down. The light around blocked their path. Some evil god servants wanted to charge out, but they were instantly killed by the light. This made them realize that it was basically impossible to escape from Black Mountain. At that moment, a terrifying aura descended from above. All the evil god servants raised their heads in terror. They hollered. They screamed. There were even some evil god servants who were too afraid and started to cry like babies. Chapter 646. Evil god servants talked to one another. That damn living being is here. Be careful, you have to be careful. We have to wait for evil god to come. He will definitely come back to save us. They were still waiting for the evil god to save them. That day, the evil god servants in Black Mountain were tragic. Tragic cries reverberated through the Black Mountain. No one knew what had happened inside, and no one knew what the evil god slaves had experienced. Just from the sounds, one could tell that it was tragic. The next day, the first streak of sunlight rose up from the horizon. The light shone on Black Mountain and chased away the darkness. Haze, this is so boring. Lin Fan muttered. He dealt with the evil god servants for so long, and his gains were decent. His rage points were still decent. Tao Realm Stage 8 was stable. Lin Fan felt much better, but for the Martial Path Mountain disciples, it was a form of torture. From the day onwards, screams of terror spread out from Black Mountain. Of course, that was in the day and the disciples weren't asleep, so it didn't affect them much. But when it was late at night, that was the true terror. The disciples found it hard to sleep. It was okay in the day, but at night, the screams spread in their ears. Those screams terrified them so much that they didn't even dare to breathe. As for Saint Ruefo, who was guarding Black Mountain, naturally, he didn't need to say much. His gaze towards Black Mountain changed. It was filled with pity and pity. What a bunch of unlucky fellows. Why did they have to offend sect leader Lin? Weren't they asking to die? Lin Manor. Yonghua, father, I am back. The moment Lin Fan entered the courtyard, he muttered. The feeling of returning home was really comfortable, and that was something that nothing else could replace. You arrived yesterday, so why are you only back now? Lin Wanni walked out from the inner hall and asked. Lin Fan looked, and could tell that his father wasn't simple. Dao Realm Stage 8 not only allowed his father's strength to soar, but it also made him more confident. Thinking about it, it made sense. Father's strength had been stuck at Dao Realm Stage 7. In the past, he was the top person in the world, but evil gods appeared. Along with Lin Fan, he started to doubt life and wasn't as confident as before. But now, after breaking through to Dao Realm Stage 8, father's confidence returned. I went to Black Mountain to take a look at the evil god servants. Lin Fan replied. Yongla cousin and Gozi all walked out from the room. Old ancestor Xiao also ate in Lin Manor and let Gozi cook for him. But to Gozi, he didn't care about this old fellow who looked young, but who knew how old he was. This made old ancestor Xiao really greedy. He had already given them great benefits, but they were all useless. What is so good about those things? You left for so long and only returned now. Let's go eat, Lin Wani said. He found the feeling of being the head of the family. Sure. Lin Fan smiled. He then came to Yongla's side and asked her about the situation. He then headed towards the restaurant. The meal was over. Father, your cultivation has reached Dao Realm Stage 8, and you are starting to comprehend the Dao pattern laws. Is the gap between Stage 7 and 8 really that huge? Lin Fan asked. Lin Wani said solemnly, huge, it is just too huge. In terms of cultivation, I don't need to say much, but in terms of the special ability, Stage 7 can't even compare to me. I finally understand. When I fought the strongest 9-star generals in Yu City, the ability to turn back to a child was the special ability of Dao Realm Stage 8. To Lin Wani, he had just stepped into the entrance of Dao Realm Stage 8. This path was still long, and who knew how long it would take to reach the end? Comprehend the laws. One had to slowly comprehend it. Moreover, this was related to the number of Dao patterns one had. Without stepping into Dao Realm Stage 8, one wouldn't understand how terrifying and difficult it was to improve at this realm. Did all of you gain anything from Evil God World? Lin Wani asked. Lin Fan said, yes, the frequency of evil gods appearing has increased. In the past, they would hide, but looking at how thick the Dao pattern laws are, not only are old ancestor Xiao and I killing them, but even the sect leaders of the 4 alliances are facing many evil gods. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have occurred. Although it was a good thing that evil gods appeared. But to Lin Fan, the problem was a little complicated. Evil gods were really stupid, but they couldn't be so stupid. They knew that some evil gods couldn't fight them, but they still came out to die. What were those strong evil gods doing? It wasn't that they couldn't appear. Based on his guesses, they just couldn't move freely. But they were already deep into Evil God World. If those strong evil gods appeared, they would definitely be able to suppress the sect leaders of the 4 alliances. Even old ancestor Xiao, and him would be the same. At that moment, old ancestor Xiao was in deep thought. He frowned. Lin Fan's guesses made him think about something. Maybe I can understand a little, old ancestor Xiao said slowly. The strong evil gods didn't appear, and instead let those evil gods that they knew they couldn't defeat appear. They should be giving us Dao pattern laws. In the past, Dao pattern laws were used to suppress those strong evil gods. Now that we can kill other evil gods, we can obtain Dao pattern laws from their bodies. That means that evil gods are using them to send them to die, so that they can return Dao pattern laws to us. As Dao pattern laws return to heaven and earth, the suppression on them will become smaller and smaller. Are they going to release something? Old ancestor Zhao's expression changed. When he thought about all this, he had a bad feeling. Lin Wani asked eagerly, can we stop them? Old ancestor Xiao shook his head. We shouldn't be able to. This is something we have to face. Even if we don't attack, the sect leaders of the 4 alliances will. Maybe a new battlefield is about to open up. But with our current strength, if we face those terrifying evil gods, we definitely won't be able to fight them. That was the truth. If all Dao pattern laws returned, he would be the only one with Dao Realm Stage 9 strength. But what about the others? They were only at Dao Realm Stage 8. In the past, there were so many Dao Realm Stage 9 experts, and in the end, they only managed to seal the evil gods. Now they didn't even have the number of peak experts, so how were they going to fight the evil gods? Okay, stop thinking so much. When the time comes we will cross the bridge. Don't you still have me? Lin Fan consoled them, and told them not to worry. There was no need. Weren't they just evil gods, so there was no need to fear them? Old Ancestor Xiao said. Sect leader Lin, you haven't met those truly terrifying evil gods. Their strength is dozens, hundreds of times more terrifying than the evil gods we met. They aren't on the same level at all. Lin Fan was helpless. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Sometimes it was good to give them some pressure. At least it would give them motivation. As for if they really faced them in the future, naturally he would attack. Father Old Ancestor Xiao, I will go find Yongla. You two continued to chat. Lin Fan didn't want to participate in the discussion. He had been out for so long, so it was better to find Yongla. Lin Wani and Old Ancestor Xiao continued to talk. Their expressions were really solemn. They really treated the evil god situation as a serious matter. Lin Fan understood that no matter what he said now, it was useless. When the matter really happened, he would use absolute strength to suppress it. Actually, it wasn't as complicated as he thought. On the way to find Yongla, Lin Fan used rage points to form Dao patterns. He was just a step away from Dao Realm Stage 8. Dual cultivation. What shocked Lin Fan was that he actually didn't need to absorb the Dao pattern laws. That was a weird thing. The Dao patterns he formed started to change. Maybe this was the ability of the small support system. No matter whether or not there were Dao patterns for you to break through to Stage 8, as long as you had enough rage points, then anything was possible. He didn't think about all this. Yongla, I am coming. Lin Fan didn't care about raising his cultivation. To him, the most important thing was to find Yongla at Martial Path Mountain. Water Emperor, what do you think? Su Chongsun asked. Water Emperor said, Brother Su, are you serious? You really want to head to the Ocean Eye? You know that Lin Wani broke through to Dao Realm Stage 8. The path ahead has appeared once more, and we should move once more. In the past, we had nowhere to go and could only stay in a certain place. But now we should head out to train, Su Chongsun said. Isn't it too dangerous with just the two of us? Water Emperor cherished his life. Although he was tempted, he felt that the two of them weren't reliable. What did Old Ancestor Zhao say? He has agreed, and is waiting for me to inform you, Su Chongsun said. Water Emperor thought about it. Old Ancestor Zhao, you and I 3 Dao Realm Stage 7 is enough. But Divinator, don't bring him. His cultivation is too weak, and he will drag us down. Just at that moment, the Divinator's furious voice spread in. Water Emperor, what are you saying? Who are you looking down on? The Divinator was unhappy. He didn't expect Water Emperor to say that he was weak, and that he would drag them down. What was going on? He actually spoke badly of him behind his back. Su Chongsun said, The Divinator will follow us. He can predict the future, and if he joins us, he can ensure our safety. Scoff, Water Emperor, let me tell you. Apologize to me now, otherwise if we face danger, I won't tell you. Haven't you heard that you can offend anyone but me? The Divinator looked at Water Emperor with rage in his eyes. Damn. If he hadn't heard it personally, he wouldn't have believed that someone would actually speak badly of him. Water Emperor smiled. Brother Divinator, it is my fault. Don't take it to heart. I just didn't pay attention. What I want to say is that with Brother Divinator joining us, it will be a perfect combination. He then looked towards Su Chongsun. But we have to drag Swordhead along. That fellow is really strong, and if we face some problems, he will have to help. Okay. Su Chongsun nodded. Thinking about it, this combination was really perfect. Old Ancestor Zhao, Water Emperor, Divinator, Swordhead and himself. The 5 of them had their own strengths, and it would be fine for them to head to the Ocean Eye. Even if they faced danger, they would be able to avoid it perfectly. As for Saint Ru Fo, he abandoned him. He was strong but he wasn't reliable. Chapter 647. Yu City. Lin Fan stayed in the manor for a period of time, and his strength reached Dao Realm Stage 8. He comprehended the Tao pattern laws and realized that it wasn't difficult at all. The small support system was tyrannical. Perhaps common sense shouldn't be used to describe it. Others needed to comprehend Tao pattern laws, but he didn't need to do so at all. Such days made him rather helpless, and he could only play around with his wife at home, while he brought his cousin to stroll around the city. When the evil god was wreaking havoc in the world, it was rare to have such a peaceful moment. The sect leaders of the four alliances were fighting the evil gods, so there was nothing for him to do. He was a little tired during this period of time. Taking a good rest was also a reward for himself. At the same time, what he had to do next wasn't to search for evil gods, but to see what they were up to. It would be best if they all took the initiative to come out and let him swallow them up. On this day, old ancestor Xiao surrounded Lin Fan and asked curiously, "Sect leader Lin, why do I feel like your aura is a little off?" He really felt that sect leader Lin was different. There were some changes compared to when he came back. Of course, naturally, he did not think that Lin Fan's strength had increased. If his strength really increased, and he became a Tao Realm Stage 8 expert, then his aura would definitely be different. How could he be so ordinary? Really? Lin Fan touched his face. Could it be that I've been eating too well at home and gained weight? Naturally, he wouldn't tell old ancestor Xiao. There was no point in telling him about his strength increasing. To old ancestor Xiao, Stage 8 was not bad, but it wasn't enough to face evil gods. He also wouldn't tell old ancestor Xiao that Stage 9 was just SOSO, and that he shouldn't look down on his Stage 8 cultivation. Old ancestor Xiao didn't linger on this matter and asked, "Sect leader Lin, we have rested enough. Should we head to Evil God World?" He couldn't stay any longer. He wanted to head to Evil God World to fight the evil gods. The top evil gods didn't come out, which made old ancestor Xiao more confident. Since they didn't come out, then what did he have to fear? Naturally, he would go all out. Don't be anxious. How long has it been since you've returned? You should take a good rest. There's still a long way to go. Lin Fan said. Even after such a long time, he still had the temperament of a rich young master. He loved to enjoy life, especially after his strength increased. He just wanted to relax, to experience life, to experience life. This, Hay's enjoyment makes one fall. Sect leader Lin, you are still young. At this age, you should work hard. Old ancestor Xiao tried his best to persuade him, and wanted to trick Lin Fan too. To be honest, he felt really guilty being alone. He was a little scared. Although his Tao Realm Stage 8 Tao pattern laws had recovered, and he had the confidence to face the evil gods, he still panicked if he headed out alone. This was why he hoped that sect leader Lin could follow him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence. Lin Fan waved his hand. "No, I should enjoy myself now. Otherwise, when I get old and can't play anymore, what enjoyment is there to talk about? I will rest for a while more before heading to Evil God World to take a look." Why don't you look at the sky? During this period of time, the Tao pattern laws have become much thicker. The four alliance sect leaders are working hard. Since they like to kill evil gods, then let them continue. We won't join in the fun. He really didn't expect the sect leaders of the four alliances to be so vicious. Although he didn't see it, he knew that they were going to fight to the death with the evil gods. Old ancestor Xiao raised his head and was a little worried. It was a good thing that the Tao pattern laws were getting thicker. But all of this was done on purpose by the evil gods. Who knew what would happen once the Tao patterns returned? That was hard to say. Old ancestor Xiao didn't give up. Sect leader Lin, just give me an accurate time. When should we head out? I will wait for you. Old ancestor Xiao, you are much stronger than before. You will definitely be fine if you head into Evil God World alone. Why don't you try yourself? Lin Fan said. Old ancestor Xiao looked at Lin Fan. His expression was solemn, like he was saying, "Stop joking, okay?" He trusted him and not himself. At that moment, within Yu City, in this prosperous Yu City where beggars shouldn't appear, a beggar actually appeared. The surrounding commoners looked at this beggar with pitiful looks on their faces. Although the beggar's face was dirty, he still looked very young. However, such a young person was limping forward with the help of a walking stick. Very quickly, the beggar stood at the entrance of Lin Manor and raised his head with much difficulty. His eyes that had lost their light shone brightly once more when he saw the words Lin Manor on the signboard. "Who are you looking for?" the guard asked. Although they were guards, they had to look at what kind of place this was. That was a relative of the emperor. Moreover, their young master was the Martial Path Mountain sect leader. His status wasn't ordinary. At the same time, they inherited their young master's tradition of using virtue to win people over. They didn't look down on him just because he was a beggar. Instead, they asked him who he was looking for. "I am looking for sect leader Lin Fan," the beggar said. It seemed like he hadn't drunk water for a long time, and his voice was a little hoarse. When they heard that he was looking for their young master, the guards sized him up and then looked at one another. They didn't reject him. He came all the way to find Lin Fan, not to complain, but because he remembered that he had such an investment before. It was his last hope. Lin Fan said, "Don't worry, this investment is the best thing you have done in your life. I am a man of my words. I said that as long as you invest, you will have a share in Martial Path Mountain. Now that I have wiped out all the sects in the world, only a few have a good relationship with me." Huang Boren looked at Lin Fan with his mouth agape. Sect leader Lin's words echoed in his mind. There weren't many sects left in the world. Didn't that mean that Martial Path Mountain had become the most terrifying existence in the world? Suddenly, Huang Boren, who was depressed, stood up and said emotionally, "Sect leader Lin, does that mean that I can revive the Huang family? When my father passed away, I said that I would definitely make the Huang family a true aristocratic family. But one calamity after another has left me in despair. Now Huang Xiaolong's heart was filled with despair. As he said that, Huang Boren cried out once more. Okay, stop crying. What is there to cry about? In the future, you can establish the Huang family in Yu City, with Martial Path Mountain protecting you. What do you have to fear? Once this matter is solved, I will arrange a position for you in Martial Path Mountain." "Oh right. What about Chen family's Chen Xingyao?" In Jiang City, Lin Fan interacted with Huang family and Chen family. Now that things developed too quickly, thinking about those happy and worry-free things in the past, it really made one reminisce. He is quite pitiful, and his situation isn't much better than mine. I heard that he married into their family and became their son-in-law. His life should be okay," Huang Boren said. Lin Fan sighed. He didn't expect such an outcome. Chapter 648. Lin Fan told people to arrange things for Huang Boren. Although Yu City was far away, it couldn't be underestimated. Someone higher than the emperor was in Yu City. Even if it was in the mountains, it wasn't as simple as one thought. Old Ancestor Xiao asked curiously, "Sect leader Lin, who is this person? Why does he have anything to do with Martial Path Mountain? With his cultivation, he doesn't even have the right to sweep the floor." Lin Fan sighed and then said, "This is a long story. When Martial Path Mountain was just formed, we lacked money and manpower. He invested 5,000 silver to support Martial Path Mountain, and I promised him that as long as Martial Path Mountain rose up, he would have a spot. Now that Martial Path Mountain has really risen up, naturally, I have to keep to my words." 5,000 silver top sect. That is something he wouldn't even be able to do. If I woke up earlier, I wouldn't even blink if I invested 100,000 silver in you, Old Ancestor Xiao said. At the same time, he noticed that sect leader Lin was good at keeping to his words. Thinking about it, it made sense. Although their interactions during this period of time weren't too harmonious, they had become familiar with each other and understood how they communicated with each other. Deep Abyss. Evil God postline sensed the changes in the abyss and was delighted. During this period of time, the changes were huge. Those evil gods that returned to the abyss were chased away by him to fight those living beings outside. Those living beings didn't disappoint him. He really killed the evil gods badly. Many evil gods that revived in the abyss dissed and were furious. When he saw all of this, It was obvious that they didn't die enough. It was impossible for them to hide in the abyss to avoid death. The abyss wouldn't take them in. He would just let the abyss chase them out and continue to send them to their deaths. The top 10 evil gods all noticed a problem. The Tao pattern laws had less and less of an effect on them. They slowly understood what Postline was doing. They didn't stop him. Like Postline, they were all looking forward to it. But in the evil god world they noticed a freak. That was Monster Emperor. He swallowed evil gods. At the same time, they noticed that Monster Emperor's situation changed. It was like evil gods were evolving. But he wasn't an evil god, and didn't gain the recognition of the abyss. So what was the reason for all of this? A desolate land. Monster Emperor was still the same as before. His body was still so huge, but his body had undergone a huge change. Kacha. Monster Emperor's leg landed and the ground shook. Power spread out from his leg, causing the ground around to crack like a spiderweb. This power is really strong. I have reached Tao Realm Stage 8, and the Tao pattern laws have gathered in my body. Along with this perfect body, there aren't many people in the world who can beat me. Especially after swallowing the evil god, he realized that the perfect body was obtained from the evil god's body. The bugs in his body would break down the evil god's flesh and blood and find the perfect thing within. Then they would transfer it to his own body. Okay, I will follow you, but I hope that you don't lie to me, otherwise, I will swallow you up. The moment he said this, Monster Emperor walked towards the screen. He didn't fear anything. Even if he faced a terrifying existence, he would go all out to rip off his flesh and blood. Actually, one should say that Monster Emperor was a little dumb. Maybe his body had mutated and his brain wasn't that good. His wariness towards danger was just too low. To search for the perfect body, he could ignore all dangers and step into other people's traps. Since old demon Wu saw Lin Fan, he became more fearful and didn't dare to walk around evil god world. He also bumped into Su Yi and the others. He told them about Lin Fan's appearance in evil god world. But Su Yi told old demon Wu that they had met sect leader Lin long ago, and he didn't do anything to them. After hearing this, old demon Wu looked at Su Yi with a stunned expression. Damn. So what sect leader Lin said that day was true. Then why did he still run? When he thought about how his face turned white when he saw Lin Fan, and how he ran right away, he felt like he couldn't keep his face anymore. The Tao pattern laws are getting thicker and thicker. A while ago, I broke through to Tao Realm Stage 8, and am comprehending the laws. Maybe in just a short time, I will be able to walk even further. Su Yi said. He was really excited. To be able to walk to a higher realm was his life goal. Old demon Wu said. Then, should we find Lin Fan to take revenge? When he said this, everyone around quietened down. Su Yi looked at old demon Wu. Are you asking to die? How am I asking to die? Lin Fan conned our 4 alliances so badly. Don't you want to take revenge? Old demon Wu looked at them. His eyes were filled with rage, and also helplessness. He didn't expect Su Yi to actually be afraid. He could understand anyone being afraid, but he didn't expect Su Yi to be the first to retort. Old demon Wu, we all know what you are thinking. You think that if you can break through to Tao Realm Stage 8, you will have the ability to fight Lin Fan. But have you thought about how strong Lin Fan has become? Or will he just stay on the spot and wait for us to catch up? Old Monster Heaven Slaying said. Before this, they all thought about this question. They felt that since they had broken through to Tao Realm Stage 8, why not fight Lin Fan? But after a careful discussion, they felt that they couldn't do it, and that they were just asking to die. Old demon Wu was unwilling. Then we can wait. Once we understand Lin Fan's strength, and confirm that his cultivation is the same as ours, we will definitely be able to suppress him. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's go find the evil god. Su Yi changed the topic, and didn't want to continue talking about this. He was a little tired. He felt that if he followed old demon Wu's thoughts, he would probably walk into the depths of hell. It was good to hide things in one's heart, but if he said it out, then the situation wouldn't be right. Haze. Old Demon Wu Wei looked at the situation and sighed. He didn't know what to say. He felt that Lin Fan had grinded these people's hearts, and they were so suppressed that they didn't have any will to fight back. He could have waved his sleeves and hollered in rage. He wasn't willing to work with cowardly people like you. He then floated away. But he didn't do that. In such a dangerous place, it was more comfortable to stick together. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook. What happened? They raised their heads and saw a thick Tao pattern law turn into a dragon that charged into the sky. It passed through Evil God World and returned to where they should be. What is going on? Who did it? He actually released so many Tao pattern laws at once. Suyi was shocked. Such thick Tao pattern laws, how many evil gods have been killed? Moreover, where were they killed? Wasn't that a little too much? Old Monster Heaven Slaying said. Do you think sect leader Lin did it? It is hard to say, it might be. Suya's expression was solemn. To him, only sect leader Lin could do such a thing. If not, who else could do such a thing? But that was good. For them, it was all good. Chapter 649. Deep Abyss someplace. Who is he? Why is he doing this? Monster Emperor swallowed a screaming evil god. His expression was really solemn. He didn't understand why Lin Fan did that. He just wanted to let him eat his fill. When Monster Emperor swallowed the evil god, the deep abyss energy around surged into Monster Emperor's body unknowingly. But Monster Emperor didn't notice that. He was already immersed in the joy of swallowing evil gods. As for other things, if he noticed, then so be it. If he didn't, then he would think about it in the future. The evil god hidden in the abyss looked at Monster Emperor that he brought in. He was in deep thought. What a monster! He didn't understand how Lin Fan did it. He could only observe silently and pay attention to the changes in Monster Emperor. He noticed that the evil god energy in his body was getting thicker and thicker. But if he sensed it carefully, it was different from evil god energy. He was really confused. You city. Oh my god, the sect leaders of the 4 alliances are so strong. They change every day. Lin Fan was eating snacks and bragging to old ancestor Xiao. Just at that moment, the area shook and clouds covered. It was obvious that the area had changed. The heaven and earth energy in the air became thicker. Old ancestor Xiao raised his head, and his expression was really complicated. He was really eager. Sect leader Lin, look at the situation. We can't just sit here and do nothing. We have to attack. This time Lin Fan didn't reject and was in deep thought. It seems like evil gods are moving more and more often. Otherwise, the area wouldn't have changed so quickly. Based on this, how long do you think it will take for the Tao pattern laws to return to before? Lin Fan asked. Old ancestor Xiao thought about it and said slowly, half a month. So quick. Lin Fan muttered. In his heart, he didn't believe that the people from the 4 alliances did it. Although the sect leaders of the 4 alliances were strong and could kill some of the evil gods, some of the stronger ones, such as those in the top 20, weren't people they could kill. Even if they did, they would have to pay a huge price. But looking at the speed, how could they pay such a huge price to do it? It was obvious that they were using a really quick speed to kill evil gods and allow the Tao pattern laws to return to heaven and earth. Sect leader Lin, no matter what, we have to head to Evil God World to take a look. Evil God made the Tao pattern laws flow back so quickly. There is definitely a problem. Old ancestor Xiao said. He was happy that the Tao pattern laws were returning, but he was also shocked. These were used to suppress evil gods. Now that the Tao pattern laws were quickly returning, was there an evil god behind it? No, it shouldn't be yes or no, but inevitable. Then let's go. I also want to know whether or not people from the 4 alliances are killing the evil gods. They are a little quick and unexpected, Lin Fan said. Very soon, the 2 of them headed towards the evil god realm. After they left, Zhou Zhongmao stood there and looked up, feeling a little sad. He had promised to bring him along, but because of his own strength, he couldn't keep up with his cousin's pace. It was really hard to bear. Within the Yi City restaurant, Yuan Tianchu, Liang Yongji, and Huang Boren were drinking and eating in Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. They were in a good mood. AI, our sect leader has left again. Sect leader is really a busy man. That's right. Then there was no then. They continued to brag and enjoy this hard-won peaceful life. Evil God world. The divinator was solemnly calculating with his fingers. His brows relaxed and frowned. He muttered, "Not good, not good." "What is not good? Give me a reason." Water Emperor asked eagerly. Damn, the divinator was really anxious. Who knew whether or not he was reliable? The few of them came to Evil God world and were shocked by the aura here. It was really terrifying. Too evil. They nearly couldn't take it. The divinator said, "Just now, I calculated with my fingers and all of us have good luck. But just now, I calculated with my fingers again, and our destiny changed. It's not looking good, and if we continue to go deeper, things will be bad." Swordhead said, "Then what should we do?" The divinator frowned and was in deep thought. "There is only one way. Wait here and wait for the fate to change once more. Don't not believe me. Fate is something that only works if you believe it. If you don't, you can try. But if something happens, don't shout for help." Originally, Water Emperor wanted to ask if Lin Fan was reliable or not. But thinking about the divinator's ability, he knew that he wasn't just bragging. Thus, he suppressed the thought of trying it out. "Is there really a use in waiting here?" Swordhead asked. He didn't doubt the divinator's professionalism. He had gone through so much training before he was called the divinator. So, he believed it from the bottom of his heart. "Of course there is a use. Do you still doubt my professionalism?" The divinator was unhappy and continued. "There was someone who doubted me last time, and his grave is taller than all of you." His words were really overbearing. Su Chongsun and old ancestor Zhao looked at one another and didn't say anything. Since that was the case, then they would just stay here for a while. Everyone sat there and looked at their surroundings. They were in a wild forest, and the trees around were slightly withered. The ground was black, and the soil was really tough. They spread out their senses. They didn't notice anything dangerous around. Everyone, it is better to be safe than sorry. Especially in such a place. Who knows what we will face? Swordhead said. Swordhead's words make sense. Since that is the case, then let's wait here. Old ancestor Zhao said. Their combined strength was still very terrifying. It wasn't as simple as 1, 2, 3. If normal evil gods met the few of them, they would be unlucky. In the distance, Lin Fan and old ancestor Xiao came to evil god world and looked around. Sect leader Lin, we can only search ourselves. Old ancestor Xiao said. They had been searching aimlessly in the first place. Did you notice that the situation is a little off? The evil god aura is getting thicker and thicker. Lin Fan asked. Old ancestor Xiao was stunned. He sensed and his expression changed. I sense some familiar evil god aura. They should be coming out. You are talking about the top 10 evil gods? Lin Fan asked. Up until now, he had fought with 2 of the top 10 heretic gods. One had to say that the first evil god was really terrifying. He was really strong. As for evil god Calamity, he didn't need to worry too much. With his current strength, he could easily crush them. It seems like it is as I guessed. The Tao pattern laws are returning, and the suppression on evil gods is weakening. Now that those really strong evil gods are appearing, a battle is unavoidable. I am afraid I might not be able to take it. Old ancestor Xiao was worried like all the pressure was pressing down on him. As for Lin Fan, naturally he forgot about him. Although he was strong, he had a limit. Compared to the most terrifying evil gods, the gap was still huge. Lin Fan's gaze towards old ancestor Xiao was a little off. Those words sounded a little weird, like he was being underestimated. Old ancestor Xiao, are you really prepared to take it on alone? Old ancestor Xiao sighed. If I don't, then who else can? I have lived till now to deal with evil gods. They have awakened once more. Even if I can't fight them alone, I won't be afraid or cowardly. When he said those words, old ancestor Zhao's aura and mentality were totally different. His body gave off a fearless spirit. Respect. Lin Fan patted old ancestor Zhao's shoulder and nodded his head. At the same time, he gave him a thumbs up. Haze. Old ancestor Xiao was humble. Sect leader Lin. There is nothing to respect. But if I don't do it, who else has the ability to? During this period of time, While the Tao pattern laws are returning, I need to recover my strength. Only then will I have the strength to fight them. Old ancestor Xiao had thought it through. Even if he recovered to his peak, he wouldn't be able to fight the top evil god. But even if he couldn't, he had to gather his courage to fight him to the end. Let's go, let's not talk about all this. Let's see how many strong evil gods appear. Lin Fan waved his hands. He didn't want to continue listening to old ancestor Xiao talk about righteousness. He still had to move, but with the current situation, he had to sweep aimlessly once more. The next day, the divinator divined and was delighted. Stop resting, luck is here. I will open the path, follow me. Is that true? Don't face another calamity halfway. Water Emperor said. The divinator said, scoff, how can I be wrong? If you don't believe me, then wait here. If you get any benefits, don't ask for it from us. I am just saying, I don't mean anything else. Water Emperor cherished his life and didn't want to send himself to death. But if there were benefits, then no matter what, he had to follow. He was afraid of losing something. Not long later, when they headed in that direction, they noticed an aura surging towards them. Shortly after, they found that the ground had cracked open, and a monster was slowly walking out of it. Divinator, are you sure you didn't divinate wrongly? Water Emperor looked at the evil god and was stunned. No, definitely not. It seems like this is an evil god. When I divined, I realized that this is good luck for us. Don't worry, this evil god isn't our match. The divinator said. This was the first time he met an evil god. One had to say that the evil god's appearance and aura were shocking. One look, and one knew that he was extraordinary. Then, what are you waiting for? Attack him! Water Emperor exclaimed. He was the first to charge at the evil god. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.